A man raised his 4 sisters by scavenging garbage. But after the sisters became billionaires, they personally had him thrown into jail. Yet he was not the least bit unhappy, because he felt there was no use in having high prestige after death. As long as his sisters could live happily, that was enough. Everyone thought he deserved to die. But what everyone did not know was that the reason the man ended up in such dire straits was all in order to raise his sisters. Yet in his sisters' eyes, he was simply a despicable, shameless scumbag. A loser trying to seize his parents' inheritance. To expose his crimes to the public, they decided to use state-of-the-art technology to extract and globally broadcast his memories. However, in the process of playing back the memories, his third sister Yizhu was shocked to discover that contrary to what she had thought previously, that her brother Yi Chen had pushed her out of the way of an oncoming motorcycle in order to save himself. The memory playback revealed that he had actually pushed her out of the way in order to save her instead. How could this be? How could the result be like this? How could Yi Chen possibly be trying to save her instead of wanting to harm her? And the car just now was less than half a meter away from Yi Chen. In other words, if it had deviated a little, Yi Chen would definitely have been hit. Countless questions swirled in Yizhu's mind. What's more, what made her even more concerned was that at that time, she actually wanted to go out with Yi Chen. This completely overturned her memory. Yizhu saw this scene and was equally confused. Why was it like this? Did Yi Chen actually save the third sister? But why were the words of the eldest sister and the reality two different things? When Yi Chen saw this scene in the hospital, his memory also drifted back to the distant past. At that time, his whole heart was hanging in the air. He was afraid that the car would really hit Yizhu. But fortunately, none of this happened. There was a knock on the door of the ward. A nurse walked in with liquid. "What's your name?" "Yi Chen. I'm changing your medicine. Are you feeling uncomfortable now?" Yi Chen shook his head. "If you feel uncomfortable, remember to press the call button on the bedside." After changing the medicine, the nurse was about to leave, but happened to see the live broadcast on Yi Chen's phone. "Oh, are you watching this show? I was watching it before I went to work. Speaking of your name, it's the same as the names of these 4 sisters and brothers." Yi Chen, who now looked thin and haggard, completely lacked the vigor of the past. No one would associate them together. Yi Chen smiled. "Really? That's a coincidence." The nurse was very lively and said a few more words. "I think this brother is really pitiful. He obviously did everything for these 4 sisters. But these 4 sisters have been refuting it, still thinking he's a bad person. You should watch this show less, it's really annoying." The light in Yi Chen's eyes shone brightly as he looked at the screen of the 3 sisters, smiling inclusively. They are not wrong either. After all, from their perspective, their brother is indeed a bad brother. The nurse did not argue. Indeed, after all, it's from different perspectives. There are 1,000 readers, and 1,000 Hamlets. I'll go back to work. If you need anything, remember to press the call button on the bedside. Yi Chen watched the nurse close the door of the ward, and his gaze returned to the phone screen. The scene continued to play. The rain splashed on the ground, splashing mud. The wall hit by the motorcycle had bricks falling off. The broken motorcycle emitted a thick black smoke and a strong smell of engine oil. Yi Chen felt sore all over, especially the exposed skin, which was burning. Small stones were embedded in his flesh. Yi Chen endured the pain and crawled up with his hands on the ground. When he got up, he found the surroundings in chaos. The passers-by were obviously frightened. When they realized that Yi Chen had crawled up from the ground, they came forward to help. "Little brother, are you okay? Get up. Are you okay, little brother? Someone call 120. In the midst of the chaos, Yi Chen waved to the crowd. "I'm fine." He didn't have the mind to care about what happened to the owner of the motorcycle, and looked directly in the direction where Yizhu fell. Yizhu happened to fall into a puddle. The dirty water soaked her whole body, and raindrops splashed on her. She seemed to be in a coma, tightly closing her eyes. Yi Chen hurried forward. "Third sister." "Third sister?" Yizhu was unconscious, and Yi Chen immediately asked the passers-by for help. "Can you please call an ambulance for me? Please." 20 minutes later. Hospital. Yi Chen sat on a chair outside the hospital, anxiously waiting. Finally, the doctor came out. Yi Chen hurried forward. "Doctor, is my third sister okay?" The doctor frowned. "Why don't you take care of the injuries on your face?" "Yi Chen, these injuries are not serious. They will heal on their own in a few days." "Doctor, please tell me first, is my third sister okay?" "Your sister is a bit weak. She was injured when she fell, and soaked in dirty water, bacteria bred, so she's running a high fever now. We need to continue to observe." After the doctor left, Yi Chen entered the ward. Looking at Yizhu lying pale on the hospital bed, Yi Chen felt extremely regretful. If he had known this, he should not have taken the third sister out at that time. But this kind of thing was not known early. Yi Chen could only pray for her to wake up quickly. Yi Zhu went to the hospital because of this. How could she possibly hide it from the other sisters? They soon found out. Yi Mei looked at the pale-faced Yi Zhu on the sickbed, and angrily looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen, what did you do to my sister? Did you make her go out in the rain? Otherwise, how could she have a fever? Yi Lan also had red eyes. Sister, there's no need to ask. It must be him. Yi Chen has said before that he wanted to throw the third sister out. Now he finally did it. Yi Zhu was still young and could only speak in short sentences. Brother! Bad! Bad! Just then, Yi Zhu woke up. She heard all the words of her three sisters. She felt a chaotic mess in her brain. All the images were fragmented, and she couldn't remember clearly. Yi Mei noticed that she had woken up, and immediately asked with concern and indignation, Third sister, are you feeling okay? Third sister, tell big sister, did Yi Chen harm you? Yi Zhu looked confused at Yi Chen, then at her, not quite understanding what Yi Mei was saying. Yi Chen, harm her? Yi Mei quickly said, don't be afraid. With big sister here, Yi Chen can't bully you. So tell big sister, did Yi Chen harm you? Yi Zhu's mind was in a mess, but there was one image that was particularly clear. That was Yi Chen rushing towards her and then pushing her down. Yi Zhu's face turned even paler, and she became more afraid of Yi Chen. Faced with Yi Mei's questioning, she nodded in panic. Her voice was weak, like a pure and harmless little white rabbit. He pushed me down. The truth is revealed. The gavel of judgment sounded. They didn't give Yi Chen any chance to speak, and immediately imagined the crime he had committed. Yi Chen drove Yi Zhu out into the rain. Not only that, but also pushed her down, ultimately causing Yi Zhu to have a high fever. They quickly established his guilt. They didn't give Yi Chen the slightest chance to defend himself. They firmly remembered this crime and repeatedly judged it in the days to come. Yi Chen stood in the corner of the hospital room. Darkness enveloped him, swallowing his shadow, making it impossible to see his expression. Is the truth important? Perhaps. The truth is not important. What is important is what people want to believe in their hearts. As long as they believe, regardless of its truth, that is the truth. In the studio, the three sisters fell into silence. They never expected that the truth at the time would turn out to be like this. It was all their own assumptions. They never gave Yi Chen a chance to explain. They just firmly believed it in their hearts. Yi Lan remained silent. They misunderstood Yi Chen again. Is this the first time? Or have they wrongly accused Yi Chen countless times in the past? How much injustice has Yi Chen suffered? Yi Zhu also remained silent. She bit her lips slightly, finding it hard to believe that this was her slander. Clearly, Yi Chen had saved her, but when she woke up, she turned around and accused him. How could she be such a despicable person? Yi Zhu wanted to speak her mind, but couldn't find a position. When the stage was extremely silent, the host spoke. Goddesses, you don't have to be so disheartened. And you don't have to feel remorseful about this. You were not wrong at all. Shu Goddess, as you said, you were unconscious at the time and don't remember the incident. As for why there is such a mistaken understanding, it's because Yi Chen has done too many wrong things himself. If he had a good impression on us, we wouldn't be slandering him like this. In the end, it's still Yi Chen's own problem. Yi Lan couldn't bear it anymore. Fourth sister, please stop. This is clearly their problem. They didn't give Yi Chen a chance to speak. Yi Zhu felt very wronged. Did I say something wrong? Second sister, have you forgotten what Yi Chen did? He locked the third sister in the room, and belittled her, not letting her act. And me. She was so angry that her chest kept heaving. I worked hard to write songs, but he tore up all my scores without a word. Such a person didn't give us a good impression in the first place. It's his own fault if we misunderstood him. Yi Lan couldn't bear it anymore and called out her name, Yi Zhu. Even if Yi Chen has done many wrongs to you, at least when you were young, you were raised by him. Yi Zhu clenched her fists. Who cares? And later it was the third sister who took care of me. Anyway, whatever Yi Chen did later, she couldn't forgive him. The host quickly tried to ease the atmosphere. Ladies, let's continue with the show. The two sisters finally stopped arguing. Yi Zhu looked at the big screen. Yi Chen, you could have sacrificed yourself to save me. Why did you later belittle and deny her in various ways? Yi Chen, what role did you really play in all of this? In a high-end restaurant private room, Zheng Ming and Yi Mei were sitting face to face. There were exquisite dishes on the table, but neither of them seemed to have any appetite. Before this, they had circled around several times. Zheng Ming answered without leaking any information, and Yi Mei had no way of knowing anything from him. Yi Mei decided not to beat around the bush anymore. Mr. Zheng, let's not talk about beating around the bush and circling around. I only have one question to ask you. Do you know Yi Chen? Is Yi Chen and Chen Ai the same person? Zheng Ming, you've asked me this question more than once. Yi Mei stared at him closely, but you haven't given me any definite answer. Do we need to continue circling around like this? If that's the case, I don't think we need to continue talking. Her purpose in coming here was to try to get any information about Yi Chen from Zhang Ming. She didn't want to continue circling around like this. Zhang Ming looked meaningful. Ms. Yi, you already have the answer in your heart. Yi Mei stood up expressionless from the table. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang, I have some things to take care of, so I won't bother you for now. We'll have dinner together next time. She walked away in high heels, and Zhang Ming didn't stop her. Not long after Yi Mei left, the room door was knocked on again. It was one of Zhang Ming's secretaries. Zhang Ming, did you get it? The secretary nodded. I got it. He took out a diary from his briefcase and handed it to Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming took it, confirmed it, and immediately put it in the bag. Let's go quickly. Taking advantage of Yi Mei's lack of reaction. At this time, Yi Mei had already reached the parking lot. Just as she reached the car, her brow furrowed. Was the window rolled down when I left just now? Yi Mei frowned and looked inside. Then her expression suddenly changed. Her diary, which she had placed next to the chair, was gone. Yi Mei's brain quickly turned. The image of a person appeared in her mind. President Zhen. Did he take my diary? Why? The contents of the diary must be very important. Otherwise, why would Zhang Ming go to such great lengths? The big screen. The sun was high, and there wasn't a cloud in sight. The scorching temperature baked the earth, emitting a scent of tar. Today is Children's Day on June 1st, a day of celebration for children across the country. The school had also deliberately given a day off so that the children could go out and play. Yi Mei had already planned a few days ago. On June 1st, she wanted to take her sisters to the children's park to play. But when they were ready to go, Yi Zhu stumbled. She didn't want to go out. Yi Mei squatted in front of her. Little sister, we're all going out to play. Don't you want to go out with your sisters? Yi Zhu hugged her teddy bear in the corner of the sofa, silent. Since returning from the hospital that day, she seemed to have regressed overnight. Even her symptoms of autism were more severe than before. She might have said a word or two before, but now she didn't even want to speak. Yi Mei looked at her, feeling distressed. But we all want to go out, little sister. Do you really want to stay at home alone? Yi Zhu held the teddy bear, with no response. Yi Zhu was only 3 years old at the time and didn't quite understand Yi Zhu's emotions. She only knew that her sister had said they were going out to play today, but now they weren't leaving. Yi Zhu got angry and pulled Yi Mei's hand. Sister, let's go out. I want to go out. Yi Mei had no choice but to say, then, little sister, you stay at home alone, okay? Yi Zhu held the teddy bear's hand, still not answering. Yi Mei sighed. Okay, let's go out, sisters. Just as the 3 sisters were about to leave, Yi Chen came out of the room. He heard what the sisters had said and looked at Yi Zhu. She was still playing with the teddy bear, seemingly unresponsive. But in reality, playing with the teddy bear was already a sign of her feeling lost and scared. Today is Children's Day. It would be good for Yi Zhu to go out and walk around. And he had a plan. Yi Chen walked to the hall. Let me see who's left alone here. Perfect. I still have a lot of things to do today. Since you're at home, let's finish those tasks together. Before Yi Zhu could react, Yi Mei rushed over to defend her. Who do you think you are to order my sister around? Yi Chen. Don't be too much. Yi Chen poured a glass of water. Don't forget whose house you're living in. It's only natural for you to do some work. Yilan quickly ran to Yi Zhu. Little sister, do you really want to stay in the same house as this devil? Yi Zhu finally reacted, shaking her head vigorously. The shadow that Yi Chen had cast on her that day was too great, and her older sister often whispered in her ear, "Stay away from Yi Chen. He's a scumbag." Seeing her shake her head, Yilan immediately said, "Then come with us to the children's playground." Yi Zhu glanced at Yi Chen, and after meeting his gaze, she immediately shrank back, looked back at Yilan, and nodded. In the end, all 4 sisters went out together. Yi Chen drank the water he had just poured and felt a chill in his stomach, but he didn't mind and breathed a sigh of relief. It's good to go out. What does Yi Chen's last sentence mean? What does it mean to go out and be good? I feel a conspiracy. The goddess needs to be careful. Damn. Yi Chen has the smell of a major villain. The audience in the live broadcast room has already imagined countless unreasonable things that Yi Chen wants to do. In the memory, the 4 sisters have already arrived at the children's park. The crowd is surging. Yi Zhu tightly grasps Yi Mei's clothes, her eyes full of fear. If it weren't for the fact that most of the people around were children, she would probably have turned and run away by now. Yi Mei comforts her. Don't be afraid, little sister. Sister will always be by your side. The 4 sisters walk into the children's park, unaware that someone is following them from behind. It's Yi Chen. Yi Chen has been paying attention to Yi Zhu's mental state. Although she looks very pale, she probably knows that there are only children around and won't pose much of a threat to her, so she can still maintain a relatively balanced state. But this can't go on. Fortunately, she has already figured out a solution. The four girls played in the amusement park for a while, and finally felt tired, so they found a leisure chair to sit and rest. Yi Ju and Yi Lan went to the restroom, leaving only Yi Mei and Yi Zhu. Yi Mei spotted an ice cream shop ahead and wanted to go buy ice cream. She originally wanted to take Yi Zhu with her, but when Yi Zhu saw the long line, she already felt hesitant. She'd rather sit here. Yi Mei glanced at the distance to the ice cream shop, not very far, just a few tens of meters. Little sister, you sit here nicely. Yi Mei repeatedly urged, if anything happens, call sister quickly, sister will be right here. Yi Zhu obediently nodded. Yi Mei really felt at ease leaving her alone here, and went to join the queue. She would occasionally look back to check on Yi Zhu, to see if she was sitting there properly. Although Yi Zhu was very scared, the little bear in her arms gave her courage. She sat quietly, not making a fuss. Hiding behind the bear, she discreetly observed the pedestrians on the road. A voice belonging to a young and clear tone sounded, "Little friend, can I sit next to you?" A human-shaped teddy bear appeared in front of her. If it were someone else, Yi Zhu would definitely be startled and run away immediately. But in front of her was a teddy bear. And Yi Zhu looked down at the teddy bear in her arms. It was exactly the same. It looked like it had been proportionally enlarged. A sense of familiarity washed over her. Not only did Yi Zhu not feel scared, but she also felt incredibly curious. Yi Chen, hidden inside the teddy bear mask, saw her curiosity. "Do you want to touch it?" Yi Zhu didn't want to respond at first, but couldn't help it and nodded. Yi Chen reached out his furry hand. "You can try touching it." Yi Zhu gently touched it, then quickly withdrew her hand, looking amazed. This touch felt exactly the same as her own teddy bear. Yi Chen got straight to the point. "Little friend, why are you sitting here alone? Is it because you're scared? You don't dare to play with everyone else?" Yi Zhu remained silent. Yi Chen said, "Little friend, do you believe that I can do magic? I know, you're afraid of being too close to people, and you're also afraid of talking to others, right?" Like performing magic, Yi Chen produced a teddy bear mask. "Look, what's this? If you're afraid, will it feel better to take on someone else's identity? For example, hiding under this teddy bear mask, no one will know who you are. In this way, won't you be less afraid?" Yi Zhu looked at the teddy bear mask in front of her, silent. "Wear it and pretend to be someone else." Yi Chen saw her curiosity and emphasized, "You can try it." Yi Zhu really put on the teddy bear mask. Yi Chen said, "Now, you become the teddy bear, you have to speak as the teddy bear." This is what Yi Chen thought of, perhaps a way to improve Yi Zhu's symptoms. Because he noticed that every time he criticized a TV show, Yi Zhu would be very focused. And the expression on her face also subconsciously imitated the people in the TV drama. Yi Chen was thinking, could he make Yi Zhu feel like she was playing another person? In this way, her attention would be focused on the person she was playing, and she wouldn't keep thinking about being afraid. But this was just a sudden idea from Yi Chen. He didn't really know if it would work, but regardless of whether it worked or not, he had to try it to find out. Yi Zhu tilted her head. Did she turn into a little bear? How could that be? She was still herself. Just then, a child passing by pointed at Yi Chen and Yi Zhu, holding his mother's hand. "Mom, look, it's a little bear." Yi Chen timely spoke up. "In the eyes of others, you are a little bear. A little bear is brave and lively. It's not afraid of people, and it's not afraid to talk to people. Do you want to be a brave and lively little bear?" Yi Zhu reached out and touched the little bear mask. Did she become a little bear now? When Yi Zhu snapped out of her contemplation, she found that the little bear doll was gone. Yi Mei came back with 2 ice creams. She was puzzled. "Sister, why do you have a mask on your face?" Yi Zhu didn't answer immediately. Yi Mei, who was obviously used to it, didn't want to continue asking, and instead handed her the ice cream. "Sister, have some ice cream." Yi Zhu didn't take it. Little bears don't eat ice cream. Yi Mei was at a loss for a moment, not knowing whether to be shocked that Yi Zhu spoke or what she meant by her words. "Huh? Studio." Yi Zhu looked at the long-lost memory on the screen. A hint of nostalgia appeared on her face. There was also a hint of gratitude in her words. Perhaps when everyone sees this, they will feel puzzled or confused. What does this memory have to do with my desire to become an actress? Let me tell you, it was because of this experience that I gradually emerged from autism. This little bear doll told me a very important thing at the time, that if I was afraid, I could try to put myself in another role. Like he said at first, a brave and lively little bear. And later, I tried it. And at that time, I successfully had a vague concept of acting and developed an interest. Maybe at the time of the experience, it didn't feel like much. But once the results came out, looking back at the process, Yizhu could see that if it wasn't for this method, she might not have emerged from autism so quickly. The host was surprised. Did Zhu Goddess emerge from autism like this? This is really unexpected. Yizhu smiled softly. A sweet smile appeared on the face of the first love goddess. I think if I hadn't experienced it myself, no matter who told me that this method could treat autism, I would have thought it was a fantasy. But I really emerged because of this. There are many strange things in the world that have not been explored by humans. We cannot assume that they should not exist just because we have not experienced them. The host applauded. Zhu Goddess said it very well. Indeed, there are many unsolved mysteries in this world, and not every unsolved mystery can be solved. Yizhu looked at the big screen, a strong sense of nostalgia between her brows and eyes. I am really grateful to this little bear doll. If it wasn't for him, I don't know how long I would have stayed in that dark world. Later, I tried to find him, but it was really difficult. Because that day was Children's Day, and it had been so long, so there were too many people moving around. It's as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack to find him. Yizhu looked a little desolate. She really wanted to find him. Thankful for this person, who lent a helping hand in her darkest times. Like a beam of light, like a sharp sword, cutting through the thick darkness, allowing her sky to have a light to shine in. However, at this moment in the live broadcast room, it was different from her sentimental and nostalgic scene. I have a bad feeling. From my experience of being slapped so many times, the person under the bear puppet mask is very likely to be Yi Chen. No way, no way. Don't mess with my mind like this. Even I, a fickle person, am about to break my back as a fence sitter. Yi Chen is really persistent, right? I don't believe it. I'm going to eat sh*t on live if it's really Yi Chen. Clearly wanting to eat sh*t, but insisting on finding a reason for yourself, making it difficult for you. Rational discussion. Doesn't the height of this bear puppet person resemble Yi Chen's? The one who was ready to eat sh*t earlier. Get ready for the live broadcast. Yi Lan saw all kinds of comments on the barrage. Her heart was pounding. Is it possible? Is it possible that the person under the puppet is Yi Chen? She thought so in her heart, and couldn't help but start asking, Sister, if that person is Yi Yun. Yi Lan hadn't finished speaking, and Yizhu directly interrupted. Absolutely impossible. Why would Yi Chen do this? Before we left, he even wanted to instruct me to do all kinds of things. How could he do this? Yizhu also stood on Yizhu's side. Third sister is right. Yi Chen has no reason to do this. Yi Lan calmly analyzed, but the height of the puppet person is definitely not that of an adult. It's more likely to be a child. And Yi Chen came with us. He even said finally going out. Although Yizhu was very weak, her tone was firm, but his voice is nothing like Yi Chen's. The voice of the bear puppet is not at all like Yi Chen's. Yi Lan added lightly, Yi Chen can do voice acting. Seeing the three sisters about to argue again, the host quickly spoke up, maybe we'll know when we continue watching. If it really is Yi Chen, there will always be traces. On the big screen, the children's park was still crowded. The protagonist was not the four sisters, but a small bear puppet. Many children saw the bear puppet and rushed forward to hug it. He didn't mind, letting the children play with him. He even did magic tricks for the children, making them laugh. There were many children in the children's park, and this bear puppet was forced to perform all the time. Until almost all the children had left, he continued on his way to a secluded and uninhabited corner. He reached out and took off the headgear. The heavy headgear was removed, revealing his flushed cheeks and already soaked hair. In that innocent face, there was a determined and bright look. Who else could it be if not Yi Chen? He wiped the sweat off his face and exhaled a breath of hot air. In this sweltering weather, wearing such a thick puppet costume was really unbearable. Yi Chen almost thought he was going to have a heatstroke several times. He quickly took off the specially made bear puppet costume. The cool breeze blew in. Yi Chen couldn't help but smile. He was already soaked in sweat. It could be said that he looked like he had just been pulled out of the water. Yi Chen put the puppet costume in a large black bag, made sure nothing could be seen from the outside, and then carried it home. Look, everyone, I told you, it's Yi Chen. Who was the brother or sister who just said they wanted to eat sh*t on live? Hurry up and tell me the live broadcast number. Yi Chen is really everywhere. Everything he does is for Yizhu. Oh my, it's so hot and he's been wearing that mascot costume for so long. I think he's about to pass out. I'm a fan of the bamboo goddess, and now I'm in a panic. Which side should I stand on? The netizens in the live broadcast room were bewildered by the repeated embarrassment. Some were cheering wildly, mentioning the person who had just said eat shit in the live broadcast. This scene also fell into the eyes of the three sisters. Yi Lan had already anticipated this, so when the result of this matter actually appeared, she felt a hint of pleasure surging in her heart. It's really Yi Chen. He really did it for his younger sister. At the same time, what made Yi Lan's heart beat faster was that when Yi Chen was wearing the mascot costume, his voice was different from his usual voice. In other words, it was clear that Yi Chen could do voice acting, but now it was proven that Yi Chen could indeed impersonate someone else. When this thought was completely confirmed, the waves in Yi Lan's heart were indescribable. Is the clown really Yi Chen? There is already too much evidence pointing in that direction. But Yi Lan still couldn't bring herself to truly believe it, because once she admitted that the two people were the same person, it would mean that she liked Yi Chen. This was a fact that Yi Lan absolutely could not accept at the moment. On the other hand, Yi Zhu was equally incredulous. Why? Why is it really Yi Chen? Just a second ago, she had said that it couldn't possibly be Yi Chen. Now she was being proven wrong. She really wanted to say that this memory was fabricated, but she couldn't. On the screen, all four sisters had returned home. When they opened the door, they found that no one was home. But obviously, they didn't care about this matter. It's better that Yi Chen isn't here. They didn't want to see him at all. It's unclear how much time had passed. The sky outside had already turned dark. The four sisters' stomachs were growling, and finally they heard the sound of the door lock turning outside. It was Yi Chen. Yi Chen had returned. The flush on his face had subsided, but he looked somewhat pale. He was carrying a large black package, and they didn't know what was inside. As soon as Yi Mei saw him, she immediately questioned, "Why did it take you so long to come back? We're about to starve, don't you know?" Yi Chen suppressed the pain in his stomach and replied indifferently, "There's food in the fridge." Yi Mei put her hands on her hips and glared at him. "You want us to eat leftovers?" Yi Chen said, "Then don't eat." Yi Chen couldn't bear the pain in his stomach. Because he didn't want to be found out, he hastily left these words and went back to his room, leaving Yi Mei standing there angrily puffing her cheeks. Yi Zhu still wore the teddy bear mask and spoke softly, "Sister, let's heat up the food ourselves." Yi Mei was still very angry. Who does Yi Chen think he is? Taking care of us is his responsibility. Taking our money, this is how he treats us. As Yi Mei spoke, her eyes turned red. She missed her parents. Yi Chen, the big villain, taking their parents' money, but not taking care of them properly, often making them eat leftovers and always making them do chores. But Yi Mei didn't cry for long, because there were 3 other sisters waiting to be fed. She could only muster the strength to go to the fridge and heat up the food. Meanwhile, in the room, the black package containing the mascot costume was stuffed under the bed by Yi Chen. His face was pale as he held his stomach. Cold sweat had already formed on his forehead. What's going on? Why is it so painful? Could it be because of the glass of cold water he drank this morning? Yi Chen shivered all over, feeling a strong urge to vomit. He curled up in his blanket, closing his eyes and enduring the pain. Darkness enveloped his room. His pale face was the only bright spot in the darkness. And outside the hall, the 4 sisters have already heated up the meal that Yi Chen cooked in the morning and started eating. The meal was filled with fragrance. They had smiles on their faces, talking about various interesting things that happened in the children's park today. Laughter filled the entire hall. The barrage in the live broadcast room fell silent. It wasn't until a long time later that someone spoke up. I remembered the scene of Yi Chen vomiting blood in the kitchen. From this point of view, he should have had stomach problems since then, right? Yi Chen silently endured the pain alone, while the 4 sisters who touted themselves as goddesses were eating the meal he cooked, showing no concern for his well-being. Please, let me be reborn. Let me be Yi Chen's sister. I will definitely not be like those 4 hypocrites. I will treat Yi Chen well. Damn it. It's all damn. I cried half to death in my bed. My mom came in with a kitchen knife and asked me what was wrong. She almost thought I had a broken heart. Don't talk about whitewashing Yi Chen anymore. Yi Chen never needs whitewashing, because he is white himself. These 4 hypocritical sisters really make me furious. How did their IQ reach such a high level? I reasonably suspect that Yi Chen raised them up. In the studio, there was a dead silence. Yi Lan looked at the screen and was speechless. Yi Chen, was he really enduring the stomach pain at that time? But none of them noticed it at that time. Not only did they not notice, they even enjoyed everything he did without guilt, and then came to belittle him. How could she have been so shameless before? Yi Zhu was also unable to speak. She couldn't refute the truth of this memory. It was because she did remember Yi Chen coming back with a black bag. This was something that appeared in her memory. The program team did not fabricate it. So at that time, Yi Chen's tone was so bad, making them do the work themselves. What if Yi Chen didn't have stomach pain? Yi Zhu couldn't help but recall that every time she came back, she would see Yi Chen busy in the kitchen. But at that time, they always subconsciously ignored it. Or maybe they didn't take it seriously at all. They all listened to the eldest sister. They thought it was what Yi Chen should do. After all, he took all their money. Looking back now, what did they all do back then? Among the three sisters, Yi Ju was the calmest. She looked coldly at the screen, with no emotional response. She even felt like laughing a little. So now, everything Yi Chen does is with ulterior motives. It's a last resort. And they, the four sisters, are like fools, mentally challenged, and hypocritical. They can't see Yi Chen's kindness to them. They even want to bite back. This program is really interesting. I wonder who is behind the scenes planning all this. They actually came up with a way to ruin the reputation of the four sisters. The planners behind the scenes are really capable. They can fabricate these memories so realistically. If she hadn't experienced those dark days, she might have believed it all. Seeing the three sisters regretting what they did to Yi Chen one after another, Yi Ju was so angry that she almost bit her gums to pieces. This is the purpose of the program team, right? They've achieved it. The ratings outside must be very good now. Yi Ju couldn't hold it in any longer. Third sister, do you believe him now? What about after that? After that, you believed what he did, and he must have had ulterior motives, right? Yi Ju fell into silence. She didn't know. She was always the most indecisive among the four sisters. Yi Ju reminded her, third sister, don't forget. He locked you in the room, no matter how you cried and begged, he wouldn't let you out. Host, that's right, Goddess Shu. Didn't you say Yi Chen locked you in the room? You must not forget this. Yi Ju finally spoke. I haven't forgotten. I haven't forgotten how he locked me in the room and wouldn't let me act. Nor have I forgotten how he constantly belittled and ridiculed me. I haven't forgotten, and I won't forget. The host coaxed. Do you remember what specifically happened at that time, Goddess? Yi Ju slowly exhaled. Of course. Where should I start? Let's start from when he belittled my acting skills. Yi Ju's memories were pulled back to a distant past. At that time, I had finally begun to emerge from the shadow of autism, able to communicate normally with people and developed an interest in acting. But at that time, Yi Chen was always there, mocking and belittling me, to satisfy his twisted pleasure. On the big screen, memories began to be extracted and played. It had been half a year since the last Children's Day. Yi Ju was almost 6 years old. Compared to before, her autism had improved significantly. She was no longer afraid to speak to others, and could express herself. Her personality had also returned to its previous liveliness. Another change in Yi Ju now was that she no longer just watched SpongeBob catching jellyfish, but also watched TV dramas of all genres and even imitated the characters while watching. When Yi Chen walked out of the kitchen, he saw Yi Ju staring at the TV, imitating the expression of the female lead. If the acting of the female lead in the TV show could reach a level of 60, then Yi Ju could only reach 30. It was just too stiff. Third sister seemed very interested in acting. If that was the case, maybe she could pursue this path in the future. However, the entertainment industry was too deep, and the darkness within it was too intense. Perhaps something needed to be done to pave the way for third sister's future. But now, the more important thing was to correct third sister's acting. Yi Chen had already thought of a method. He leaned against the sofa and said, "Why is your face twitching like that? Are you having a seizure?" Yi Ju had been focused on imitating the expressions of the people on TV. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, her expression froze. She glared at Yi Chen with anger, suppressing her emotions and ignoring him. She didn't want to engage with Yi Chen, but he wanted to engage with her. What, did I hit the nail on the head? Are you getting angry because you're embarrassed? Yi Ju finally couldn't sit still. What I'm doing has nothing to do with you. Yi Chen said, how does it have nothing to do with me? Your face twitching like that, I'm starting to suspect if you're sick. If you suddenly pass out, I'll have to take you to the hospital. Otherwise, what if your sisters accuse me of murder? Seeing Yi Ju's face getting darker, Yi Chen didn't continue to provoke her. Instead, he said, go look at yourself in the mirror. The angry expression on your face now is much more vivid than the twitching expression just now. With that, Yi Chen left Yi Ju some time to digest, and turned back to the kitchen. Yi Ju was so angry that her face turned red. It had been a long time since she had been this angry. When she calmed down, a sudden flash of insight crossed her mind. Look in the mirror? Yes. What use was it to practice like this? She couldn't see the expressions on her face at all. She didn't know what effect she was achieving. Yi Ju's eyes sparkled as she quickly ran into the room and brought out a mirror. She repeated the expression she had just imitated in front of the mirror. Then she saw her face twitching, just as Yi Chen had said. It was like her face was convulsing, about to faint the next second. Yi Ju. She simulated the expression she had just made when she was angry. This time, the expression on her face was more vivid than before. Yi Ju seemed to understand something. So, it's not just about imitation, but also about investing one's own emotions. After Yizhu understood this, she made a decision in her heart. From now on, she would make faces in front of the mirror. I always feel that this part of the plot is a bit strange. Is Yichen scolding Yizhu, or does he have another purpose? What other purpose? He is scolding the goddess Shu and even cursing her to death. Why do I feel like he is deliberately saying this, just to make Yizhu change? No way, no way. Can such nonsense be said just to whitewash Yichen? Whitewashing Yichen, then in the future, if I scold you, you must not get angry. I'm doing this for your own good. Who is Yichen trying to disgust with his brush? Are these whitewashing methods so speechless and choking now? Don't panic if you're called a retard, I'm just expressing my love for you. Don't panic even if you're hit, this is my way of expressing my love for you. Sooner or later, the fans of the goddess Shu will laugh to death. The barrage in the live broadcast room was as chaotic as usual. In the recording studio, Yizhu watched this memory again and was still very angry. Everyone saw it. This is just Yichen's usual operation of belittling us. This is all considered bad. He still has a lot of over-the-top words that haven't been completely released. Yizhu echoed Yizhu, third sister is right. When I started to remember things, I also remembered that the thing Yichen liked to do the most was to belittle me and third sister. How old were they at that time? It is said that what children need most is encouragement, not criticism. Otherwise, their mentality will collapse. But at their age, they received the most criticism and sarcasm. There has never been any praise. There has never been any agreement. They have walked through so many years from those dark days. Their confidence has not been completely crushed by Yichen, nor have they ever had the idea of suicide, wanting to jump from the building to end it all. This is already their incredibly strong and firm belief. The host seemed to empathize. The goddesses must have been very sad at that time, right? Yizhu smiled lightly. With a bitter smile, how could we not be sad? If someone constantly undermines you day after day, year after year, can you still look at the world with an optimistic attitude? Yizhu also angrily echoed, third sister is right. So, compared to the painful 18 years we have spent, what does Yichen's actions amount to? Is his stomach ache caused by us? It's ridiculous. He brought it upon himself. Can't he go to the hospital by himself? Making such a pitiful look, who does he want to deceive? The fans of the four women in the live broadcast room also agreed. What Zhu Goddess said is right. What does he want to do by making that look? If he's sick, can't he go to the hospital himself? Yeah, being sick is not a big deal. Can being sick allow you to kill people without breaking the law? If I'm sick, you better not provoke me. Otherwise, I'll sue you. Yichen, if you're sick, go to the hospital quickly, don't die at home. Bad luck. Yilan didn't want to speak at first. But when she saw these dirty and foul words in the barrage, she couldn't hold back. I hope that some of the viewers watching the program don't curse too dirty. And you, little sister. No matter what, he ultimately gave us a place to stay. Yizhu sneered, a place to stay bought with my parents' house? Then I really have to thank him. Second sister, what's wrong with you? You've been speaking up for Yichen since just now. You don't really think he's a clown, do you? Yilan suddenly fell silent. In the hospital room, Yichen watched the live broadcast in silence. Fortunately, his silence did not last long and was interrupted by someone. The hospital room door was knocked. It was Zheng Ming. Cough, 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 you're back? Zheng Ming walked silently to his side and said, I have already taken care of the matter you asked me to handle. Yichen, enduring the pain in his stomach, smiled gently and asked, have you retrieved the diary? No. Has it been opened? Zheng Ming took the diary out of his briefcase and handed it to him directly. No, he replied. Yichen took the diary and saw that the lock was still intact, which relieved him. He had forgotten the diary when he left, but fortunately, it hadn't caused any major problems. Zheng Ming pulled up a chair and sat down beside him. What exactly is written in this diary that makes it so important to you? Yichen lightly touched the diary cover and replied, it's nothing, really. Just some. Cough, cough. Yichen skillfully turned the lock. 723. Yi Mei's birthday. He opened the diary and saw the faded words on the pages. Plans for their future and how to nurture them. At that time, the four sisters were so young, and naturally, he had to plan for their future. So the entire diary was filled with details of what the four sisters would do in the future and how he would nurture them. It was just these trivial matters. Zheng Ming leaned in curiously and saw the contents. His expression suddenly stiffened. You actually wrote these. The plans and nurturing strategies inside were incredibly detailed. Yichen had thought through every hardship each path would entail and had already devised solutions. Zheng Ming was shocked to see what was written. He had watched the live broadcast at the time and knew exactly when the diary first appeared, when Yi Chen was 9 years old. He was only 9 at the time. How could he have already conceived such complex and extensive plans? What had he given up for those 4 sisters? Zheng Ming's voice trembled as he asked, why? Why can't Yi Mei find out about the contents of this diary? Yi Chen slowly closed the diary. When I was making this plan, I had already set my own ending. Cough. Cough. Now, I'm just following the inevitable ending. The ending is set, so why bother changing it? Zheng Ming felt a surge of frustration in his chest, making it hard for him to breathe. But I think it's not worth it. Yi Chen, do you understand? This is not worth it. Yi Chen remains silent. Worth or not worth it? It's not about what others say, but about what one feels inside. A fish cannot know the joy of a fish. Seeing Yi Chen like this, Zheng Ming was furious. You are really stubborn. You say that God gave you such great talent. How could he give you such a stubborn mind? Zheng Ming wanted to continue scolding, but his phone in his pocket rang. He had to suppress his anger and answer the call. Hello. The person on the other end said something, and Zhang Ming's expression gradually became serious. I understand. Stop her, don't let her come here. He hung up the phone. Yi Chen seemed to have anticipated it. Is Mei investigating you? Zhang Ming didn't beat around the bush. Yes, she's starting to investigate me. After all, he had taken the diary. No matter how foolish Yi Mei was, she wouldn't fail to make that connection, so it was natural for her to investigate him. He just hoped that Yi Mei wouldn't uncover his plans too quickly. In the studio, Yilan fell silent and stopped speaking. Yi Ju also didn't show any joy after winning the argument, but instead became increasingly angry. Continue playing the memories. I want to see if Yi Chen had any secrets when he locked my 3rd sister in the room. The host quickly spoke. Let's continue watching. Yi Ju is 7 years old now. Compared to before, she no longer shows any signs of having had autism. As for her acting, which was previously rated 30 points by Yi Chen, it has now reached a passing grade. Yi Ju has a cute and sweet appearance, with soft, straight, long hair and a straight bangs that accentuates her loveliness. Every time she goes out wearing a little princess dress, she attracts praise and admiration from passers-by, as if a celebrity is out with a child for a variety show. At the same time, Yi Ju has also started attending elementary school. Despite being in 1st grade, her reputation precedes her due to her cuteness. Even the older students know about the adorable girl in 1st grade. During the school's anniversary celebration, Yi Ju was selected to participate in the children's play Little Princess, in which she played the role of a princess. On the day of the anniversary celebration, Yi Chen went to watch. He arrived early and secured a good spot. After a while, many parents also arrived, and the surroundings became lively and noisy. Yi Ju's performance was scheduled in the middle. Yi Chen waited for nearly half an hour before finally seeing her. Yi Ju appeared on stage wearing a beautiful pink princess dress and a crown on her head. As soon as she appeared, Yi Chen heard the parents next to him exclaiming in amazement. When she started reciting her lines crisply, the parents' praises became even more abundant. Wow, this little girl is so cute. Her acting is really good. She's so immersive. Her appearance. She's definitely a princess. Yi Chen looked around at the crowd, feeling proud as he heard these words. This was his sister. Just as he shifted his gaze back to focus on Yi Ju's performance, he caught a glimpse of a pair of eyes filled with greed and desire. Yi Chen furrowed his brow slightly and looked at the man's profile. When the man realized he had been noticed, he quickly averted his gaze, pretending as if nothing had happened. However, a bad premonition inexplicably surfaced in Yi Chen's mind. In the studio, Yi Ju saw this scene again, looking somewhat shy and embarrassed. This could be considered my first time performing on stage. I was very naive at the time. I made everyone laugh. The host quickly interjected, No. Besides, Goddess Zhu was only 7 years old at the time. It's natural for her acting to be naive. The barrage in the live broadcast room also echoed the sentiment. Yi Ju smiled gently and continued, It was because of this performance experience that my teacher told me a big director had taken notice of me and wanted me to act in his movie. The host immediately caught on. This was Goddess Zhu's first audition, right? But she was locked in a room by Yi Chen. Yi Ju nodded heavily. Yes, that's right. I really don't understand. I've already told him that I like acting, so why did he still lock me up? The fans in the live broadcast room had their own opinions. It's simple, Yi Chen just doesn't want Goddess Zhu to become popular. He definitely wants to continue controlling Goddess Zhu. Yi Chen is really going all out to hold back Goddess Zhu. On the screen, Yi Ju's performance had ended, and the audience erupted in applause. Yi Chen also joined in clapping. However, he noticed that the man had left the audience seats midway through the applause. It took nearly 10 minutes for him to return. When he came back, he wore a smug smile on his face. A growing sense of unease filled Yi Chen's heart. He felt that something was about to happen. Furrowing his brow, he suppressed his thoughts, hoping that nothing would actually happen. On the other side, not long after Yi Zhu came down from the stage, Zhang Dan called her over. "Zhu, come here." Yi Zhu ran over. "Teacher." Zhang Dan patted her head and smiled kindly. "You did a great job in your performance just now. Not only the teacher, but many people also like her a lot. Did you hear the applause from the audience below?" Yi Zhu nodded with a blushing face. "I heard it." She shyly touched her head. "Actually, I didn't act very well." Zhang Dan immediately retorted. "That's not true." Her smile became even more kind. "The teacher saw your composition, where you wrote that your dream is to become an actress?" Yi Zhu looked even more shy. This was indeed her dream. But she was curious, why did the teacher suddenly bring this up? Zhang Dan said, "Let me ask you first, do you know what an actress means?" Yi Zhu nodded without hesitation. "Of course I know. An actress is the person on TV who brings joy and smiles to everyone." "Ha, what you said is not wrong." The teacher took a big detour and finally got to the point. "Actually, the teacher knows an uncle who is making movies, and that uncle told me that he has noticed you and wants you to be the leading actress in his movie. Xiao Zhu, this is a rare opportunity. Do you want to participate?" Yi Zhu looked at the person in front of her in shock. The light in Zhang Dan's eyes was obscure, and her smile was meaningful. But at that time, Yi Zhu couldn't understand these complex emotions. She only knew that she was very happy at that moment and immediately answered with a smile, "Of course I want to." "That's good." Zhang Dan smiled even more gently. "Then wait for my message after you go home. My friend informed me, should I let you go for an interview?" Zhang Dan explained specially, fearing that Yi Zhu might not understand what an interview meant. Yi Zhu nodded vaguely. Zhang Dan patted her head again. "All right, go and remove your makeup." Yi Zhu said, "Goodbye, teacher." Zhang Dan looked at her back with deep eyes, then sighed heavily. The audience in the live broadcast room was very puzzled. This sigh seems a bit strange. Why do I suddenly smell a conspiracy? Me too. I feel like Zhang Dan has some big conspiracy. What happened later? Hurry up and continue the broadcast. On the big screen, the four sisters had already returned home. Yi Mei happily held Yi Zhu's hand. "Little sister, your performance this time was really good. Many people in our class are praising you." Yilan also spoke. "Yes, little sister. You don't know, when you were performing, many people around were saying how great you were." Yi Zhu raised two thumbs. "Little sister is the best." Being praised like this, Yi Zhu felt very embarrassed. "It's nothing, actually I didn't act very well," she said seriously. "There are many sisters who are better at acting than me." Yi Mei knew she was referring to those big stars in movies. "Little sister is different from them. They are all big stars who study acting, and you are still young. When you reach their age, you will definitely surpass them." Yi Chen happened to return home at this time. As soon as he pushed the door open, he heard Yi Mei's words. "How are they different? Do they have more eyes or an extra hand? If you can't compare to others, is using their age as a reason and excuse to deceive yourself? This kind of mentality is unacceptable. One cannot always find reasons to deceive oneself." Although this may seem very strict, if a person does not have strict requirements for themselves, they will just go with the flow. In the end, they will gradually become like everyone else. But what Yi Chen wanted was not for the four sisters to become ordinary people. He wanted them to be among the few, those who can stand on various TV shows and programs, and influence many people. Yi Mei rolled her eyes directly. "Why are you here again? What does it have to do with you?" Yi Chen smiled lightly. "What's wrong? Can't accept someone speaking the truth? Where did I say anything wrong?" Yi Zhu has been angered. She stood up and glared fiercely at Yi Chen. "Who says I'm not as good as them? I can act better than any of them." Yilan cheered her on from the side. That's right. Third sister, you're the best." Yi Mei looked smugly at Yi Chen. "I bet you didn't know, did you? My third sister has already been noticed by a director. She's going to film soon, as the leading lady. So what right do you have to belittle my sister?" Yi Chen's eyes narrowed. "What did you just say?" Yi Mei sneered. "What, are you deaf? Can't hear clearly? I said my third sister is going to film soon, and as the leading lady. How about that? Are you envious? Jealous? You can't even compare to my third sister's little finger. You're just a pile of useless mud." Yi Chen's focus was not on Yi Mei's insults at all. It was on her words. Yi Zhu is going to film, and as the leading lady. Thinking back to what she had just heard, Yi Chen's face darkened directly. "Absolutely not." Before Yi Zhu could speak, Yi Mei rolled her eyes. "Absolutely not? Who do you think you are? You say it's not allowed, so it's not allowed? Yi Chen, don't give yourself airs. You really think you're something." Yi Mei didn't want to continue talking to him at all. Sisters, let's go, don't bother with him. Yi Chen stopped them. When are you going to film? Yi Zhu ignored him directly. What's it to you? The four sisters all returned to their rooms, leaving Yi Chen standing in the hall with a dark expression. I will definitely stop you. Little sister, do you know, that's a hell. Fans finally found something to mock. This Yi Chen is really a bad person. He just wants to stop Zhu Goddess from rising. Did the people who have been whitewashing him see this? This is the scum you want to whitewash. He's about to show his true colors. Yi Chen is so mean to the goddesses. No wonder the goddesses have such a bad impression of him. Heartbroken for the goddess. In the studio, Yi Zhu seemed to have caught Yi Chen's sore spot and couldn't help but mock him. Everyone saw it. Yi Chen just can't see my third sister in a good light. With scum like him, do you really think he'll change for the better? Yi Zhu also sighed deeply in disappointment. Yi Chen, if you really did so much to treat my autism before, why do you have to stop me from realizing my dream now? The screen on the big screen continued. Yi Zhu learned about the interview time and place from Zhang Dan. She felt a little scared and nervous inside. Teacher Zhang, won't you accompany me? Zhang Dan was taken aback and smiled uncomfortably. I won't go, I still have class. Teacher believes in you, you can do it on your own. Yi Zhu was still afraid, but she took a deep breath and gathered her courage. Yes, I can definitely do it. Zhang Dan patted her head, moved her lips as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she closed her mouth. Then remember to go to the place I gave you tomorrow afternoon. Yi Zhu nodded repeatedly. Zhang Dan turned and left, leaving Yi Zhu extremely excited and thrilled. When she ran back home, she kept muttering to herself, I must give a good impression to the director tomorrow. Yi Zhu, don't be nervous. You will definitely succeed. Yi Zhu cheered herself on, but when she wanted to enter the room, her steps suddenly stopped. She saw Yi Chen standing in front of her. A strong sense of foreboding surged in Yi Zhu's heart. She looked at him warily. Yi Chen, what are you doing here? Yi Chen's expression was hidden in the darkness, and no one could see it clearly. Yi Zhu remained on guard, but she didn't expect Yi Chen to just look at her quietly and then turn and leave. Yi Zhu frowned. Strange. Forget it, I don't want to bother with him. I have to prepare myself well to face tomorrow's interview. Thinking of this, Yi Zhu was full of motivation. She would definitely leave a good impression on the director and then get the role. Yi Zhu was too excited and didn't fall asleep until almost dawn. When she woke up, she found herself alone in the room. The open window outside was dark, as if a storm was coming. However, Yi Zhu didn't mind. She got out of bed and prepared to leave the room to freshen up. Yi Zhu put her hand on the door handle and pushed down. Nothing happened. Yi Zhu was stunned for a moment, but she didn't pay it any mind and tried turning it a few more times. However, the door still showed no sign of opening. Suddenly, a bad thought surged in Yi Zhu's mind. Is the door locked? Yi Zhu struggled to turn it, but the door remained unmoved. She could feel that the door was locked. How could the door be locked? Sister, fourth sister, are you out there? There was no response. Yi Zhu's unease grew. Suddenly, she remembered a person. Yi Chen. It must be him. She thought he had let the matter go yesterday by not speaking, but she didn't expect Yi Chen to be waiting for her in this place. Yi Chen, are you outside? Did you lock the door from the outside? Yi Chen, open it for me. However, no matter how loudly Yi Zhu shouted in the room, there was still no response from outside. She didn't know how long had passed. The sky outside was getting darker, and it looked like it was about to rain. Yi Zhu ran to the window and looked at the dark clouds outside, feeling a bit panicked. Bang! A loud thunderclap exploded in the sky. Yi Zhu shuddered all over. Although she had already overcome autism, she was still very afraid of this kind of weather. Yi Zhu gasped for breath and ran to the front door, pounding on it. Yi Chen, are you outside? Open the door for me. Crack! A lightning bolt exploded directly in the sky, illuminating the dim room for a moment. Yi Zhu's heart trembled. As if to make her even more scared, the thunder and lightning outside became more and more intense. Then, a torrential rain began to pour down. The large raindrops hit the window, making a loud noise. Yi Zhu was scared. She desperately knocked on the door. Yi Chen, are you outside? Open the door for me, please. Yi Zhu's eyes were red, and her young face showed fear. Yi Chen. Yi Zhu crouched on the ground, hugging herself in fear. Could it be that Yi Chen had really abandoned her here alone? Yi Chen. Yi Chen. Stop knocking on the door. Just as Yi Zhu angrily called Yi Chen's name in her heart, a voice finally came from outside. It was Yi Chen's voice. A glimmer of hope lit up in Yi Zhu's eyes, and she got up from the ground. She pounded on the door with all her might. Yi Chen, you are really outside. Open the door for me. Yi Chen's cold voice came from outside. Give up, I won't open this door for you. Yi Zhu didn't understand. Why? Why are you doing this? Yi Chen said, didn't I tell you? I won't let you go to the interview. Yi Zhu angrily kicked the door. Yi Chen, who do you think you are to me? Who gave you the right to control my life? Yi Chen stood outside the door, also without turning on the light. The dim light accentuated his thin face, revealing his sadness and heartache that couldn't be expressed in words. He was also in pain. He felt sorry for Yi Zhu being locked in the room, but what could he do? He really didn't want to see her step into that endless hell. Yi Chen closed his eyes, looking extremely tired. Just because I'm your brother. Yi Zhu almost burst into laughter in the room. You're my brother? Yi Chen, ask your own conscience. What qualifications do you have to be my brother? Yi Zhu gritted her teeth, but tears uncontrollably flowed from her eyes. Do you have the right to constantly belittle your sister's dreams, brother? Do you have the right to constantly crush my hopes in life, brother? Yi Chen, you don't deserve to be my brother. You don't even deserve to be a human being. Let me out right now. Yi Chen turned his head away. The darkness gradually consumed him inch by inch. There was a deep bruise in his eyes. He hadn't had a good night's sleep in a long time. He looked extremely haggard. At this age, he should have been full of sunshine, but he seemed like a traveler burdened with too much baggage. His waist had long been bent under the weight of life. If I don't let you out, what can you do to me? Yi Zhu stared at the door with hatred, as if looking through it at Yi Chen outside. I can't do anything to you. But, Yi Chen, I will never forgive you, even in death. Never. The rain outside grew heavier. A flash of lightning lit up the dim room, illuminating Yi Chen's face. His face was filled with bitterness, and even his smile couldn't hide his pain. He lowered his head and chuckled self-deprecatingly. His words were so light that only he could hear them. Never forgive, ha, cough, cough, cough. It seems like this is not a bad ending after all. After all, I brought this upon myself. The screen in the studio stopped. The barrage in the live chat began to flood in. Ah, Goddess Shu is so pitiful. She's locked in your room, crying, and it's breaking my heart. How could Yi Chen be so cruel? Why did he lock Goddess Shu in the room? Is he not feeling guilty at all? I'm so angry. I will never forgive Yi Chen. Goddess Shu, please don't cry anymore. It's breaking my heart. Hug, my dear Zhu. Goddess Shu was only 7 years old at that time. How could Yi Chen, this demon, be so heartless? This is what the supporters of Yi Chen are saying, that he knew the goddess had autism and was treating her. How was he treating her? By locking her in the house? The fans of the four sisters all criticized Yi Chen and sympathized with Yi Zhu. Some viewers, however, focused more on Yi Chen's words. The last words Yi Chen said were very interesting. What was he trying to express? Look at Yi Chen's expression. He's also in pain. I always feel like Yi Chen has some unspeakable secrets. He didn't want to lock Yi Zhu in the room. Yi Chen's expression looks really sad. I believe he definitely has something he can't say. In the studio, the host was furious. This Yi Chen is too much. He clearly knew that Goddess Shu was afraid, so how could he lock her in the room alone? Seeing this scene again, under the strong impact of her angry memories, Yi Zhu also abandoned her previous softness towards Yi Chen. Who knows? Maybe it's just as everyone said before, he just can't stand to see me doing well, right? Maybe he really wanted to treat my illness before, but what he's doing now is unbearable for me. If this is his so-called kindness, then please give it to anyone else, because I don't need it. Yi Zhu suddenly straightened up. Third sister, I told you. You must not be deceived by the illusions of Yi Chen before. He has been a bad person from beginning to end. All those so-called kindnesses are fake. Yi Lan also watched the screen, unable to say anything. Although she knew about her third sister's experience from behind, the impact was never as shocking as when it was narrated without the actual visuals. Yechen, why do you treat Sanmei like this? Do you have another reason? Yechu looked at Yelan still struggling, stomping angrily. Second sister, do you still believe Yechen is a good person? The balance in Yelan's heart kept swinging back and forth. After a long time, her expression returned to calm. I only believe in the truth. Yechu was almost laughing in anger. Does second sister think this is not the truth? Yelan's mind recalled the expression on Yechen's face just now. Yechen's expression tells me that he has a hidden reason for locking Sanmei in the room. Sanmei, I think you also see it, right? Sanmei is an actress. She can definitely see more than anyone else. Yeju looked back at her, her voice extremely indifferent. See what? See how cruel he is to me? Well, in that case, I did see it. Yelan clenched her fists tightly and ultimately believed in her own judgment. I still think Yechen must have a reason that cannot be said. Yechu sneered, since second sister has always thought so, let's continue to watch. Let me see too, what reason Yechen has for keeping Sanjia locked in the room. Everyone looked back at the big screen. The picture on the big screen started to rotate again. The time point returned to the anniversary celebration day. Yechen was not interested in the next program, so shortly after Yeju's program ended, he left. He originally wanted to go home directly, but he had an urgent need. He decided to go to the restroom first. After wandering around the office building for a long time, Yechen finally found the place. He walked down the long corridor straight to the restroom. However, halfway there, he suddenly heard a man and a woman chatting in a classroom. This was not surprising or important, but the important thing was that Yechen heard them mention Yeju's name. Yechen instinctively stopped and hid behind the wall, eavesdropping. Woman, Yeju has no parents, you can rest assured, no one can trouble you. Man, even if she had parents, I wouldn't care. Anyway, when things are settled, she wouldn't dare say anything, but being parentless does save some trouble. Woman, so, is it the same as before? Man, yes, just like before, say I'm a movie director and let her audition for me. Woman, no problem. Man, I knew it, you understand me the most. Ha ha ha. Some indescribable sounds gradually came from inside. Yechen's face gradually turned pale and grim. He didn't even go to the restroom, but hid in a corner, waiting for a long time before the people left. The person turned out to be the man he saw in the audience, the one he felt was suspicious. After the man came out, he looked very satisfied. At that moment, a few young boys ran past him, and he smiled for a long time before retracting his gaze. Satisfied, he left. Shortly after the man left, a disheveled woman also walked out. She looked around and hurriedly left. Yechen walked out from the corner, looking at the direction the two people left, his face grim. I won't let you hurt my Sanmei. The picture stopped. Yeju stood up excitedly. She looked incredulously at the screen. Teacher Zhang. How could it be Teacher Zhang? That's right. The woman who came out just now was Zhang Dan. There was a flame lit in Yelan's eyes. There really was a twist. She knew it. Yechen definitely had some hidden reason for locking Sanmei up. Sanmei, you saw it. Yechen didn't intentionally lock you up. There must be something you don't know that happened. Yeju's eyes were confused. Is it really like this? If that's the case, is she wrongly accusing Yechen again? Yelan tried to suppress her inner joy. Let's continue watching. Let's see what happened to make Yechen lock you in the room and not let you out. The screen on the big screen started to rotate again. This time, the memory footage played was the day when Yeju was going for an interview. The three sisters had all left, and she was the only one still lying in bed sleeping. Yechen directly locked the door and confirmed that it couldn't be opened before leaving home. He hailed a car, and after getting in, he directly recited the address of Yeju's interview. The dim lights outside the car window kept passing over his face. No one could see his current mood clearly. Half an hour later, they arrived at their destination. Yechen got out of the car and looked at the building in front of him, then walked in without hesitation. After walking for nearly 10 minutes, he finally found the location and rang the doorbell. In less than a minute, the door was opened. Who's there? The person who opened the door was the man Yi Yunqing had seen that day. The man looked at Yechen, frowned in confusion, and asked, Kid, who are you looking for? Yechen showed a panicked and scared expression on his face. Are you Cheng Dao? It's Zhang teacher who asked me to find you, Yechen said. Cheng Yan was puzzled and asked, What? Which Zhang teacher asked you to find me? Yechen maintained a scared expression and said, It's Zhang Dan teacher. She told me that you are going to make a movie and want to interview actors. So I want to ask, can I? You don't know me, maybe she wants to give you a surprise. Cheng Yan remained silent for a while and squinted his eyes. That woman actually arranged a surprise for me. Interesting. A meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It was like a wolf looking at a sheep. Then come in. Why do I always feel that this man has bad intentions? This expression makes me think of something bad. Could this man be a pervert? So Yechen knew he was a pervert. That's why he didn't let Yeju come over. The audience in the live broadcast room seemed to have discovered a new world, each one shocked. And Yeju was equally shocked as she watched the screen on the big screen. She was an actress. She was most familiar with people's expressions and eyes. At this moment, she saw unreserved desire in this man's eyes. Yeju's heart seemed to skip a beat. Yechen, could it be true that you are? On the screen, Yechen had successfully entered Cheng Yan's house. He calmly stood by the sofa and looked around the room. Cheng Yan closed the door and looked at him with a smile. Do you want something to drink? Would you like a cola? Yechen stood by the sofa and suddenly gave a cold laugh. I don't really like drinking cola, but I guess you must really like eating big sticks. Cheng Yan realized something was wrong and became alert. Who are you? Yichen's eyes became fierce. I'm the person who will teach you how to behave. The 14-year-old young man, taller than his peers. He was not inferior to an adult. His punches were fierce and sharp. In less than 3 minutes, Chang Yan was lying on the ground gasping for breath. Yi Chen withdrew his fist expressionlessly, but still couldn't dispel the anger in his heart, so he kicked him. Chang Yan had completely passed out, showing no reaction at all. Yi Chen took out his phone from his pocket and opened it. It was certain that a person with such strange habits would definitely have something in his phone. Sure enough, Yi Chen found a bunch of unbearable videos and photos in his phone. He put the phone back and searched Chang Yan's room. Finally, he found nearly 20 gigabytes of videos on his computer. The main characters in the videos were him and the people he had deceived. Scum! Yi Chen cursed and packed up these things to send to the police station. Finally, he tied Chang Yan up and made sure he couldn't struggle before leaving. After finishing all this, Yi Chen returned home. The next second he arrived home, thunder rumbled in the sky and poured down heavy rain. And the sound of Yi Zhu crying and shouting at the door came from the room. The memory scene ended. The studio fell into a dead silence. Everyone was shocked, especially Yi Zhu. That so-called interview turned out to be. She could hardly believe what she had just seen. Her whole brain seemed to have crashed, stuttering and unable to speak. Teacher Zhang Dan had actually deceived her? There was no director at all, and there was no movie audition. It was a trap, and at that time, she was determined to walk into that trap. If it weren't for Yi Chen desperately stopping her, she would have gone in. And at that time, what kind of ending she was about to face, anyone with a little bit of thinking would know. Yilan felt a surge of emotions in her chest. Yi Chen indeed had a hidden agenda. He was really doing it for their own good. Yi Chen. He bore too much blame and guilt. In the live broadcast room, there was a lot of discussion going on. Yi Chen locked up Yi Zhu just to prevent her from entering this hell. He did it for her own good. Yi Chen has borne too much. Yi Chen did well. If it were me at the scene, I would have wanted to castrate him chemically. Tisk TSK, am I the only one focusing on the fourth sister and her fans being embarrassed again? Hilarious, even zombies would be disappointed and leave when they see the fourth sister's fans. How can they expect to realize they've been embarrassed? The netizens enjoyed this drama together. Inside the studio, the atmosphere was very tense. What finally broke the tension was not the host, but Yi Zhu. Since Yi Chen has already reported to the police, this matter will definitely have a record at the police station, right? Can I request to look into this incident? Yi Lan turned to her, understanding what she was thinking. Fourth sister, do you suspect that this memory is fabricated? Yi Zhu spoke calmly, not suspecting, just seeking confirmation. She looked at the program team below the stage. As long as this memory segment is not a problem, I think seeking confirmation won't affect anything, right? The director had long been displeased with them. Whenever something happened, it was always said that they were causing trouble. Faking memories. God knows. They had never done such a thing. Want to verify the truth, right? Fine. Go ahead. Every time they were embarrassed, he was waiting for them to be embarrassed again this time. The director waved his hand arrogantly, sure. Then I'll make the call now. Yi Zhu stopped the director's action and coldly smiled. Wait, I happen to know someone at the police station, I'll ask him. The director understood. She was worried that they might have already informed the police over there. He really couldn't help but laugh. Arms crossed, he responded with a cold smile, of course, feel free. So, in front of everyone, Yi Zhu directly dialed the phone number of the person she knew. The phone was put on speaker, and everyone could hear. Someone quickly answered the call on the other end. A clear female voice sounded, Miss Zhu, why did you suddenly have time to call me? Aren't you participating in that live broadcast of that program? Yi Zhu, I was indeed participating in a live broadcast when something happened, so I called to ask for your help in investigating. I definitely won't do anything illegal or unethical. How could I let you do something illegal or unethical? I just wanted to check if there was a news report about a certain case back then. It doesn't involve any private content. That's fine. I can do that. Who do you want me to investigate? Yi Zhu mentioned the name of Chang Yan's incident. Okay, wait for me. I'll help you look it up now. Yi Zhu didn't hang up the phone, waiting for the results. After about 5 minutes, a voice came from the other end again. I've found what you asked me to look up. Wow, that's amazing. Yi Zhu suppressed her excitement. Did you find it? Was there really such a case back then? Hey, Miss Zhu, where did you hear about this case? After I checked the information, I was really surprised. This sudden statement made Yi Zhu have a bad feeling. Was this case really true? The friend quickly gave a positive answer. Of course it was. Not only was it true, but it was an incredible case. This Chang Yan guy is like a fighter jet among scumbags. Zhu, do you know how many children he harmed? Damn, after reading the case report, I really wanted to beat this scumbag. The reports involve privacy, so I won't tell you too much. You just need to know that scum like him doesn't deserve to live in this world. The friend's voice was filled with anger, but fortunately, the bad guys will get what they deserve. I don't know which big shot found the evidence and reported him. Life imprisonment is too good for him. I despise this scumbag. At this point, Yi-ju couldn't care less about how indignant her friend was. She only extracted one important piece of information. This case was real. In other words, this memory was not fabricated at all. Yi-ju felt that her phone was burning in her hand. Okay, I still have to record the program. Let's not talk about this for now. We'll chat next time. Goodbye for now. Yi-ju hung up the phone, her face extremely pale and ugly. The director felt extremely pleased inside, but still tried to suppress it. You've confirmed with your friend, right? This memory wasn't fabricated, was it? Yi-ju pursed her lips and remained silent. The director took the opportunity to speak. Our program team absolutely disdains using such despicable and fabricated memories to deceive viewers. All these memories are completely genuine. The expert team quickly added, that's right, we didn't create this machine to deceive anyone. We are committed to presenting everything truthfully. We absolutely won't tamper with anything. After building up their credibility, the director finally spoke slowly. Next, the program continues. The host received the signal and returned to the script. Ahem, before the interview, Jugatis, besides not allowing you to audition, also dragged you into signing with an unknown small company, right? Yi-ju snapped out of her complex emotions and nodded after a long pause. Yes. The host clearly had done a lot of research. It is said that this company gave you a lot of nonsensical and terrible films at that time. Ahem, fans, don't get too excited. Although these recent films are classics with good reputations, they were indeed criticized as terrible films at the time. And at that time, Jugatis, because of those terrible films, was once mocked as the queen of terrible films. I believe all the fans have no doubts about this, right? The fans in the live broadcast room echoed one after another. However, the protagonist Yi-ju was lost in thought. It wasn't until the host called her name several times that she snapped out of it. Yes, that's right. It's exactly like that. The host was affirmed and immediately continued. The small company definitely couldn't have imagined that after so many years, the lousy dramas filmed by the Bamboo Goddess would become classics. All of this is your destiny, Bamboo Goddess. Yi-ju felt as if her head was a mess, unable to make sense of it. But the host's words were indeed not wrong. Those films were heavily criticized at the time. Even she was mocked by countless people. However, after so many years, those originally criticized lousy films suddenly became classics. Countless people said that they thought it was absurd comedy when they were young, but as they grew older, they discovered the hidden tragedies of life. The lousy films quickly became classics. After experiencing so many years, her reputation suddenly skyrocketed. In an instant, there was a 180-degree turnaround. She became the hottest female star. And most importantly, after years of honing, her acting skills also rapidly improved. When she took on TV dramas and movies again, her superb acting skills caused her popularity to soar once more. From then on, she embarked on the road to success, directly reaching the top. She became the current global award-winning actress. It all seemed as if it was her own effort. But why does she feel that there might be another reason behind it now? It seemed as if someone had already paved the way for her in the dark. A name quietly emerged in her mind. Yi Chen. Behind this matter, did you have a hand in it? Yi-ju looked at the big screen, waiting for the retrieval of the memory scenes. At the hospital entrance, a BMW parked at the gate, but no one got out for a long time. Yi-mei sat in the car, looking through the car window at the hospital gate. Her emotions couldn't calm down for a long time. After finding out that the diary had been taken by Zhang Ming, she quickly sent someone to investigate. During the investigation, her subordinate told her that someone was clearly preventing him from delving deeper. But fortunately, after going through many twists and turns, her subordinate finally managed to track down Zhang Ming's whereabouts. He told Yi-mei that after leaving the hotel, Zhang Ming went through many circles and finally arrived at a hospital. And then he never came out. After obtaining the hospital's address, Yi-mei drove directly to the hospital. The hospital was bustling with people. Yi-mei silently watched for a while, then parked the car in the parking lot and walked straight to the gate. Her subordinate only told her that Zhang Ming had entered this hospital, but they hadn't yet found out where he had gone. Yi-mei could only find out for herself. Her eyes hidden behind a mask and sunglasses were extremely determined. Zhang Ming, this time I absolutely won't let you escape. Yi-mei entered the elevator. After a floor, a nurse pushed in a patient from outside. The patient had a pale complexion, looked very thin, had a stomach tube inserted, and was holding his stomach. It was obvious that the patient had a stomach problem. Yi Mei didn't pay attention, just took a glance and then looked away. However, after a few seconds, a bright light suddenly flashed in Yi Mei's mind. Wait, Yi Chen seems to have a stomach problem. If Xiang Ming is familiar with Yi Chen, then coming to the hospital, is it for Yi Chen? Yi Mei's heart beat rapidly, and then she suddenly grabbed the nurse's hand. I want to ask, what department are you from? In the hospital ward, Yi Chen, with a pale complexion and a thin figure, was watching a live broadcast. His spirit was even worse than when he first entered the hospital. The exhaustion between his eyes couldn't be concealed. At this moment, even breathing was somewhat difficult for him, and he could only rely on oxygen to ease it. Cough, cough, cough. Yi Chen struggled to breathe, suppressing the burning pain in his stomach, and his memory returned to the distant past. The host's words made him recall that period of time. At that time, he had always prevented Yi Zhu from signing with a film and television company, because he knew the entertainment industry's water is too muddy and dark. A girl, especially a young girl with no background, everything she would have to face and endure when stepping into this muddy water is like a rocket's difficulty level. There is desire, and the fame and fortune of money. A slight misstep could lead to a complete downfall. He didn't want Yi Zhu to face all of this, so he had already made a decision. He created a smooth path for himself. So he created that entertainment company that everyone thought was not well known. He forced Yi Zhu to sign with it. Then, with foresight, he chose several movies for her. Those movies were heavily criticized at the time. They were said to be absurd and incomprehensible, wrapped in a comedy shell, but people couldn't understand what she was really acting. Yi Chen's memory was interrupted by Xiang Ming. Xiang Ming had just answered a phone call, and his face suddenly became very serious. After putting down his phone, he looked at Yi Chen. Your big sister is coming over. Yi Chen was stunned for a moment and looked up at him. What did you say? Cough, cough, cough. Mei is coming over? At this time, on the big screen, Yi Zhu's memory footage was being played. At this time, Yi Zhu was 11 years old, but her figure was taller than girls of the same age. More importantly, she had become a little popular on the internet, because of a TV drama. Yi Zhu only had a cameo role in it, with less than 5 minutes of screen time. But her delicate and cute little face, and the sentence rabbits are the cutest. I'm also very cute successfully melted the hearts of many men. Even now, this video segment had already garnered millions of views and countless bullet comments. It was because of this cameo role that Yi Zhu caught the eye of an entertainment agent. At this moment, an agent was standing in front of Yi Zhu. He Ming was enthusiastically introducing his company to Yi Zhu. Little friend, have you heard of the Time Youth Group? This is the first group we've created. You can search online, they are so popular, I don't need to describe it more. We used to specialize in boy groups, but now our company wants to develop girl groups. You are the child we have chosen. Yilan was also there, and her eyes lit up when she heard Time Youth Group. The Time Youth Group is yours. He Ming proudly nodded, of course. Yilan excitedly grabbed Yi Zhu's hand. Third sister, the Time Youth Group is very popular. Many girls in our class like them. Yi Zhu had also heard of the Time Youth Group. It was a group of young male singers and dancers. This didn't seem very suitable for her. After all, she wanted to be an actress in the future. He Ming seemed to sense what she was thinking. Although we specialize in girl groups, it doesn't mean we don't involve ourselves in film and television. He was desperately painting a rosy picture. You have to believe in the strength of our company. We can create a Time Youth Group, and we can create countless top-tier groups in the future. Yilan, holding Yi Zhu's hand, was clearly more excited. Third sister, what he said is true. After all, the popularity of the Time Youth Group was there for all to see. And now, the three of them were each shining in different fields. Yi Zhu was moved. With such a good company, her future would definitely be bright and smooth. Yi Zhu made a very significant decision in her life. She was going to sign. He Ming had anticipated this a long time ago, and immediately took out the contract. Then, he asked a little worriedly, are you sure, just your signature is enough? Yi Zhu nodded, I don't have a guardian, I can represent myself. He Ming said, okay, then sign here. Yi Zhu picked up the pen and wrote down her first surname. Just as she was about to write the second name, the contract was suddenly snatched away. Yi Zhu looked up and saw Yi Chen. She immediately stood up and said, give me back my contract. Yi Chen coldly looked at the contract and tore it up without hesitation. Yi Zhu widened her eyes in shock and looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen, what are you doing? Who gave you the right to tear up my contract? He Ming was also stunned, then angrily slammed the table and stood up. Who are you? Yi Chen looked at him coldly. I am her brother and her guardian. He Ming frowned. You have a brother? Why didn't you mention it before? The twins spoke in unison, "We don't have this brother." Yizhu looked at him as if he were an enemy. "Yi-chen, you have no right to decide my future." Yi-chen coldly smiled, "Oh, really? Do you think I want to control you? If it weren't for me being your guardian, I wouldn't want to control you. You are not allowed to come to us anymore, and you don't need to go to her. Because she is not yet 18, the contract she signed is invalid. If she wants to sign a contract, she must have my consent and my signature. However, I do not agree. By the way, I am already 18. These few words from Yi-chen directly blocked all of He-ming's paths. He was suddenly stiff. Yizhu quickly spoke out in anger, "Don't listen to his nonsense. I can do it." Yi-chen showed no intention of stopping, but rather smiled ambiguously, "Then you can try. See what the consequences are after you sign this contract." He-ming, seeing Yi-chen's aggressive attitude, knew that there was no way to continue this matter, at least not today. He stood up with great emotional intelligence, "Since we can't reach an agreement today, let's talk about it next time." Yizhu couldn't stop He-ming and was so angry that her eyes turned red. "Yi-chen, you won't be happy until you ruin my affairs for a day, will you?" Yi-chen firmly said, "You don't need to think about it, I won't let you sign the contract." Even though Yizhu, who is usually as gentle as a rabbit, couldn't help but roar, "Who gave you the right to do this? Do you really think you are my brother?" Yi-chen corrected her, "I don't think I am your brother, I am your brother. It is clearly written in your household register." Yizhu was speechless. It was indeed the case. In their household register, Yi-chen was clearly their brother. Yizhu was so angry that her eyes turned red, and she was about to cry. Yilan quickly comforted her, "Sister, don't cry. Woo woo woo." Yizhu covered her eyes, turned around, and ran away. Yilan turned her head and gave Yi-chen a fierce look, "Scum." She spat and quickly caught up with Yizhu. Yi-chen watched their backs with deep eyes and said nothing. Yizhu thought that what Yi-chen had done was already despicable. She didn't expect that a few days later, Yi-chen brought someone over. When she saw him, he immediately said, "You want to sign a contract, right? I brought someone for you to sign with." Yizhu was stunned, then looked at the man in front of her. Although the man in front of her was wearing a suit, it was obvious that the suit did not fit him well, and his expression was extremely fearful, as if he were afraid of something. The first impression he gave Yizhu was unreliable. The man adjusted his tie and stuttered, I am from Huansheng Film Company. This is the contract I want to sign with you." He didn't even negotiate, just took out his contract from his briefcase in a somewhat flustered manner. "Please, take a look. What kind of contract are you trying to get my sister to sign?" Yi Mei's voice came from behind. She snatched the contract and quickly scanned its contents. Then she burst out laughing. "A 10-year contract. And if the artist breaches it and wants to leave the company, they have to pay a penalty of 10 billion yuan. And during the contract period, all schedules and arrangements must be completely in line with the company's, no deviations allowed. Is this contract insane?" Yi Mei, who had experience in this area, was already laughing out of anger upon seeing the contract. The young man who had taken out the contract looked extremely embarrassed. He kept glancing at Yi-chen from the corner of his eye, clearly waiting for him to speak. Yi-chen remained calm and composed. "This contract isn't insane. You should sign it." Without hesitation, Yi Mei immediately said, "There's no way my sister will sign this contract. How could this be called a contract? It's practically a form of indentured servitude. If she signs this contract, she won't be able to break free for the next 10 years. With Yi Mei by her side, Yizhu also seemed more confident. She nodded and said, "Yes, I absolutely won't sign this contract." Yi Mei then picked up her phone and started searching for information about Huansheng Film and Television Company. The results showed only a brief introduction. Huansheng Film and Television Company, established on May 29, XX year. And then it was all blank. Yi Mei was shocked. Today is June 18th. This company was established just 20 days ago. In other words, it's unclear whether this company is legitimate or just a front. It's even uncertain if they have any resources or anything else. Yi Mei's mind was filled with conspiracy theories. She closed her phone and confronted Yi-chen. "What is your intention in having my sister sign with this company?" Yi-chen still had that infuriating look that made Yi Mei want to punch him. "Hasn't Yizhu been saying she wants to sign with a company? I just found one for her. You call this unknown factory a company?" Yi Mei's entire face turned cold. "There's no way my sister will sign." At this point, Yizhu also saw the contents of the contract. Although she was young and didn't fully understand some things, she had a genius older sister to guide her. She could still comprehend about 60 to 70% of the contract's contents. She immediately spoke up, "I won't sign." Listening to the two of them, Yi-chen smiled and said, "You have no room for rebuttal. I've already signed this contract. Even if you don't want to, you have to follow the procedures outlined in this contract. Yi Chen took back the contract and handed it to the suited man next to him, then left without hesitation. The man in the suit looked very embarrassed. Facing the two furious sisters with the contract in hand, he opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately held back. Holding the contract, he made a gesture of apology and said, "The contract is signed, so I'll take my leave." He turned and left, his hurried footsteps suggesting he was worried about being chased. Yi Zhu hadn't expected that her future for the next 10 years would be decided in this way. When she realized this, she couldn't help but shed tears. She angrily shouted in the direction Yi Chen had left, "Yi Chen, who gave you the right to make decisions for me? Who gave you that right?" After the scene ended, the fans of the four women in the live broadcast room finally erupted into celebration. Yi Chen's despicable act of having the goddess sign such a disgusting contract was truly despicable. They felt they could continue to vent their anger. More importantly, they knew that this small company had not offered the goddess any good roles. All the roles she had taken were terrible, and there were many unknown minor roles. When the 10-year contract period was over, the goddess immediately terminated the contract and created her own studio. So it's absolutely impossible for her to be embarrassed again. They can criticize. Yi Chen is simply scum. How could he sign such a terrible company for the goddess Shu? Let's educate our new friends. This trash company signed the goddess for 10 years, and has been giving her bad films and countless minor roles. It wasted the goddess's 10 years. The company was only established for 20 days at the time. But Yi Chen insisted on signing with them. I suspect there must be some unknown business dealings involved. Yi Chen is really too much. Why does he have the right to control someone else's life? This reminds me of my parents. They are just like this, always wanting to control me all the time. In conclusion, this kind of person doesn't deserve to be whitewashed. Zhu's fans were in a collective climax. Some rational viewers on the screen couldn't bear to watch. Help, how long are you going to mindlessly praise them? Although both the contract and the company seem problematic, but didn't the few so-called bad films that Zhu made have now become classics? Why do I feel like this was intentional by that company? In the studio, the host was extremely angry. Everyone has seen it, this Yi Chen is truly despicable. He completely ignored the goddess Shu's wishes and made decisions for her without authorization. If it weren't for the goddess Shu's own efforts, she wouldn't have been able to reach this position at all. The host looked at Zhu, seeking affirmation. "Goddess Shu, don't you agree?" But Zhu didn't pay any attention to him at all. Her attention was focused on the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room. Those words from the audience made her think deeply. Could it be that, as that viewer said, there was really something intentional behind this? That company did it on purpose. And the purpose was because they thought those films could become classics? But how could anyone have such forward-looking vision? After all, it's been almost 10 years. And more importantly, as she reviewed this memory, she found her agent, the guy in the suit who signed the contract for her, in her memory. Looking at Yi Chen's eyes, there was respect and admiration. What on earth was going on? Did he know Yi Chen? What was the relationship between them? Zhu tried to recall more, but her memories were too chaotic. All she could remember now was that this agent of hers was not good, both in tone and attitude. It was all negative. There must be something she had overlooked behind this. The host kept waiting for her response, and seeing her still silent, couldn't help but call out a few more times. Yilan quickly touched her with her arm to bring her back to reality. After Zhu came to her senses, the host's face stiffened, and he repeated his words. She gave her answer, "I don't know." The host froze again. He had expected to get Zhu's agreement and unite against the enemy. But what kind of answer was this? Zhu really didn't know. She subconsciously bit her nails and turned to her twin sister. "Sister, what do you think about this matter?" Yilan didn't expect her sister to ask her this question. She thought for a moment and gave a sensible response. This matter from start to finish exudes a sense of strangeness. This company was established for less than 20 days. How did Yi Chen find it? And why did he force you to sign with them? And more importantly, didn't you notice that the films he made you shoot, which were said to be bad, have now all become classics? Yi Zhu couldn't help but retort, "That's because of the good luck of the third sister." Yilan looked at her coldly. No one can have good luck forever. Once or twice may be lucky, but more than that is definitely artificial. Zhu's heart skipped a beat. "So, sister, do you think they intentionally made me shoot those movies?" Yi Zhuchu looked at her in shock. "Third sister, do you believe it?" Yi Zhu, who had calmed down by now, put her hands down. Some people's insight can indeed surpass that of ordinary people by many years. "I just didn't deny this matter." Yi Zhuchu felt dizzy. Gone mad. Everything is going mad. Following the eldest and second sister, it seems that the third sister is also about to start betraying. Yi Chen. The production team. I will definitely find your loopholes. Let my three sisters return to sobriety. Yi Zhu had already turned her gaze back to the big screen. Yi Chen, what role did you play behind this matter? The sky was already dark. A hot breeze blew in the air, unable to relieve the heat, but rather making people feel more suffocated. The man in a suit caught up with Yi Chen in quick steps. President Yi, wait for me. He finally caught up, lagging behind Yi Chen by half a step. With an excited expression, President Yi, my acting was good, right? I can guarantee it. Your sister definitely won't see any problems. Yi Chen looked at him coldly. Does successfully deceiving a teenager make you feel accomplished? The suit man's originally appreciative expression immediately turned serious, shaking his head desperately. Of course not. Absolutely not. Seeing that Yi Chen did not continue to look angry, he felt as if countless kittens were scratching inside him. In the end, he couldn't resist his curiosity. President Yi, why did you deceive your sister? This company is clearly yours, and signing this contract was also for her own good, so why can't you say that? Yi Chen stopped in his tracks, turned his head to look at him, the backlight making it difficult to see his expression. Do you think I had her sign this contract for her own good? The man in the suit nodded, of course. Otherwise, why would President Yi work so hard to create this company? Yi Chen remained silent for a long time, not answering the question, and continued walking forward. The man in the suit thought he had said something wrong and didn't dare to continue asking, only silently following. After a long time, he suddenly heard Yi Chen ask, what do you think the entertainment industry is like? The man in the suit was stunned for a moment, then quickly responded, the entertainment industry? A place of fame and fortune. With money in background, one can act recklessly. More importantly, there are too many temptations. Being in it, it's hard to resist these temptations. The man in the suit thought of a few 36D good sisters who had invited him, and his mind immediately became active. After dealing with President Ye's matters, he would go and catch up with these good sisters. Yi Chen didn't know that his subordinate's mind had drifted. He looked into the distance, his tone burdened with too much heaviness. You're right, there are too many temptations in the entertainment industry. The extravagance and debauchery, the drunken revelry and the pursuit of wealth. Who doesn't desire those? Hearing Yi Chen's heavy tone, the man in the suit's wandering mind returned to seriousness. President Yi, do you not want your sister to be exposed to those things too early? This time, Yi Chen finally stopped being silent and nodded very seriously. Yes, everyone knows the story of Wang Zhongyong. Being praised too early is not a good thing, especially in a place like the entertainment industry. Without experiencing any setbacks, being suddenly elevated to the top, no one can remain grounded. And if one day all the praise, love, and admiration were to leave you, causing you to fall from heaven to hell, can you, who has not experienced setbacks, bear such a bone-chilling pain? The man in the suit couldn't help but imagine this situation. Then he decisively shook his head. I can't. If that's the case, I might just commit suicide. Yi Chen's eyes, as dark as ink, stared directly into his. So, I can't let my sister experience these things. This statement was resolute. It carried an unwavering courage. The man in the suit was deeply shocked and instinctively straightened his back. Understood. President Yi, I will follow your instructions. When this scene stopped, the barrage erupted into a clamor. President Yi, what does this mean? This company was opened by Yi Chen. No way. My mind is a bit confused. How did Yi Chen have the money to open a company? Is my focus only on the last words of Yi Chen? Is it because he didn't want Yi Zhu to be tainted by the entertainment industry, so he kept blocking her from signing a contract? But why would he let her take on bad movies? Is it because he wants Yi Zhu to quickly give up on the entertainment industry and leave? Yi Chen is so cunning, intentionally setting up a trashy company for the goddess to sign with, and then giving her bad movies. He definitely didn't expect the goddess to have good luck and strength to turn things around. The barrage of viewers are truly confused by Yi Chen's actions. Everyone has different opinions and questions. What is really going on here? In the studio, Yi Zhu stood up directly from the sofa, looking incredulously at the scene in front of her. That company is actually opened by Yi Chen. Otherwise, Lei Xiao, it would be impossible to call Yi Chen President Yi. The fragmented memories that were previously unable to be pieced together are gradually coming together now. Right. She remembered. That man in a suit, her agent Lei Xiao, always showed a hint of respect for her. And many times when she spoke ill of Yi Chen, he would say, is it possible that you misunderstood him? All the signs indicate that what is said in this memory is true. Yi Chen, is this what you really think? Is it because you don't want me to lose myself in the entertainment industry that you did this? So, those so-called bad movies, did you already know that they would become classics? Yi Zhu looked at the big screen, full of doubt. Did you really foresee everything 10 years ahead of everyone else? The big screen continued. It was another sunny day. The sun was shining high, with no clouds in sight. Only a slightly hot breeze was blowing. Lei Xiao took out more than 10 scripts and placed them in front of Yi Chen. President Yi, these are the scripts I fought for. Please take a look. Yi Chen took the scripts and started to read them very seriously. But after just opening the first page, he had already put all these scripts aside. He had finished reading all these scripts in less than 5 minutes. Seeing this, Lei Xiao didn't dare to speak. Yi Chen frowned. Is this all there is? Lei Xiao nodded silently. Yi Chen thought for a moment. These scripts are all no good. What kind of scripts are these? Children's plays make up the majority, and the rest are family dramas. If San Mei were to act in these scripts, she would easily be typecast. It would be very difficult for her to transition later. The cost would be too high. So these scripts cannot be accepted. Lei Xiao took back all the scripts. I understand, President Yi. I will continue to look for more. Yi Chen, you may go. But nearly a month passed, and they still couldn't find any good scripts. The reason was simple. Although Yi Zhu gained some popularity from her cameo role in that movie, it was still just a very small role. It was completely impossible to find a top-tier movie for her to act in, either as a supporting role or a lead, based solely on this cameo role. After all, there are so many people in the industry, and who doesn't have some shady background? Yi Chen actually understood this principle as well. So, at the beginning, he didn't have much hope. Lei Xiao felt very guilty. I'm sorry, President Yi, we couldn't find a suitable script for San Mei. Yi Chen remained silent for a long time, then suddenly spoke. You don't need to worry about this anymore. I will take care of the script matter. Lei Xiao was stunned. Huh? Yi Chen, I will have a script for you within a month. When the time comes, you just need to give this script to my sister and tell her to prepare for this one. Since there is no script that can make my sister the leading role, why not write one myself? Although I don't understand what Yi Chen can do. Just by the name Yi Chen, Lei Xiao especially believes in him. There is nothing in this world that can stump Yi Chen. Lei Xiao straightened up. Got it. A week later, Yi Chen handed the script to Lei Xiao. Lei Xiao looked at the script name on it. Galaxy No. 8? Just hearing this name, I feel that this script will definitely work. Yi Chen's face was slightly paler than before, and the blue color in his eyes was even more intense. But he still cheered up. Give this script to my sister. Lei Xiao was about to leave, but he remembered a question. Who is the director of this script? Yi Chen said meaningfully, you'll know when the time comes. You go. In the end, Lei Xiao did not get an answer and left with doubts. He quickly arrived at Yi Zhu's home and gave her the script. I've got the script for you. This is your play. Yi Zhu couldn't refuse at all, and could only silently accept this absurd play that would be mocked by countless people in the future. The story behind the goddess Zhu accepting the movie Galaxy No. 8 inches like this. It was this play that earned the goddess Zhu the title of making bad movies. Hey. I mean, this play is not bad at all now. This play is a classic now. But it was a bad play at the time. This play was really carefully chosen by Yi Chen. When he chose this play, did he really think it would become a classic in the future? Ha, is that possible? Don't joke. Yi Chen is not that amazing. Saying that he's not that amazing, have you forgotten that when he was 9, he could solve problems that even college students couldn't solve? Whether this play was intentional or not by Yi Chen, I will always love this play. Galaxy No. 8 inches forever divine. That's right. This script is really amazing. I will always love the writer 12. 12. Who mentioned my idol 12? 10 years ago, 12 was criticized as a professional bad scriptwriter, and now he has become the king of scripts. Who wouldn't be amazed by this turnaround? As the audience discussed, the topic almost entirely shifted to the writer. There's no way around it. As soon as the word writer is mentioned, no matter who it is, the first name that comes to mind is 12. This writer, known as the king of bad scripts in the early stages, and the god of classics in the later stages, is a huge obstacle that no one can surpass. All the scripts he has produced are considered classics among classics. No one can ever surpass him. As the memory played to this point, the host picked up the microphone, looking somewhat emotional. I think, now when everyone mentions classic movies, there is one writer that cannot be avoided, and that writer is 12. 10 years ago, he was chased and criticized as the king of bad scriptwriters, but now, everyone praises him as a genius scriptwriter. His aesthetic sense is truly ahead of us by 10 years. Yi Chen just happened to discover these scripts unintentionally, but 12 is the one who truly created the classics. The host quietly dug a pit for Yi Chen. Even if the memories were exposed later and it was found that these scripts were intentionally chosen by Yi Chen, what could be done? That's not his credit. The credit should go to the writer 12. After all, it was he who created and wrote these scripts. At most, Yi Chen can be considered to have stumbled upon a good script. The host made this calculation loudly in his mind. Yi Zhu's feelings, however, were very complicated. After all, the gold medal screenwriter 12, who is now praised by everyone, used to be the target of criticism just like her. People used to say that the scripts she wrote were terrible, and even someone with a shrunken brain couldn't write such things. Who could have imagined that after the rapid development of the internet, many of 12's early scripts and lines became popular memes? Yi Zhu was still pondering when she suddenly heard the host ask her, "Goddess Shu, you should know the most about screenwriter 12, especially since you filmed his I Am Not a Drug God last year. Can you tell us about him?" Yi Zhu sat up straight, with a hint of nostalgia and respect in her expression. "Of course I can. I don't think I need to say much about his early deeds, and I'm sure everyone knows his title. The king of bad scripts in the early days, and the later classic super god. That's right, 12 is such a miraculous screenwriter. The scripts he wrote in the early years were originally classics, but due to the aesthetic standards of the time, they were called bad films. But 10 years later, every script he wrote became a classic super god. So when the two are combined, it is a shocking discovery that this screenwriter 12 has never actually written a bad script." And my third sister, Yi Zhu, couldn't help but interrupt, breaking the words Yi Zhu wanted to say, "is the leading lady in every one of his scripts." Yi Zhu's tone was proud. From the beginning of his scriptwriting career, the leading lady in every script was Yi Zhu. Over time, his name became closely associated with Yi Zhu. Whenever one person's name was mentioned in the context of movies, the other's name was inevitably brought up. Yi Zhu couldn't help but give her a glance. Although it was a fact, it still seemed too arrogant. After all, it's not 10 years ago when 12 was being chased and criticized as a bad scriptwriter. Now, countless top female celebrities in the industry all want him to cast them as the leading lady in his scripts, but he has rejected them all. He publicly stated that there will only ever be one leading lady in his scripts, Yi Zhu. If it's not her, then the script will never be sold. Yi Zhu casually skipped over Yi Zhu's words, "I'm just lucky after all. But there's something I've always wanted to say." Yi Zhu's expression became very sincere. "I want to thank him. If it weren't for him, I might not be here now." Even if an actor's performance is excellent, they still need a good script to showcase it. Although Yi Zhu had been filming so-called bad films 10 years ago, who could have imagined that it was the scripts written by 12, who was still considered a bad scriptwriter at the time, that made Yi Zhu an overnight sensation? Yi Zhu didn't know how complicated her feelings were at the time. The idiom "Shao he can be a hero in both victory and defeat" is the most appropriate to describe it. The host praised, "This also shows that Goddess Shu's acting skills are excellent. Otherwise, even if the script is good, if the actor can't bring out the meaning, they will still be ridiculed." So now, let's continue to see what will happen next to the goddess. The time rewound to the moment when Yi Mei was standing in the elevator. Her heart was racing. She grabbed the nurse and asked, startling her with a surprised look. Although she was puzzled, the nurse dutifully answered, "We are from the gastroenterology department." Yi Mei hurriedly asked, "Does the gastroenterology department deal with stomach problems?" Nurse, "Yes." Yi Mei became even more excited. "Which floor is the gastroenterology department on?" The nurse silently pointed to the sign next to the elevator. "The gastroenterology department is on the 6th floor." Yi Mei, "Thank you." She watched as the numbers on the elevator jumped up one by one, and her heart beat faster and faster. Ding! The 6th floor. Yi Mei quickly stepped out of the elevator. Without hesitation, she walked straight to the nurse's office. "Hello, I'm here to find someone." "Nurse, who are you looking for?" Yi Mei immediately said the name Yi Chen. "I'm looking for Yi Chen." This time, Yi Mei finally didn't hesitate. She was extremely straightforward. "Nurse, wait a moment, let me check for you." She operated the computer for a while and then looked up at Yi Mei. "I'm sorry, we don't have a patient named Yi Chen here." Yi Mei was stunned. "What? How is that possible? Please check again for me. This is very important to me." The nurse looked embarrassed. "I have already checked on our department's computer, and there really is no such person." "Are you sure you're in the right department?" Yi Mei frowned. "Wrong department? Isn't this the gastroenterology department? If someone has a stomach problem, they would definitely come here, right?" Yi Chen had already started vomiting at that time. So if he went to the hospital, it was highly likely to be related to his stomach. "Nurse, if there is indeed a problem related to digestion, it would be in our gastroenterology department. But there really is no such person in our department right now." Yi Mei stared into her eyes. "Are you lying to me? Or are you not allowed to say?" If Yi Chen absolutely didn't want her to find him, and if he knew Zhang Ming and was friends with him, then he would definitely hide, and Zhang Ming would definitely help him without saying a word. In this situation, she would definitely not get any results by asking the nurse. Yeme simply went straight to the ward. He's not here, right? Then she would open each room one by one. Hearing is not as good as seeing. On the big screen, the video slowly started playing. The scene was a filming set of a drama, Galaxy No. 8-inch. Yiju looked at the two people arguing in front of her and pursed her lips. Do you even understand what it means to make a movie? Have you ever seen a movie made like this? Oh, what? You think you're the only one who knows how to make a movie? You've been making movies for so long, why haven't you made a hit yet? Even if I'm not popular, I'm still better than you, this lousy director. The logic of this script is worse than a dog's. What kind of expressions are you making me act out? If you keep directing like this, it's strange if it doesn't flop. Ha! Then don't act. I'm begging you, don't act. Fine, I won't act. With such a lousy script, the movie will definitely be a flop. I wish you both a flop at the box office and in reviews. Damn! If I don't hit you, you really don't know your own weight. Seeing the two really starting to fight, people from the crew quickly pulled them apart. Director, don't be impulsive. Let's talk it out. Don't really start fighting. Yiju looked at the chaos in front of her, and her hope for this drama decreased once again. Although she couldn't evaluate the quality of a script, other actors could. This wasn't the first time Yiju had heard actors say that this script was particularly bad. The problem was not just the bad script. What was even more important was that the director had his own ideas. When they were filming, he wanted them to adopt a very exaggerated style. This made the actors more and more uncomfortable. As a result, the actor who played the male lead completely refused to continue. The two lived up to expectations and started arguing directly. In the end, the male actor left in a huff. The director was left fuming on the side, taking deep breaths. Other crew members were patting him on the back to calm him down. Yiju also went over. Seeing Yiju, the director's expression improved a lot. Zhu, don't worry, I will definitely find a better father for you. Fortunately, the drama hasn't been filmed for long. It didn't waste much time. Yiju looked at the director who kept muttering and couldn't help but speak. Can't we really change the acting style? Even she felt that the physical movements were too exaggerated. If it were any other person here, the director would be angry to hear this. But unfortunately, it's Yiju in front of us. The female lead requested by the film's investors. Even a fool could guess that she's the golden egg of the entire crew. Although this little girl seems completely unaware of it. However, this doesn't stop the director from flattering her. This is the kind of performance I want. No need for any changes. What a load of crap he's asking for. In reality, it's the investors who insist on this kind of performance. They personally said so. If it's not shot this way, the investment will be withdrawn immediately. What can he do? Naturally, he has to go along with it. The investors are the biggest financial backers. Whether other actors accept it or not, what does it matter to him? He just needs the financial backers to accept it. After getting this answer from the director, Yiju couldn't continue to say anything. She's different from the others. She can't go against the company, nor can she violate the contract. She can only follow the director's requirements. But deep down, she is also thinking and worrying whether this film will really be a box office hit after it's released. I didn't expect the director to force them to shoot in this exaggerated style. This director really has his own ideas. This performance style is already unique. Ha! Is the person in front joking? Or are they just a newbie? If you know some truth, you wouldn't say such things. Who doesn't know that this is what 12 firmly demanded? Wasn't it the investors? The information I got was that the investors insisted on it. The investors in 12 are inseparable, and they are good buddies. Does anyone not know about 12 being the spokesperson? The audience in the live broadcast room was discussing. This performance style is really unique and full of personality. It naturally attracts countless people to explore. These movies were really a flop from the beginning. The directors didn't want to take the blame for it. So many directors, after shooting, were openly or secretly saying that the film turned out this way not because of them. They were just doing it for the money. It was all the demands of the screenwriter/investors. Over time, the information obtained from the outside world was that all of this was demanded by the screenwriter 12. The investors also listened to him very much. They demanded that the director follow this standard. If they couldn't meet this standard, they would withdraw their investment. As the audience discussed, the content of the memory extraction on the screen had already jumped to the first day of the movie's release. From any perspective, this was Yiju's first time shooting a movie, and it was also her first time taking on such an important role as the lead. Naturally, she was very concerned. On the first day of the movie's release, she went to the cinema to watch it. The other three sisters naturally made time to accompany her. The four sisters sat together in the audience, waiting for the movie to start. Yiju's gaze fell on the audience. The movie had just been released, but the audience seats were not even a third full. She felt even more nervous. Yimei noticed her nervousness and held her hand. "Third sister, you have to have confidence in yourself. It's just the first day of the premiere, not many people know about it. As long as the word of mouth spreads, more and more people will come to watch it." "Yiju, is that really the case?" "Yimei, of course it is, you have to believe me." Yiju bit her lip, hoping that everything would be as Yimei said. The movie officially started playing. Yiju focused all her attention on the movie. Her body language was indeed very exaggerated, and the plot was absurd, with a hint of humor and sadness. When the scene of her father's death appeared in the movie, Yiju couldn't help but tear up. When they were shooting, she had been unable to get through this scene. Seeing it again, she was once again pulled back to that moment. She silently wiped away her tears, but suddenly heard the disdainful and impatient voices of the audience next to her who were also watching the movie. "What kind of rubbish movie is this? It's just forcing emotions. I can't believe it, the acting is so exaggerated. Even a dog could do better than them. Ugh, so boring. It's not just a waste of money, but also a waste of my precious hour. Sigh, let's go, let's not watch anymore." Yiju watched a small group of people leave their seats before the movie had ended, and a strong sense of foreboding surged in her heart. As expected, after the movie ended, all the media reviews had only one opinion about the film. A flop. A century's flop. Going to the cinema to buy tickets for this movie is a complete waste of time and money. The media and the internet were filled with criticism for this movie. No one had any hope for it. They all said that going to the cinema to watch this movie was simply a waste of life. They had never seen such a terrible movie. As an actress, especially the lead actress, Yiju was naturally the primary target. No one stopped criticizing her just because she was young. These criticisms, she couldn't ignore no matter how much she wanted to. There were too many classmates who would come up to her and say, "Did you act in that movie? Why did you choose to act in this kind of movie? Do you even need to use your brain to act in this movie?" There were too many similar comments. Yiju had long been accustomed to receiving these negative messages, and over time, she could only think that what she had acted in was garbage. No one would watch such garbage. Even if Lei Xiao came to tell her that the screenwriter and the investors were very satisfied with the movie she had acted in, Yiju lowered her head and said, "You don't need to comfort me, I know how bad my performance was in this movie." Lei Xiao frowned. "Who told you that your performance in this movie was very bad?" Yiju said, "I asked my big brother, and he told me that this movie didn't even make 10 million at the box office, it's already a failure." She now knew that the success of a movie depended on its box office performance, and their movie didn't even make 10 million at the box office. How could that not be considered a failure? It was a complete disaster. Coupled with the insults from the outside world, Yiju had long lost all confidence in it. Lei Xiao also knew the box office data for this movie. But, he firmly said, this movie will definitely become a classic. If he always said it was a classic, then this movie would definitely become a classic. And, what you need to worry about is not the box office, you just need to focus on acting in your movie. Lei Xiao took out a script from his briefcase. "This is your next movie, prepare well for it." Yiju hadn't expected her second movie to come so soon. And when she opened the script and saw the screenwriter's name, her expression froze. It was 12 again. As expected, this script was the same as the previous one, filled with all sorts of absurd plots and dialogues. Not long after, she was back on set. The director's team hadn't even changed, only the co-actors had. After the first collaboration, Yiju understood very well what the other party wanted. Exaggerated performances, exaggerated gestures. She was like a puppet without thoughts, being manipulated to act in this movie. And then, it was the process of playing various supporting roles. The scene stopped. Yiju once again saw her experiences of playing supporting roles, and felt her thoughts were as tangled as weeds. The host timely spoke. "What we just saw was the experiences of the goddess Shu when she played various supporting roles in her childhood. I believe the goddess Shu has something to say about these experiences." Yiju picked up the microphone. "Yes. I think everyone has seen that at the time, no one had any hope for those two movies. So, my second movie naturally failed. After that, my agent, Lei Xiao, started making me play bit parts. All kinds of bit parts. Passers-by, beggars, dancing background. The toughest time was when I had to run to 15 different sets in one day. There should be fans who know, right? I rushed to 15 different sets, all playing bit parts. Looking back now, it was really tough." Yiju looked at Yiju with great pity. "My third sister is really suffering. She has reached this height now, all by her own efforts." As for Yi Chen, He said such beautiful words earlier, not wanting my third sister to experience that kind of pain, so he worked so hard to torment my third sister, right? Don't tell me he did it to help my third sister improve her acting skills. He was the big boss of the company at the time. If he wanted my third sister to improve her acting skills, why didn't he go to a big production and play a supporting role? Isn't it better to go to a big production and learn from seasoned actors than to play bit parts everywhere? Yiju warned Yiju with her eyes. Fourth sister, don't say that. Yiju didn't think there was anything wrong. Why can't I say that? It's Yichen who wants to pretend to be a good person. It sounds so good on the surface. It's just hiding the dirt in his heart. Yiju's words won the approval of many fans. Yes, what Zhu Goddess said is right. Yichen said he did it for Zhu Goddess's good. Making her rush to more than a dozen sets in a day is called good. I think Yichen is deliberately torturing Zhu Goddess, and he keeps giving her bad movies. Even if these movies have become classics now, it's already a thing of the past. Some fans blindly supported, while some viewers were angered and retorted. I find you people really funny. On one hand, you despise Yichen, saying he's a waste, scum. On the other hand, you demand that Yichen must lift them up. You all said he's a waste. How can you expect a waste to do so much? Double standards are really being played out by you guys. And what Yiju said. What's wrong with playing bit parts in small productions? Can't you learn anything from playing bit parts in small productions? Gold shines wherever it is. It's not because of the place it's in that it hides its brilliance. Zhu was not popular before. Why not say it's her acting that's the problem? Now that anyone can speak, can I also say that Yichen made Zhu play bit parts more to help her improve? The barrage started a new round of tearing. Yiju looked at the barrage and those who were explaining for Yichen, and laughed directly. Do you really think Yichen wants to train my third sister? Those who think so are all wrong, because I heard it with my own ears. I heard that the reason Yichen did those things was just to mock and belittle my third sister. Yiju said emphatically. This drew another round of ridicule from the barrage. Yiju listened to Yiju's words and did not refute them, because that was indeed the case at the time. She didn't know at the time that the company behind it was started by Yichen. But Yichen had already mocked her more than once. What did he say at the time? He said she didn't deserve to be in these movies at all, because she was so bad. It was only right for the company to send her to play bit parts. So, Yichen, are those really the words you wanted to say? Are you really just wanting to mock and belittle me? As if knowing what they were thinking, the screen on the big screen turned again. And this time, what was played was Yichen's memory. It was the market feedback after the first movie was released. Lei Xiao looked worried. Yi, our box office is not good. Yichen looked at the box office report and naturally knew that Lei Xiao was understating it. This box office was not just not good, it was downright bad. However, he had expected it long ago. Lei Xiao looked at Yichen's expressionless face and couldn't help but ask, Mr. Yi, aren't you worried at all? Yichen put down the report and replied, worried? What do I have to worry about? Lei Xiao said, about this drama. Yichen smiled, there's nothing to worry about. It's only natural for this drama not to be a hit. In today's market, his script was too ahead of its time. Being ahead meant it would be eliminated. So from the moment he started writing this script, he knew that this drama wouldn't be a hit. At least, not now. Lei Xiao was puzzled, huh? Then, why? Why did they choose to film it for Yiju? Mr. Yi established the company and carefully selected this script just to promote his sister, right? But now Mr. Yi was telling him that this script wouldn't be a hit? What kind of operation was this? Yichen said, this drama won't be a hit, but it will become a classic. Lei Xiao was even more confused, huh? How can a drama that's not a hit become a classic? It's not only blockbusters that become classics, Yichen said as he took out another script. This is Zhu's second script, give it to her. Lei Xiao opened the script and saw the name of the screenwriter, 12. He cautiously asked, Mr. Yi, is this screenwriter the same person as the one for the previous movie? Yichen replied, indeed, it's the same person. Lei Xiao thought to himself, this is bad, we're doomed. It seemed like Yichen could read his mind, just give it to her, you don't need to worry about the box office. With Mr. Ye's instructions, Lei Xiao could only obey and leave the office. When the office was empty, Yichen's voice echoed slowly, these scripts were never meant to be hits at this time. So Yichen really knew that these movies would flop, and they would become classics now. If that's true, Yichen's vision is way ahead of its time. I realize that everything Yichen does makes me deeply worried. His current operation reminds me of the moment when he guided Zhou Qiguang, the dean, to the library when he was 9. So Yichen doesn't have a so-called fall of a genius. He's just hiding deeper. So there must be a reason why he made Yiju play a supporting role. It's not intentional to suppress Yiju. The audience eagerly awaits to find out why Yi Chen made Yizhu play a supporting role in the second movie. Once again, the heart is muddled. Due to the director's blame shifting, the media even remembered the name of the screenwriter 12. The script was provided by this screenwriter, and the performance style and shooting were also requested by this screenwriter. So the failure of this movie was entirely the fault of this screenwriter. Although the screenwriter contributed a lot, as an actor in this movie, it didn't do much good. Yizhu was scolded again. However, this was not the focus. Yi Chen watched Yizhu's performance on the big screen with a furrowed brow. It was too mechanical and hollow. It was as if she had no soul of her own, she just acted as others told her to. An actor who doesn't think for herself won't go far. Yi Chen couldn't let Yizhu continue to play the lead role. But if she were to play a supporting role now, given her current situation, she would likely do as others say, just like in these movies. This was not what Yi Chen wanted to see. She couldn't play the lead, she couldn't play the supporting role, so she could only play a minor role. Without experiencing hardships, how could there be a fragrant plum blossom? So Yi Chen gave Lei Xiao the third task, to let Yizhu play a minor role. When Lei Xiao heard this news, he thought Yi Chen had misspoken. Mr. Yi, did you just say to let me arrange a minor role for Yizhu? Yi Chen didn't even look up. Yes, do you want me to say it again? Lei Xiao quickly shook his head. No. However, Yi, Lei Xiao asked tentatively, what does this supporting role refer to? No lines or just 1 or 2 lines? Extras, background, corpses, got it? Yi Chen finally looked up. There's nothing to report. You can go now. Lei Xiao. What could he do? Of course, he would do as the boss said. So, from that day on, Yizhu embarked on the path of being an extra. All minor characters. All extras in the background. Compared to the previous 2 movies where she had thick lines, now she didn't have a single line. Even the shots were just long shots, blending in with a dozen or so actors. No close-ups at all. This situation continued for several months. Yizhu became visibly more silent. There were faint signs of her withdrawing into herself again. When she returned home once more, she was exhausted. After shooting 15 scenes in a row, she began to doubt why she had chosen this path. Yizhu pushed open the door and saw Yi Chen sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed. She just glanced at him and then averted her gaze. Numbly, she walked towards her room. She didn't want to talk to Yi Chen, but that didn't mean Yi Chen wouldn't talk to her. Yi Chen, with his legs crossed, teased her. Oh, isn't this our big star Yizhu? Why are you so downcast coming back? Have you finally realized the reality, knowing that you don't have the talent for acting? Upon hearing this mockery, Yizhu clenched her fist slightly and walked even faster. Yi Chen changed the TV channel casually. I heard that you messed up the previous 2 movies and now the company has sent you to be an extra? Is being an extra fun? Are you playing a corpse or just a passerby? Just being an extra was not enough. But if you added the mockery of this villain, it was enough. Yizhu happened to open the door at that moment and heard what Yi Chen said. She rushed out like a little cannonball and pulled Yizhu behind her, protecting her. Yi Chen, just because you don't speak doesn't mean no one sees you. What does it have to do with you what my third sister is filming? Mind your own business. She thought of something, her eyes fierce. But you must be happy now. Forcing my third sister to sign with this lousy company. Causing my third sister to end up like this. Although Yizhu didn't speak, her eyes expressed the same sentiment. What right did Yi Chen have to say anything here? She had become like this precisely because of Yi Chen. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. So now you're blaming me? Then he suddenly burst into laughter. Haha. It's okay, weaklings always like to blame others for their mistakes to cover up their own incompetence. If it makes you feel better to put the blame on me, I don't mind carrying a bit of the burden. Upon hearing this, Yizhu felt a surge of frustration building up in her chest. She couldn't spit it out, nor could she swallow it. Was she really incompetent? She began to doubt herself. It seemed like it was true. Since she decided to take this path, apart from the initial role and a bit of popularity, all the roles she took on were insignificant. And then, she could only be an extra. Seeing herself doubt, Yizhu quickly said, Third sister, don't listen to Yi Chen's nonsense. Being an extra is not what you deserve. It's because Yi Chen signed you with that crappy company. All of this should be blamed on that lousy company. Yi Chen swayed his legs, looking relaxed. Ah, yes. It's all my fault. It's my fault for making you sign with that company. It's my fault that your acting career isn't going well. And it's also my fault that you've become like this now. So, when is the movie you played a corpse in going to be released? Remember to call me to watch it. Yi Juchu, Yi Chen. She grabbed Yizhu's hand. Third sister, don't listen to him talking nonsense. The film you made is very good. It's far better than this person who only knows how to be decadent at home, like countless times. But Yi Zhu didn't even hear what Yi Juchu said. All she could think about was Yi Chen's words. Is this how her life is going to be? Just wandering in countless film crews, playing insignificant roles or corpses? No! Just thinking about this kind of ending is suffocating. Not to mention that she once played the leading role, even if that leading role was a failure. Yi Juchu tried to pull Yi Zhu, looking at her with concern. Third sister? Yi Zhu finally came to her senses. Her originally lifeless eyes suddenly seemed to ignite with a flame. The fighting spirit that had been lost was reignited. Yi Zhu looked firmly and stubbornly at Yi Chen. Finally, after being silent for so long, she spoke. You will be disappointed. One day, I will stand at the highest point of the film and television industry. I will become an actor loved and admired by everyone. Even if I am playing a corpse now, in the future, I will only play leading roles. Yi Juchu looked on in astonishment. Clearly, she didn't expect Yi Zhu to suddenly be so full of determination. But she quickly echoed, that's right. Third sister, you will definitely become the best actor in the world. Yi Chen, you are like a pile of mud, forever looking up to us. The two sisters, as if making a vow, finished speaking and then returned to their rooms. They closed the door with a loud bang. They didn't know that after they closed the door, Yi Chen, who had been lounging with his legs crossed, suddenly smiled lightly. There was a hint of indulgence and expectation in his smile. I hope you can live up to your words and not let me look down on you. Yi Zhu, the future is yours. I have always believed this. I have always been paving the way for you like this. I was about to criticize, but what does the last sentence from Yi Chen mean? Hiss. The last sentence from Yi Chen is terrifying when you think about it. Could it be that everything just now was intentional on his part? The plot suddenly takes a reverse turn. Ha! Why did I say suddenly again? Before the normal barrage had been fully displayed, the brain-dead fans of the four women immediately arrived on the scene. Is Yi Chen just mentally ill? He always says such pleasant things. Isn't it him who made the goddess Shu take on these roles? Exactly. After belittling and mocking, he comes out with such a statement. What does he want to achieve? To be a good person? Disgusting, isn't it? Is Yi Chen psychologically abnormal? He's stepping on the goddess while intentionally pretending to be good to her. A person with even a slightly normal mind wouldn't do such a thing. Strongly suspect that Yi Chen has a mental illness. Someone quickly take him to the hospital for a checkup. The words spoken by Juchu and the goddess Shu at the end are truly moving. They are truly representatives of women in our new era. The chaotic barrage couldn't disturb Yi Zhu's thoughts. She was staring fixedly at the subtle expressions on Yi Chen's face, trying to find some clues, and all the answers pointed to the same thing. Yi Chen wasn't lying. He really had expectations for her. If that's the case, then was it intentional for him to make her play supporting roles? Did he really want to specifically train her? No, not enough. The clues now are still too few. These clues completely fail to connect everything for her. The host guided public opinion. I saw some viewers in the barrage saying that Yi Chen is playing with the goddess Shu. I think this viewer is right. Isn't Yi Chen deliberately teasing the bamboo goddess with this appearance? It's like a cat catching a mouse. When a cat catches a mouse, it doesn't eat it right away. Instead, it lets it go, and then just when the mouse thinks it can escape, it catches it again with a swipe. So back and forth, until the little mouse can no longer muster the will to escape and resist. Now Yi Chen is treating the bamboo goddess as this little mouse. Deliberate teasing. The host's words elicited unanimous agreement from the four female fans. As a result, the number of people cursing Yi Chen in the barrage increased. Yi Lan had been very unhappy with the host for a long time. How do you know that Yi Chen is teasing, and not genuinely doing it for the good of my third sister? The host never expected that, despite always standing on the side of the goddess, he would now be questioned by the goddesses in this way. Feeling wronged, he couldn't come up with a rebuttal. Yi Zhu interrupted the faint tension between the two. Let's continue watching, and we'll find out. Is Yi Chen really kind-hearted, or does he want to catch the mouse? Continuing to watch, the truth will eventually come to light. After this incident, Yi Zhu seemed to have a sudden realization overnight. Previously, when facing acting, although she appeared to be very diligent, her acting lacked soul. All her performances were superficial, without any real emotion. It was all form without substance. But now, Yi Zhu understood the need to think. No longer just going through the motions, she was seriously considering why her character should act a certain way. Originally, she only took on background roles, but now she was gradually getting supporting roles with a line or two. When she didn't even realize it, Yi Zhu was slowly growing and improving. What she didn't know was that all her efforts were being noticed by Yi Chen. Lei Xiao walked up with a towel. You're all sweaty, wipe it off quickly. Yi Zhu took the towel from Lei Xiao. It had been almost a year since she signed the contract. Yi Zhu could feel how good Lei Xiao had been to her. Gradually, she had let go of her prejudice against Lei Xiao. She was no longer as angry as she was at the beginning when she saw him. Wiping off the sweat, she nervously asked, "Lei Xiao, how was my performance just now?" She couldn't remember when it started, but Lei Xiao began to critique Yi Zhu's acting. At first, Yi Zhu thought Lei Xiao was talking nonsense. But soon, she didn't think so. Every time Lei Xiao critiqued her acting, it was spot on. He directly pointed out her problems. And when she followed his advice, it was clear that she had improved a little bit. So now, Yi Zhu had developed a habit. After finishing a scene, she would go ask Lei Xiao how she did. When Lei Xiao heard this, he was already prepared. After all, he had just finished a video call with Yi Chen. Lei Xiao cleared his throat and, following Yi Chen's words in his own language, said, "This time, you've improved a lot compared to last time. But there's still a small problem." Lei Xiao repeated the issues Yi Chen had mentioned to her. Yi Zhu listened intently. When Lei Xiao finished, she suddenly realized, "So that's it. I knew something wasn't right." Yi Zhu looked at Lei Xiao with bright eyes. "Lei Xiao, you're really amazing." Lei Xiao looked a little embarrassed. This wasn't his doing. He was just conveying what Yi Chen had said. He didn't know why Yi Chen was keeping all this from his sister. However, the boss has already spoken, so he naturally wouldn't interrupt. In short, just follow Mr. Yi. At this moment, Yi Zhu had a new insight and was completely immersed in it, not paying any attention to Lei Xiao's expression. But even if she had noticed, she wouldn't have thought much of it. Just like she was outside the big screen, Yi Zhu was just looking at this past memory, completely ignoring Lei Xiao's expression. "What's wrong with that?" The host noticed the nostalgic look on her face. "Goddess Zhu seems to be feeling sentimental?" Yi Zhu came back to reality from her memories and nodded gently. Even the corners of her mouth curved slightly. "Yes, seeing this long-lost memory, I recalled a lot. Actually, my acting skills weren't that good at first. Everyone saw that. At that time, thanks to brother Lei Xiao, he was the one who had been secretly guiding me. Whenever he saw something wrong with my performance or any inaccuracies, he would immediately tell me. If it weren't for brother Lei Xiao, I probably wouldn't have grown so quickly." Lei Xiao is very precise in his observations. The host obviously also knew Lei Xiao. "I know. When you left the company, you took him with you, didn't you?" This has long been praised by countless fans. The reason for the praise is that the previous company treated Goddess Zhu so poorly, but when she left that company, she still took Lei Xiao with her. Yi Zhu nodded, her smile becoming even more apparent. "Yes, because without him, there might not be the current Yi Zhu. She is not ungrateful. Being able to escape from that cannibalistic company, she naturally had to take brother Lei Xiao with her. It's just a pity that I originally wanted brother Lei Xiao to continue as my manager, but he was too busy. In the end, she had to find someone else to be her manager. Speaking of which, it seems like she hasn't seen brother Lei Xiao for many years." The host suddenly started to smile mysteriously. "Actually, our program team has prepared a surprise for you, Goddess Zhu." Yi Zhu fell silent for a moment. "Don't tell me, brother Lei Xiao is coming to the show?" The host didn't answer, but turned to look behind the big screen. "Let's welcome our special guest." Amidst an exciting music, a familiar figure slowly walked out from behind the big screen. Besides Lei Xiao, who else could it be? Brother Lei Xiao. "It's really you." Yi Zhu was so excited that she stood up. Her smile was genuine. She was truly happy to see Lei Xiao. As Lei Xiao walked onto the stage and saw Yi Zhu, whom he hadn't seen in a long time, his heart was filled with mixed emotions. "Zhu, long time no see." "Yi Zhu, it has indeed been a long time, brother Lei Xiao. If I'm not mistaken, it's been 3 years, right?" "Lei Xiao, indeed, 3 years. You have already achieved what you told me back then, reaching the pinnacle of acting." Yi Zhu blushed and smiled. "It's nothing, it's all thanks to you. You were guiding me all that time. If it weren't for your guidance, I probably wouldn't have achieved such good results so quickly." Lei Xiao had always been watching. Upon hearing Yi Zhu's words, he suddenly fell silent. Yi Zhu quickly noticed that something was wrong with him. "What's wrong? Brother Lei Xiao, is there a problem?" Lei Xiao remained silent for a long time, looking at the big screen. Finally, after struggling in his heart, he spoke. "Zhu, what if I told you that none of this was because of me?" Yi Zhu felt frozen. A bad thought was brewing in her mind. "Brother Lei Xiao, what do you mean by that?" Lei Xiao remembered what Yi Chen had once told him, not to tell Yi Zhu everything. Then, please pretend not to know him. At that time, Yi Chen was already very, very thin. He was exhausted all over. Seeing him like this, Lei Xiao just wanted him to rest well. "Don't continue to take care of them." Yi Zhu was still waiting for his answer. "Lei Xiao, brother?" Lei Xiao came back to his senses from his contemplation. Looking at Yi Zhu's puzzled face, he said, actually, I don't understand acting. Don't understand acting? Yi Zhu was stunned for a moment, then quickly laughed. How is that possible? Lei Xiao, are you trying to fool me? If you don't understand acting, how did you direct me? Lei Xiao smiled bitterly. Didn't I say it's not because of me? If it's not because of him, then it must be someone else's doing. Yi Zhu had an uneasy feeling in her heart. Could it be that Yi Chen has been guiding her in acting behind the scenes? This is impossible. How could Yi Chen act? Yi Zhu wanted to ask Lei Xiao, but for some reason, she couldn't bring herself to do it. She was afraid. Afraid that when she asked, she would receive an unacceptable result. The host saw the situation and timely said, so let's continue to see what happened to the goddess Yu after that. Yi Zhu no longer had to be a background prop, or a cannon fodder who dies after 1 or 2 lines. She no longer had to run to a dozen or so drama crews every day, but stayed in one crew, finishing the scenes before moving on to the next. She started playing supporting roles. Although not the first or second female lead, she couldn't even be considered the third female lead. In a 40-episode-long TV drama, her total screen time was only about 10 minutes as a supporting actress. But Yi Zhu put in a lot of effort. She earnestly thought about where the characters' lines came from, what psychological drive they stemmed from. She was no longer a wooden tool that acted as the director instructed. After finishing a scene, she quickly ran to Lei Xiao's side. Lei Xiao, did you record my performance just now? Lei Xiao took out his phone and shook it. Of course, I recorded it all for you. Yi Zhu smiled lightly. Lei Xiao suddenly said to her mysteriously, I have another surprise to tell you. When Yi Zhu first heard this, she didn't pay much attention. What surprise? Lei Xiao said, I received an audition invitation from a big drama crew. He paused for a moment and emphasized, not for a minor role. It's for a real third female lead. There are a lot of scenes. If it were before, Yi Zhu probably wouldn't have had much of a reaction to this news. But now, she was genuinely very happy. Really? What TV drama is it? Lei Xiao handed her the script. Look. This is the script. Familiarize yourself with it first, and a week later, you'll come with me to the audition. Yi Zhu opened the script and read it. It was a wartime drama. The role she was auditioning for was a wealthy young lady, originally willful and capricious, but in the end, she bravely threw herself into the front lines of the war for the country and her loved one, becoming a battlefield nurse. After reading the script, Yi Zhu felt extremely uneasy. Lei Xiao, I've never acted in this kind of background before. In fact, what made her even more uneasy was that she had no idea what a wealthy young lady should be like. She was never a wealthy young lady to begin with. Lei Xiao had already prepared his response. Actors need to experience different roles. Don't burden yourself, don't be afraid. Remember to record it during rehearsals and send it to me. I'll tell you what areas you need to improve. After being a messenger for so long, Lei Xiao became more and more adept at saying these things. Yi Zhu nodded eagerly. Okay, I will. Although this was a wartime drama, Yi Zhu still worked very hard and did her homework. When she returned home, Yi Zhu adjusted the angle of her phone and began practicing. 10 minutes later, she sent the video to Lei Xiao and eagerly awaited his feedback. Instead of receiving Lei Xiao's feedback, she saw Yi Chen returning from outside. She glanced at him and then looked away. Whether Yi Chen came back or not, she didn't care at all. As Yi Chen reached the entrance to change his shoes, his phone in his pocket rang. He picked it up and saw a video sent by Lei Xiao. The live audience became excited as the plot took a dramatic turn. However, some fans of the 4 women were unwilling to believe it. In the studio, Yi Zhu's breathing stopped as she saw the scene. How could Yi Chen have the video she sent to Lei Xiao? She dared not turn to see Lei Xiao's expression. Yi Lan also watched intently. Was Yi Chen silently plotting everything for our benefit? What is the truth? The big screen slowly started playing. Yi Chen glanced at the message from Lei Xiao and put his phone back in his pocket. When he returned to his room, he put on his headphones and made sure everything was fine before opening the video. It was Yi Zhu's recent practice. Yi Chen watched with a satisfied smile on his face. Little sister, you have improved a lot compared to before. After he exited the video, Lei Xiao sent a message asking if there was anything else Yi Zhu needed to improve. Yi Chen carefully explained to Lei Xiao. Lei Xiao was shocked after hearing it. I understand now, Yi Chen. I'll go talk to Zhu Mimi. Outside the hall, Yi Zhu received a message from Lei Xiao that was exactly the same as the one Yi Chen had sent him. Not knowing the truth, she suddenly realized after reading the messages. So that's how it is? She took out a mirror and made the modifications as instructed. She felt more inspired and resumed practicing. In the room, Yi Chen put down his phone and prepared to go outside to pour a glass of water. As he opened the door, he saw Yi Zhu practicing. She was completely immersed in her performance and didn't notice him. Yi Chen frowned. It wasn't enough. The character Yi Zhu portrayed lacked the essence of a wealthy heiress. She only portrayed willful and capricious, even though this was a wartime drama. The role may not have been well developed by the scriptwriter, but that didn't mean the actor could treat it casually. A good actor doesn't have to play the lead role to excel. Yi Chen didn't go to get water but returned to his room. The biggest problem with Sanmei is the lack of a sense of wealth and nobility. She looks like she has no connection to being a rich girl from a wealthy family. But in those days, those who could be called rich girls were truly raised in a pile of money. Even if she is willful and capricious, there is still a sense of nobility in her bones. He thought for a moment, took out his phone, aimed it at a blank wall, and began shooting a video. His face did not appear in the frame. Only the lower half of his body entered the frame. The clothes he was wearing were very unidentifiable, a white shirt and jeans. After making sure that there were no features that would expose himself, Yechen clicked to start recording the video. In that instant, his entire demeanor completely changed. Normally, he always appeared carefree, as if, as Yi Zhu said, he was like a puddle of mud that couldn't be helped. But now, even though he was wearing very cheap clothes and the background was not grand, just a blank space, his demeanor carried an indescribable air of nobility. These cheap clothes now seemed to have a hint of sophistication. He still didn't speak, just made some simple movements. Raise his hand. Sit down. Stand up. Walk. Although these were simple movements, they revealed his nobility. Full of the taste of a wealthy young man. After this series of movements, Yechen had only recorded for a dozen seconds. After confirming that the video was fine, Yechen sent the video to Lei Xiao. Send this video to Yezhu. So in less than a minute, Yezhu, who was practicing in the hall, received this short video. What is this? Yezhu was puzzled when she saw the cover. After seeing the message sent by Lei Xiao, she was even more confused. Are we supposed to find the feeling of being a rich girl from this video? Is brother Lei Xiao joking? It's no wonder Yezhu would think that way. After all, the cover of this video did look too simple. The background was a white wall, and there was a man wearing a white shirt, only showing half of his body. What kind of feeling of being a rich girl could be found from this video? Although she was very skeptical, Yezhu still opened the video to watch it. At the first glance of the video, Yezhu was truly amazed. How could it be? There's no face, not even a very grand background. But the feeling of nobility is so strong. Yezhu thought of something and hurried back to watch her own video. After making a comparison, Yezhu became even more aware of where she was lacking. The character she portrayed had no feeling of being a rich girl at all. Could this video have been specially shot for me by brother Lei Xiao? Brother Lei Xiao is really amazing. Yezhu was extremely excited. Even though the video was only a few seconds long, she watched it for a long time. When the screen stopped, the barrage in the live broadcast room erupted like a geyser. All the fans from before, come out and continue to speak up. Yechen just wanted to peep at Yezhu, he wasn't really teaching her. I just want to ask, have your faces been swollen? So what can Yechen do after all? Mathematics, dubbing, acting. Everything seems to be better than the four sisters. Yechen completely hides himself. He doesn't look like the waste he's pretending to be. So, from what we've seen so far, these three sisters are actually sucking Yechen's blood. Where do they get the face to mock him? The audience was discussing fervently. On the stage, the faces of the three sisters were also not calm. The most unsettled person was Yezhu. She stared at the big screen blankly, and her guess in her heart was turned into reality in that instant. So, was her acting all taught by Yechen? Has she been receiving help from Yechen all along? How could it be like this? Lei Xiao looked at Yezhu's face and sighed. Zhu, I must apologize to you here. Before this, I have never been able to tell you the truth. Yezhu remained silent for a long time before finally looking at him. When she spoke, she found her voice extremely hoarse. So, Lei Xiao, was it really Yechen who was guiding me at that time? Lei Xiao looked at her firmly. Yes. I didn't understand acting at all. Every time you acted and recorded a video, I sent it to your brother. After he watched it, he told me where you went wrong. Then I told you exactly as he said. This naked truth unfolded in front of Yi Zhu. She seemed completely stunned. How could it be like this? Wasn't Yi Chen just a waste? How could a waste have such good acting skills? She now stood in a higher position, with a broader perspective. It was precisely because of this. Yi Zhu realized how difficult it was to express oneself through body language alone. Yi Zhu bit her lip tightly. Lei Xiao, why didn't you tell me about this before? Lei Xiao, it's not that I didn't want to tell you, but Yi always told me not to tell you. Upon hearing this, Yi Lan's brain spun rapidly. This exposed a lot. No one does things without leaving any traces, unless they haven't done it. If Yi Chen wanted to do these things, he must have left traces. In other words, people familiar with him would definitely know some truths. She spoke excitedly. Do you still know anything else about Yichen? If you do, please tell us. Lei Xiao turned to look at Yilan, then slowly shook his head in her eager eyes. Sorry, I only know these things. Yilan decisively shook her head. It's impossible. You used to be Yi Chen's subordinate. You even called him Yi. So you should know something about what he did, right? Apart from these things, what else is he hiding? What could Lei Xiao say? Of course, he knew more than just these things. But he wouldn't say them. Revealing them would violate the agreement with Yi. And if it weren't for this memory playback, he might still choose to keep it hidden. So under Yilan's pressing, he still chose to shake his head. Sorry, I really don't know anything else. Yi Zhu had been watching his expression all along. She suddenly spoke. Lei Xiao, you really can't act. The expression on your face tells me that you're not unaware, you just don't want to say. Lei Xiao was seen through, but still remained tight-lipped. I really don't know anything. If you really want to know something, just keep watching the memories. Memories don't lie. You've always wanted to know why you've always been made to play a supporting role, right? Keep watching. That was all he could say now. Yi Zhu looked at his expression and vaguely read one thing. That what Yi Chen did for her was not just guiding her in acting. He did much, much more. The host finally found an opportunity to interject. I believe fans and audience friends all want to know how the Goddess Shu has spent these 10 years. Goddess Shu, which sudden hit made you famous again? What stories have you experienced behind the scenes? As his voice fell, the barrage in the live broadcast finally gave fans a voice. Yes. Who cares about what Yi Chen did? I want to see the beauty. Goddess Shu was silent for almost 8 years, and then suddenly soared. It's really inspiring. The host looked satisfied at the barrage and then spoke. Good. Next, let's open the dusty memories together. The paused image on the big screen. It started to rotate again. Time rewound to the hospital. Yi Mei rushed into the hospital ward directly. The nurse naturally wanted to intercept her. Wait. Miss, you can't do this. We don't have the person you're looking for here. Yi Mei pushed her away. Whether he's here or not, I'll find him myself. Now no one could stop her. Today, she must find Yi Chen. No matter how the nurse pulled, it was useless. Yi Mei had already rushed into the first ward. The patient inside was startled. Yi Mei saw that Yi Chen was not there, so she apologized and left the room. The nurse was already getting angry and went to report to the head nurse and security. During her report, Yi Mei had already rushed into several more rooms. But without exception, Yi Chen was not in any of these rooms. The rooms in the gastroenterology department were almost all opened, leaving only a few. Yi Mei was about to continue walking down, but the nurse had already rushed over with the head nurse and security. Head nurse, it's her. No matter how I pull, it's no use, she just wants to barge into the ward. The head nurse said, stop her. The security guards nearby received the order and quickly rushed forward to stop Yi Mei. Miss, stop. Yi Mei wanted to break through. Let me through. The head nurse had already walked over. This is a hospital, not a place where you can just barge in. Yi Mei said, I'm not barging in, I'm here to find someone. The nurse angrily spoke. I've already told you, the person you're looking for is not here. I think you're deliberately causing trouble. The head nurse gestured to her with her eyes, telling her not to say more. Then she looked at Yi Mei. Miss, I understand that you are eager to find someone, but my sister has already told you that the person you need is not here. I think you might be looking in the wrong place. Yi Mei said firmly, I definitely did not look in the wrong place. He has a stomach problem. He must be in your gastroenterology department. She narrowed her eyes. Are you deliberately not letting me find him, right? Let me through. No matter what she said, the head nurse and security guards did not budge. Yi Mei laughed in anger. Fine. You won't let me in, right? You wait. She picked up her phone and started dialing. Soon, the other end of the phone was connected. Yi Mei immediately spoke. Director, long time no see. I have a small matter to trouble you with. I'm now in your gastroenterology department. I want to find someone. You don't need to make a call. Before Yi Mei could finish speaking, a familiar voice directly stopped her. This familiar voice made Yi Mei turn her head sharply. In the last ward at the end of the corridor, the ward door opened. Zhang Ming walked out from inside. He walked slowly towards Yi Mei, then nodded to the head nurse. Sorry, head nurse, this is my friend. She probably came here to find me. The head nurse said, so she really came to find someone, not to cause trouble? Zhang Ming smiled. She did come to find someone. It was all a misunderstanding. The head nurse let the security guard step back and looked angrily at Yi Mei. You came to find Mr. Zhang, why didn't you say so earlier? Alright, I won't disturb you anymore, we're leaving. The group of people retreated noisily. Yi Mei looked at Zhang Ming in front of her, her expression extremely cold. Mr. Zheng, we finally meet again. Zheng Ming smiled at her. I never thought I would meet Miss Yi at the hospital. Yi Mei said, I don't want to hear this nonsense from you. I don't want to beat around the bush with you. I want to see Yi Chen. In the ward, Yi Chen, with a pale face, was breathing heavily. The spirit in front seemed to be like a dying glow. The burning pain in the stomach eroded once again. Even with the 4-drip in oxygen, it still couldn't alleviate it in the slightest. He was like an old man with decaying wood, breathing heavily, barely keeping his eyes open, trying to muster up his spirits. He watched the live stream on his phone. I wonder how much longer I can watch you all. Cough, cough, cough. I just hope I can watch you all for a little longer. The screen had already jumped to 5 years later. Yilan is now 17 years old, and has been signed with the company for 6 years. Compared to before, she has grown more pure and lovely. Under her smooth long hair is a delicate and perfect face. A gentle smile is like a shower of stars, directly capturing the dreams of 900 million young men. Even though Yizhu has always played supporting roles, and those dramas are basically unknown, she still gained 5 million fans with just her face. You should know that now is not the time when the entertainment industry is prosperous. There are no water armies or the like. Every fan is real. 5 million fans are already quite impressive. In these 6 years, Yizhu was forced by the company to attend drama school. Although the dramas she acted in were still small, and she was still not famous, her acting skills have improved several levels compared to before. Yizhu has moved out of that house and now lives alone. She had just made breakfast for herself when the doorbell rang. It was Lei Xiao. Yizhu greeted him with a sweet smile. Lei Xiao, have you had breakfast? I still have some here. Lei Xiao shook his head. No need, I've already eaten. I came this time to give you the script. Yizhu, script? Lei Xiao pulled out a chair and sat down beside her. Yes, you've graduated, right? It's time to take on a script. Yizhu did indeed graduate. The reason she was able to graduate so quickly was because she skipped grades. She shortened the time by several years. Yizhu put down her chopsticks and took the script. Subconsciously, she asked, is it another minor role? In these past few years, Yizhu had only taken on some small drama productions, playing some unimportant roles. So naturally, after receiving the script, she thought it would be the same as before, just some unimportant minor role. However, when she opened the script, she heard Lei Xiao say, it's not a minor role, it's the female lead. Ah, the female lead. Yizhu casually replied, then suddenly realized something was wrong. She turned to Lei Xiao, did I mishear you? Did you say I'm playing the female lead? How long has it been since she last played the female lead? 6 years? Suddenly receiving this news, she was really taken aback. Lei Xiao smiled, you didn't mishear, you really are the female lead. Yizhu became curious about this script. What kind of drama would let her play the female lead? Script name, Moonlight Box, A Tale of Journey to the West. Playwright, 12. Yizhu's originally excited and boiling emotions were extinguished when she saw the name of the playwright. It's this playwright again. Lei Xiao understood the expression on her face. Keep reading. Finish the entire script before you say anything. Yizhu really continued reading. Between the lines of this script, there was a strong familiar flavor. It had been over an hour since she finished reading the entire script. Yizhu lifted her head from the script. Am I supposed to play the spider demon in it? Lei Xiao shook his head. No, it's the purple shadow fairy. Yizhu remained silent and did not immediately respond. Lei Xiao's expression became serious. Zhu, do you not want to take on this role? Because the playwright is 12? Yizhu revealed her thoughts. My acting style may not quite match this playwright. Suddenly, Lei Xiao asked a question. Zhu, what is an actor? Yizhu immediately answered without hesitation. Someone who can play any role well. Lei Xiao didn't continue speaking, and Yizhu already understood. I'm sorry, brother Lei Xiao, I was wrong. Even if it's a terrible script and an unlikable role, she should still put in her best effort. That's what it means to be an actor. Ah, the most classic play of the goddess is coming out. Purple Shadow Fairy is my eternal goddess. Purple Shadow Fairy is really beautiful. Especially that wink. It just went straight into my heart. The script by the 12 writers is simply amazing. Although this play was considered a flop at the time, the goddess did gain some popularity because of it. Mentioning this play, many fans in the barrage were excited. Yizhu in front of the studio also felt emotional. When she saw the name of the 12 writers, she did consider not filming. But it's a good thing she did. She took it on. At this moment, Lei Xiao suddenly spoke. Zhu, actually, this play was something Yi Zong insisted you film. Yi Chen? Lei Xiao nodded heavily. Yes. He had been staring at Yizhu's eyes, hoping she would understand or think about something. But Yizhu didn't dwell on his words. Instead, the fans heard this and started joking. Why did Lei Xiao suddenly say this? Is he trying to give credit to Yi Chen? Joke. The writer is 12. Yi Chen at most just handed the script to the goddess. Speaking of which, the 12 writers always wanted the goddess as the lead. I have every reason to suspect that the 12 writers gave the script to Yi Chen to request the goddess as the lead. So Yi Chen is just basking in 12's glory. I think you're right. That must be it, no doubt. So Yi Chen really doesn't have any forward-looking aesthetic or vision. The one who truly has a forward-looking aesthetic and vision is the 12 writers. The 12 writers are my eternal god. Lei Xiao caught a glimpse of the barrage in the live broadcast. Seeing the fans praising the 12 writers while belittling Yi Chen, his expression involuntarily twitched. If these people knew that the Yi Chen they constantly belittled was the 12 writers they praised, their mentality would surely collapse. Lei Xiao suddenly wanted to reveal this truth. Not much, just to see them get a reality check. But Lei Xiao suppressed this impulse. His words would have little impact, not as shocking as a direct visual. In Lei Xiao's anticipation, the scene began to play. After taking on the role in the play Journey to the West, Yi Zhili gradually became busy. She no longer played supporting or unknown roles, but only lead roles. And in the play she filmed, there was only one writer from start to finish. 12. When she received another script from the 12 writers, Yi Zhili couldn't help but be curious. Brother Lei Xiao, who is this writer 12? I've filmed so many of his movies, but I've never seen him. Is he not worried or curious about what his movies will turn out like? It was not the 12 writers who were curious, but she was. After filming so many of his plays, Yi Zhili had a slight change in her view of him. The plot in his script seemed absurd and illogical at times, but the core of his entire play was a mix of laughter and tears, joy and sorrow. If you carefully and sincerely watch it, you will find that the more you laugh at the beginning, the sadder you will be at the end. There is too much helplessness in it. About life. About the future. Yi Zhili was truly curious about him. Rai stopped his hand and asked, "Why are you suddenly asking this question?" Yi Zhu told him what he had just thought. Rai remained silent for a long time and then struggled to organize his words. He will watch it after the movie is finished. Yi Zhu still didn't give up and asked a second question. Then why does he always insist on casting me as the female lead in his movies? Rai hesitated. Let me think about how to answer you. This answer is so obvious. The screenwriter is your brother. The investor is also your brother. Who else could he find to play the female lead if not you? That's what he thought, but he couldn't say it directly. Rai finally came up with an excuse, because you look exactly like his ideal female lead. This answer was perfect. Yi Zhu asked, Rai, do you think I'm easy to fool? Of course not. Rai quickly changed the subject and then stared at her. Why would you think that? You're so smart, how could I possibly fool you? I gave you an answer and you don't believe it, so tell me, what does he want by choosing you? He didn't use any underhanded means with you. He didn't ask you to do anything. He didn't gain anything from you. So this is the only answer. Yi Zhu was unable to respond to Rai's retort. The fact was indeed as she said. After thinking for a long time, she suddenly said, I know. Rai was startled. You know what? Yi Zhu looked at him seriously and firmly. Why did 12 choose me to star in his movie? Rai asked softly, why? Yi Zhu replied, because only I can maintain my composure and continue filming after his movie flops. Although this answer was far-fetched, at least it passed. Just as Rai was about to relax, he heard Yi Zhu suddenly say, Rai, can you introduce me to 12? I really want to thank him. Thank him for recommending me to the investors and letting me be the female lead in his movie. Rai, I want to thank him in person. Rai immediately shook his head without thinking, no need. He doesn't need your thanks. You might even want to scold him if you meet him. Yi Zhu said, Rai, you never asked him. How do you know he doesn't need it? Rai made up an excuse. I asked before, he doesn't need it. Yi Zhu looked at him quietly and didn't continue to ask. However, she began to have doubts in her heart. Rai was acting strange. Yi Zhu secretly kept this in mind and planned to investigate the reason behind it one day. She didn't expect that day to come so soon. When Yi Zhu returned from the restroom, she happened to overhear Rai talking on the phone to someone. She didn't pay much attention at first and was about to greet him when she suddenly heard Rai say, Don't worry, I've already given the script to Zhu. She didn't say anything this time, just that she wants to see you. Of course. I've already refused. What? Okay. Understood. See you this afternoon. Yi Zhu quickly hid as she saw Rai about to hang up the phone. After Rai left, her eyes lit up. The person Rai just spoke to on the phone must be the screenwriter 12. It must be him. So Rai is going to meet 12 this afternoon. Yi Zhu had already come up with a plan in her mind. After Yi Zhu left, Rai made up an excuse to her. Zhu, I have something to do this afternoon, so I won't be able to accompany you. Can you manage on your own? Yi Zhu nodded as if she didn't know anything. Don't worry, Rai, I'm not a child, I can handle it on my own. Rai said, good luck, I'm leaving. Yi Zhu waved to him as he left. However, the next second she went directly to ask the director for leave. Originally, her role in the afternoon was not very important. The director happily let her take a break. Yi Zhu quickly followed and caught up with Lei Xiao, who had not gone far. She quietly followed behind Lei Xiao. Lei Xiao did not notice the little tail following him. He went directly to the place agreed with Yi Chen. Yi Chen had not arrived yet. Lei Xiao was not in a hurry, but found a place to sit down. He casually ordered a cup of coffee and sat waiting. At this time, Yi Zhu had also arrived here. She hid on the other side of the road, looking through the glass window at Lei Xiao sitting on the windowsill. Yi Zhu took a deep breath. I want to see what kind of person this screenwriter 12 really is. Lei Xiao, you're hiding so well. Don't let me see you. The big screen stopped suddenly and went into an advertisement. The audience watching the live broadcast exploded. Damn, it's happening again. The director really likes to play this trick, right? Director, do you know why the ratings of your program are so low? Because you play this trick too often. Is it fun to tease the audience like this? Director, tell me your address. My family sells razor blades, don't be afraid, I'm just saying this. I've had enough. I'm really fed up. I'm going to give the director's program a low rating. I'm different. I want to give a 5-star rating. Boost the ratings and deceive others into falling for it with me. Hey you, you've taken all the bamboo shoots on the mountain. As expected of you, Lao Lu. Amidst the resentment of the audience, the screen on the big screen started running again. Yi Zhu, hidden in the corner, anxiously waited. I wonder what kind of person 12 the screenwriter really is. Anyone who can write those scripts must be a very talented person. After standing for 5 minutes, a familiar figure entered her sight. The man was slim, wearing a nondescript white sports shirt. He walked slowly, his shadow stretching in the sunset. Yi Zhu recognized him at a glance. Yi Chen, what are you doing here? After recognizing Yi Chen, she jumped out. Yi Chen turned to look at her, with a slight surprise in his eyes, apparently not expecting to see Yi Zhu here. But soon, he restrained himself and put on a casual expression. What, is this road built by your family? If you can be here, can't I be here? Yi Zhu, you. She was so angry that she puffed up her cheeks, not knowing how to retort to Yi Chen. At that moment, Lei Xiao saw this scene from the coffee shop. He froze. How did Zhu and Yi end up meeting? No. More importantly, how did Zhu get here? He didn't have time to think about it, and quickly ran out of the coffee shop. Then he called out to Yi Zhu, Zhu, what are you doing here? Aren't you at the film set? Seeing Lei Xiao, Yi Zhu suddenly realized how could she have suddenly run out like this? Wouldn't that expose her? But now it was too late to hide. She could only awkwardly touch her nose and cough. Ahem, I just happened to pass by here. Where would Lei Xiao believe her? Seeing Yi Zhu here, how could he not understand what was going on? You followed me because you heard me make that phone call at noon. It wasn't a question, but a statement. She had been saying for the past few days that she wanted to meet screenwriter 12. And based on what he knew of her character, Yi Zhu was indeed capable of doing such a thing. Yi Zhu also knew she couldn't hide it from him. I just wanted to thank Mr. 12 in person. She didn't have any ill intentions. Lei Xiao hadn't spoken yet, and Yi Chen, who was standing next to him, spoke up. Why do you want to thank him? Yi Zhu frowned. It's none of your business. She didn't want to pay any attention to Yi Chen, and turned to look at Lei Xiao. Lei Xiao, since I already know that you want to see Mr. 12, then you should grant my wish. I swear that when I see him, I will not speak out of turn or disturb you. Yi Zhu clasped her hands together. Please, Lei Xiao. Lei Xiao. What should I say? The person you want to see is right in front of you, but you don't want to pay any attention at all. Just as Lei Xiao didn't know how to speak, Yi Chen spoke. He laughed. So someone wants to see someone, but can't. Do you know the reason for this? If it were in the past, Yi Zhu would definitely not pay any attention to Yi Chen's words. But now, she really wanted to see the screenwriter 12. Yi Zhu suppressed her displeasure. I don't know, do you know? Yi Chen, of course I know. The reason he doesn't want to see you is definitely because you haven't reached the level worthy of seeing him. Yi Zhu was decisively angered. You. Lei Xiao suddenly realized. He quickly stopped Yi Zhu. Your brother is right. Yi Zhu didn't even think and directly retorted. I've told you so many times, he's not my brother. Lei Xiao, fine, but what he said is indeed correct. He was caught in between these two siblings. It was really difficult. Yi Zhu looked angrily at Lei Xiao. Lei Xiao, are you also here to help him tease me, right? Lei Xiao, of course not. I'm telling the truth. I'm saying this myself. He didn't say a word of lie. Yi Chen laughed on the side. My poor sister seems unwilling to accept the truth. I didn't expect to come across such an exciting story while passing by. But it's a pity, I don't have time to continue watching this story here. You guys continue chatting, I'm leaving. Yi Chen really left like that, leaving Lei Xiao standing there dumbfounded. Yi Zhu approached. Lei Xiao, I know you were just trying to tease me. Now that he's gone, you should promise me. Lei Xiao was about to answer when his phone rang. He picked up the phone and glanced at it. After reading the message, he put the phone back in his pocket. Your expectations this time will be in vain. 12 said he has something urgent and won't be coming. Yi Zhu instinctively didn't believe it. How is that possible? Lei Xiao, it's true, he just messaged me. Alright, let's go back. He really left. Yi Zhu could only follow, continuing to ask, unwilling to give up. Mr. 12 really won't come? When the scene stopped, the host immediately said, it seems that this time, Goddess Shu still couldn't meet Mr. 12. So what happened later? Did the goddess eventually meet him? What happened later? No, she didn't. Yi Zhu let out a deep sigh. This time, it was the closest I've ever been to Mr. 12. After that, I never managed to find out his whereabouts. He doesn't want to see me. She lowered her eyes slightly reddened with a sense of grievance, as if she was about to cry. Yi Zhu really didn't understand. Why did 12 always refuse to see her? Later, she even believed Yi Chen's words. She thought she hadn't climbed high enough. Maybe one day, when she reached a high enough position, 12 would definitely come to see her. Yi Zhu couldn't bear to see her sister so aggrieved, and comforted her with concern. Third sister, don't be too sad. It's not just you who can't see Mr. 12. Look, so many people haven't been able to see him either. The host quickly agreed. That's right, what you goddess said is right. But Yi Lan did not join in their discussion. She was thinking about something. Why did Yi Chen happen to appear at that time? Not only did Yi Lan think this in her heart, she also said it out loud. Yi Jiao heard it. Immediately replied, second sister, are you thinking again, isn't this a coincidence? For example, Yi Chen is the editor of 12? Yi Jiao really wanted to laugh out loud. Second sister, don't always be so naive. How could Yi Chen be the scriptwriter for 12? It's just a coincidence that he passed by there. Yi Lan, how can you be sure that it must be a coincidence? Yi Zhu saw that they were about to argue again, and quickly said, if you want to know if it's a coincidence, just ask one person, isn't that enough? Lei Xiao was once again stared at by everyone. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. If I could tell you, why didn't I tell you before? Don't try to scheme against me anymore. Yi Lan stared straight at him. You have always been unwilling to say it because Yi Chen didn't let you say it. Lei Xiao looked back at her openly. You can think whatever you want. Want to explode at him? Did they still think he was the young man who could easily be seen through before? The audience in the barrage also actively participated. Bet 5 Mao. Yi Chen is the scriptwriter for 12. I also think so. Why else would Lei Xiao keep teasing us? If Yi Chen is really the scriptwriter for 12, then this is interesting. Absolutely impossible. You guys are daydreaming more than this is reality. The host looked at the discussion and took control again. Anyway, the first drama of Goddess Shu is about to be released. And after that, Goddess Shu has connected many other dramas, and they are all by this scriptwriter for 12. And after these dramas were released, Goddess Shu became a superstar. That year was called the first year of Goddess Shu. As the host spoke, Yi Zhu couldn't help but think back to the past. In fact, what was said before, that this company had always given her bad films, could be questioned. When the movies were not released, many people did say that these were definitely bad films. After all, this was produced by 12. But when the movies were released, everyone was proven wrong. These were not bad dramas at all. They were all classics. They even started to speculate. These movies were deliberately delayed from being released, just for this moment. And what was Yi Zhu thinking at that time? She seemed to be thinking, it didn't matter whether these movies were broadcast or not, because as long as she held on a little longer, just a little longer, she could leave this bad company. Memory, 3 years passed. Yi Zhu had been signed with the company for 9 years. In these 3 years, she had taken several movies, but none of them had been released. The movies that had been completed seemed to have never existed. They disappeared, and there was no further news. No one told her when they would be released. No one told her if these movies had been edited. At first, Yi Zhu was concerned and would ask from time to time, but gradually, she forgot about it. Every day, she just quietly filmed, and silently calculated how much longer she could leave this bad company. Zhu! A voice broke her reverie. Yi Zhu saw Lei Xiao's face full of joy. Lei Xiao, why are you so happy? Did something good happen? Lei Xiao couldn't contain his smile. Something good did happen indeed. The movie you previously filmed, The Legend of the Journey to the West, is finally going to be released. When Yizhu heard the name of this movie, she was stunned for a long time before finally remembering which movie it was. Compared to Lei Xiao's excitement, Yizhu appeared much calmer. It is indeed a great joy. Lei Xiao, why don't I see you being excited? Yizhu, I am excited. Lei Xiao saw through her at a glance. Are you still calculating when you can leave our company? He really couldn't understand. What's wrong with our company? Why do you have to leave? Yizhu was silent for a moment, then said, Lei Xiao, I thought you would understand. Lei Xiao replied, is it because of the contract we signed 9 years ago? I've told you many times, you really misunderstand your brother. Yizhu interrupted, Lei Xiao, I've also told you many times, I don't have a brother. Lei Xiao was speechless. They were both so stubborn. Once a decision is made, not even 800 cows could pull it back. Lei Xiao raised his hands in surrender. Okay, I won't say anything. Then, Yi Chen, okay? Setting aside Yi Chen's influence. You've seen how our company has treated you over the past 10 years, right? We haven't persecuted or harmed you, have we? You haven't seen outside. How many artists are signed to companies and are forced to accompany drinking all day long, doing a bunch of work they don't want to do? Yizhu had heard about these things after 9 years in the industry. She pursed her lips. I do have to say thank you for that, but my beliefs really don't align with this company. Their origins were too terrible. If she stayed in this company, she would constantly be reminded of the scene when Yi Chen forced her to sign the contract. That scene was like a midnight nightmare. Every time she thought about it, she would break out in a cold sweat. So, she couldn't stay in this company. But Lei Xiao, don't worry. If I leave this company, I will definitely take you with me. At that time, you will still be my agent. Lei Xiao looked at her for a while. I understand. No matter what I say, you won't give up on this idea. Forget it. I won't say anything more. Let's continue talking about work. The movie has been scheduled for next month. You have to come and promote it together. Yizhu nodded. I will cooperate with the work. Lei Xiao didn't say anything more and left. But in his heart, he hoped that after the movie was released, Yizhu would change her mind. Yi Chen had already revealed to him that from now on, all the movies Yizhu had filmed in the past 3 years would gradually be released. Lei Xiao had been puzzled before. Why did Yi Chen want to hold back all the movies for so long? He remembered what Yi Chen had told him at the time. These movies are not ready to be released yet. When they are, I will let you know. And just yesterday, Yi Chen came to tell him that it was time for the movies to be released. Lei Xiao remembered his words. Starting next month, I will make sure everyone knows the name Yizhu. I will make everyone go crazy for her. After nearly 10 years of training, it was time for her to show her talent to everyone. At that time, Yi Chen's eyes were shining. His shoulders were straight and he seemed unbreakable, as if no amount of hardship could crush him. He would forge ahead, cutting through all obstacles, and then present the most beautiful rose to everyone. The movie The Box of Moonlight, the story of Journey to the West officially began its release. Yizhu had done a lot of promotion for this movie, but unfortunately, the response was still lukewarm. Hardly anyone had high hopes for this drama, not even the investors and sponsors. Lei Xiao seemed to be consoling Yizhu, but also boosting his own morale. Zhu, don't worry, when this movie is released, they will definitely regret it. He had 100% confidence in Yi Chen. Sometimes, Yizhu was really curious why Lei Xiao was so confident in this script written by the 12. After all, the 2 movies she had previously filmed had both flopped. She couldn't help but ask. Lei Xiao answered without hesitation, because it's written by the 12. Because it's Yi Chen. It's the unbeatable Yi Chen. Seeing his excited expression, Yizhu couldn't bear to shatter his illusions. Even the leading actress didn't think this movie would be a hit. On the contrary, it was her agent who was so confident. In Lei Xiao's anticipation, the data for the first day of release came out. The box office was only 40 million. This data was like a bucket of cold water poured on Lei Xiao's head. He couldn't believe it. How is it possible to be only 40 million? He didn't believe it for a while, then encouraged himself, it's okay, it's only the first day. The box office will definitely go up later. However, until the end of the entire movie release period, the total box office did not exceed 300 million. Yizhu could see that Lei Xiao was getting more and more depressed day by day. How is it possible? How can the box office still be so poor? Clearly, everyone said it would definitely explode. Yizhu decided to walk over and comfort him. Lei Xiao, aren't there still several other dramas? This one didn't work. Maybe the ones after it will do well. Although she actually didn't have much hope. She didn't think this drama would become popular. But Lei Xiao seemed to see hope. Yes, you're right. There are still several dramas that haven't been released. When those dramas are released, you will definitely explode. Yizhu nodded perfunctorily. Yes, I will definitely explode. The audience in the live broadcast room almost laughed to death at this scene. Shu Goddess is obviously perfunctory, but her perfunctoriness is so cute. Lei Xiao must be a brain-dead fan of 12, ha, I'm dying laughing. He's so firm that his idol's drama won't fail. Later, 12 did achieve it. After this Moonlight Treasure box, the following movies were like they were on fire. The box office soared like a rocket. Yes, yes, yes. That box office was like a rocket. I experienced it. I know how terrifying the discussion was at that time. At that time, almost every street and alley was discussing those movies. I love Food God the most. Food God, forever a god. Am I the only one who loves the kung fu of Huagua? With just one palm, invincible. The role played by Zhu Goddess in it is really amazing. 12 God is really talented. He's a genius buried by the times. Sob, 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 I will always love 12 God. In the memory, the movie Moonlight Treasure Box has already finished airing. The box office was barely passable, and the market response was average. There were still countless criticisms of bad movies, but the only benefit was that Yi Zhu's portrayal of the purple shadow fairy in it successfully used her beauty to captivate the audience, causing a frenzy among many screen-licking fans. Yi Zhu's popularity finally took off, and after a rest of less than 2 months, the second movie she starred in, God of Poker, was also released. She wore a red dress in it, with a face that was clearly pure, but she was making seductive moves. And the thrilling poker showdown and the flowing fight scenes in the movie made people's adrenaline soar. The box office on the first day barely exceeded 40 million, but the box office after that was like riding a rocket, soaring from 100 million on the second day to 500 million in 3 days. Both the audience and the media gave it rave reviews. 12, who used to be criticized as a brain-dead screenwriter who only wrote bad scripts, has now made a direct turnaround. Although he didn't directly rise to the level of a big shot, he successfully changed the image of always writing bad scripts. When these achievements came out, Yi Zhu was stunned. She had never expected that this movie would explode. Lei Xiao's face was full of excitement. I knew it. I knew President Yi wouldn't be wrong. Ha ha ha, President Yi is really amazing. In his excitement, he completely forgot that he had just revealed Yi Chen. When Yi Zhu heard this, she asked in confusion, Lei Xiao, what were you just saying about President Yi? It's you. Lei Xiao was about to reveal Yi Chen in his excitement, but before the word brother came out, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. He quickly changed the subject. It's just a coincidence that you and I, the company's boss. His last name is also Yi. Oh, I actually forgot to tell you about this matter all along. Both of you have the surname Yi. Maybe your families have been connected for generations. Maybe that's why Mr. Yi wants to sign you. Yi Zhu did not have any suspicions, so, the boss of the company also has the surname Yi. Yi is a common surname. In the vast sea of people, the chances of encountering someone with the same surname are indeed very high. Yi Zhu didn't think much of it and missed the chance to find out the truth. Lei Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that there's no suspicion. But Yi Zhu's expression suddenly became serious. But, Lei Xiao, I don't quite agree with what you just said. The movie received rave reviews. What does it have to do with Mr. Yi? The credit should first go to screenwriter 12. Because if screenwriter 12 didn't write this script, it wouldn't exist in the world. So the person we should be most grateful to is screenwriter 12. Lei Xiao nodded vigorously. Yes, we should also thank screenwriter 12. That's right. Anyway, it's the same person. It doesn't matter who we thank. He was excited for a while, then continued, alright. In another month, you will have another movie released. This time, Yi Zhu was truly stunned. What? There's another movie to be released? Lei Xiao nodded and shook his head. To be precise, you will have a total of 5 movies released this year. Yi Zhu asked, are they releasing all the movies I shot in the past 3 years at once? This is the first time I've seen such an operation. Lei Xiao was ecstatic. He remembered what Yi Chen had said to him. He turned to Yi Zhu with determination and confidence. Zhu, are you ready? This year, we will elevate you to the highest position. With the 10 years of effort put in by Mr. Yi and Yi Chen, we will lift you to the throne. But will you know how your throne is really built? In the studio, Yi Zhu looked at the final still frame, silent for a long time. At that time, she had never thought that the Mr. Yi mentioned by Lei Xiao was actually Yi Chen. She had naively thought that it was just someone with the same surname. Yi Zhu smiled gently. So, at that time, Lei Xiao, you had already revealed your hand. But she didn't dig deeper into it, nor did she think much about it. Lei Xiao spoke up. Actually, I was quite panicked at that time. Fortunately, in the end, Yi Zhu believed him. Yi Zhu sought confirmation. So, my movies were held back for 3 years because they wanted to release them all in that year? Lei Xiao nodded heavily. Yes. Because Mr. Yi said, if those movies were released earlier, they would be overshadowed by the aesthetic of that era, just like the first Galaxy No. 8 movie you shot. Yishu mused to herself, so, Yi-chan had already judged that these movies wouldn't be successful at the beginning, which is why they held me back for so long. The host interjected, Goddess Shu, you made this inference so quickly, do you think it's too hasty? He tried hard to come up with an explanation. Let me offer a possibility. Is it possible that it's because screenwriter 12's script concept was too ahead of its time? After all, he should also know that the script he wrote was very advanced, so he must have had a judgment on the current situation. So he judged that these movies wouldn't be successful at the time, and then told Yi-chen? This explanation makes sense for everything. Yi-ju also suddenly realized this and nodded along. Screenwriter 12 has such advanced aesthetics and vision, he must also have a strong judgment on the market situation. I think the host is right. It must be like this. It was 12 who told Yi-chen not to release the movies so soon. 12 is really amazing. So talented. They couldn't wait to belittle Yi-chen, fearing that he might get some credit. Rochelle on the side wanted to roll his eyes when he heard this. What kind of person is this? He had been helping Yi-chen hide for so long, and he felt very aggrieved. Now, hearing what Yi-ju said, he couldn't hold it in any longer. Yi-ju, he's your brother no matter what. Can you stop thinking of him in such a dirty way all the time? What kind of new era woman? What a ridiculous title. Is this what a new era woman is like? Always trying to pin the blame on others? Yi-ju didn't expect Rishao to dare to scold her. She stood up from the sofa in anger. With a cold eye roll, she said, what do you mean by pinning the blame on others? Everyone can see what kind of person Yi-chen is. He's just a dirty and despicable scum. Everything I said completely fits his character. She was the most arrogant and self-important among the 4 sisters, because compared to the other 3 sisters, she became famous very early. Although her temper had become more restrained because of one person, when it came to that person and the other 3 sisters, she was still defiant. And because Rochelle used to be under Yi-chen, he naturally couldn't help but argue back. Rochelle was also amused by her anger. After holding in his anger for a long time, he finally let it all out. How could Yi-chan have a sister like you? I think Yi-chan's education of you all in the past 10 years has been a complete failure. Each one of you is more short-sighted than the other. None of you can see the bigger picture. This statement also included Yi-ju. Yi-ju sneered, third sister, did you see that? This is the so-called good manager you thought of. You want to save him and help him out of his predicament, but he's willingly fallen into depravity, willing to associate with scum like Yi-chen. Seeing that the situation was getting out of hand, Yi-ju quickly stepped forward to mediate. Fourth sister, please stop. Rush-yao, calm down. This is just how my fourth sister is. Don't argue with her. Yi-lan also stood up, her face dark and unpleasant. Yi-ju, watch your attitude. And your words. Risha glared at her, then suddenly laughed. What were you saying just now? If I remember correctly, you were just praising the 12th screenwriter, right? You said he's talented, right? You said he has advanced aesthetics and good judgment in the market, right? Well, let me tell you. The perfect screenwriter you were talking about, who is unparalleled, is Yi-chen. Did you hear that? What nonsense about not being able to say it. He's going to say it. Yi-ju was fine, but the last sister of Yi-chen is really ridiculous. He couldn't help but laugh. His low blood pressure was instantly cured. Rochelle had no idea of the commotion he caused when he said this. Everyone was stunned. Yi-ju covered her mouth directly, looking at him in disbelief. She felt like she couldn't speak. After a while, she found her voice again. Rochelle, what were you just saying? Did she just have a hallucination? Otherwise, why did she hear Rochelle say that Yi-chen is the 12th screenwriter? Yi-ju opened her mouth for a while, twitched her mouth a few times, and laughed. Do you think just because you said Yi-chen is the 12th screenwriter, he is? What a joke! She answered so forcefully, but in reality, she was very anxious. Everything she said to belittle Yi-chen had been turned around. Could it happen again this time? No, absolutely impossible. How could Yi-chen know everything? She definitely wouldn't be embarrassed this time. And while they were in a panic, the live broadcast room was also in an uproar. Oh my god, did I hear that right just now? Rochelle said Yi-chen is the 12th. Oh, my god. I knew it. I'm a prophet. Dear God, help me. If the 12 screenwriters are really Yi-chen, then how much does Yi-chen really know? Terrifying to think about. If Yi-chen is 12, then everything he's done is to promote Yi-ju. What kind of amazing brother is Yi-chen? Oh my god, let me be reborn and travel back in time. I want to be his brother. Lei Xiao also saw these barrage comments. After saying those words, he actually regretted it a bit. Why did he get so angry and expose himself? But the words were already spoken, and he had no reason to take them back. He gritted his teeth and said, "I never joke. If you don't believe me, then keep reading." Yi Zhu exploded. After the release of her 5 movies in a row, this incredibly crazy move stunned both the capitalists and market analysts, because before this, no one had dared to do something like this, releasing 5 movies with the same protagonist in one go. This was completely unimaginable. Or rather, it was impossible for anyone to do so. But the capital behind Yi Zhu did it. And it was very successful. The character development in each of Yi Zhu's 5 movies was completely unrecognizable as the same person. In other words, when the audience watched the movies, they didn't associate the image of Yi Zhu from the previous movie. This bold move led to Yi Zhu's overnight success. This was during the period of the internet's explosive growth. The internet was full of praise and adoration for Yi Zhu. Yi Zhu's influence reached an unprecedented peak. And for all of this, Yi Zhu was at a loss. She still couldn't believe it as she looked at Lei Xiao. "Lei Xiao, am I really famous?" Lei Xiao was now receiving all kinds of offers and his hands were getting soft from accepting them. He had a joyful smile on his face. "Of course it's true. Who would use this to deceive you?" Yi Zhu pinched her own face. "Ouch. It's actually true. How could it be so unbelievable?" It felt like stepping on mud, soft and not at all like a real touch. Lei Xiao looked at her bewildered expression and laughed. "Didn't I tell you, you would definitely become famous? See, I was right, wasn't I?" Yi Zhu didn't pick up on this statement. After all, for her, she could never forget the time when she was forced to sign the contract. So no matter who this Yi Zhu was, or what he did, she naturally felt disgusted towards him. But seeing Lei Xiao so happy, she didn't want to say anything bad at this time. When a movie becomes popular, naturally, the director and screenwriter will also benefit from it, especially the 12 screenwriter. Now, no one would call him the king of bad movies anymore. The explosion of so many scripts was enough to prove his talent. Coupled with the fact that Yi Zhu mentioned him in every interview, thanking him for giving her so many opportunities to meet with the audience. As a result, fans who followed Yi Zhu knew about him. 12's popularity rose, and naturally, someone noticed that he had never appeared. No one knew his identity. Even with so many successful movies, his presence remained elusive. The mystery surrounding him made people want to uncover the truth. After another interview ended, backstage, Lei Xiao had a mournful look on his face. "My goodness, didn't I tell you? Don't mention the 12 screenwriter again. He doesn't like being known by everyone." Yi Zhu looked innocent. "But it's not me who wants to mention him, it's those people who keep asking me. I can't lie, I really want to thank him." So when the host asked, I could only answer like that. Lei Xiao couldn't not know what this girl really wanted. He sighed. "I told you there's no need to bother, he won't come out to see you. Not just to see you, but everyone." Yi Zhu's expression suddenly became very serious. "Lei Xiao, I'm asking you, about 12. Does he have some kind of secret? Like, is he disabled and feels inferior, not wanting to see anyone?" "Lei Xiao, don't overthink it. None of those reasons are true." "Yi Zhu, then why?" "Lei Xiao, he just won't come out, that's it. You don't need to ask me why." He didn't want to say much on the topic. "Alright, you have a lot of work to do tomorrow, go rest quickly. I'm going back too, see you tomorrow." After saying this, Lei Xiao left. However, he said he was going home, but after leaving, he didn't head in that direction at all. After making sure no one was following him, he turned in a different direction. 20 minutes later, he stood in front of a house and knocked on the door. After a while, the door opened. Light flooded in, illuminating the face in front of him. That thin and slightly pale face. Who else could it be but Yi Chen? When Lei Xiao saw him, a smile spread across his face. "Mr. Yi." His gaze was calm and distant, showing no surprise or any other expression upon seeing him. Just very plain, "Why are you here?" The live broadcast room was in an uproar. "Ah, Yi Chen appeared. I don't know why, but I'm so excited at this moment. Damn, Lei Xiao really went to see Yi Chen. So he's 12 for real. Am I the only one who noticed that Yi Chen's complexion doesn't look good? Indeed, he looks quite pale. I remember hearing that he has a stomach illness. He even vomited blood before. Regardless, it's now proven that Yi Chen is the screenwriter 12. Who's feeling smug now?" The barrage was almost entirely in agreement. But there were still some fans unwilling to admit it, trying to make their final defense. Lei Xiao just called him Mr. Yi. He didn't call him screenwriter 12. How is this proven? Exactly. And we haven't seen the script to confirm it's his. I don't believe it. Seeing these speechless comments, the audience rolled their eyes one after another. Some people were brainless, and they couldn't possibly install one for themselves. They just hoped in their hearts. Wait until the video plays and they can be proven wrong. The big screen continued. Lei Xiao smiled widely. Mr. Yi, I'm here to congratulate you. Everything you mentioned before has come true. Yi Chen thought he had something important to discuss, but didn't expect it to be for such a trivial matter. You already congratulated me over the phone. Lei Xiao quickly added. Mr. Yi, how can that be the same? I didn't dare say too much over the phone, for fear of giving it away. He put down the things he had bought. Mr. Yi, your sister has truly become a shining star now. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's originally plain face finally showed a hint of a smile. I know, she will definitely succeed. Lei Xiao immediately said, all of this wouldn't have been possible without the efforts you've made behind the scenes, Mr. Yi. Me? What can I do? Yi Chen smiled and didn't pay much attention. Lei Xiao retorted immediately, how can Mr. Yi say you haven't done anything? I've seen all the effort you've put in over the past 10 years. I know what you've done for Zhudu. You were worried she'd sign with a bad company, so you opened one yourself. You were worried she wouldn't progress in her acting, worried she'd be blinded by the glamour of the entertainment industry, so you've been restricting her, not letting her progress too quickly. In the end, you even personally wrote so many scripts for her. Yi, how can you say you haven't done anything? Lei Xiaoye said more and more excitedly. Over the past 10 years, he had truly witnessed how much Yi Chen had sacrificed for Zhu. It can only be said that Yi Chen's dedication was something that no one else could possibly achieve. Moreover, he knew from Zhu's own mouth that Yi was not even her biological brother. Yi was taken in. This only further proved how compassionate and righteous Yi Chen truly was. Yi Chen looked at him in such an excited manner and poured him a glass of water. There's no need to be so worked up, he said, looking outside. Do you see that mountain in the distance? Lei Xiaoye took a sip of water and followed his gaze. Although he didn't understand why they suddenly brought up the mountain, he nodded obediently. I see it. Yi Chen looked into the distance, his eyes calm. There's a mountain road on that mountain, built with the hard work of countless people. It's a road that leads to the mountaintop. Although someone built this road, in the end, it's not up to the road builders to decide who can climb to the peak and how high they can climb. It's up to the person climbing the mountain. He did indeed build this road, but he couldn't decide how high Zhu could climb. All he could do was make the road smoother. Lei Xiaoye wanted to argue, but he didn't know how to respond. Was Yi Chen right? There was certainly some truth to it, but it felt like a twisted logic. After thinking for a while, Lei Xiaoye finally came up with a retort. The person who digs the well never forgets to fetch water. Yi Chen decided not to continue arguing with him. If they kept going, they probably wouldn't be able to clear things up even by tomorrow morning. Yi Chen decided to send him off. He walked to the table, picked up a stack of documents, and said, this is the new script. When it came to the new script, Lei Xiaoye's attention was finally diverted. He excitedly ran over and picked up the documents. Yi, is this the new script you wrote? The script was called Big Mistake. Lei Xiaoye casually flipped through it. It's a mystery thriller. Yi Chen, yes. Lei Xiaoye had never been interested in mystery thrillers, but because it was written by Yi Chen, he patiently read through it. Unexpectedly, as soon as he started reading, he became completely engrossed. He was completely immersed in the plot presented in the script. The room suddenly became quiet. Yi Chen had already anticipated his reaction and didn't rush him. He just sat quietly next to him, typing on his computer. After a while, Lei Xiaoye finally finished reading the script, and then he vigorously flipped to the last page. It's over. How can it be over? What about the ending? What's the ending? It was getting so exciting. This feeling of being stuck in the plot was truly frustrating. It was like being interrupted while using the bathroom or finding half a worm in an apple. It made him want to grab the screenwriter and make him finish writing it right away. Lei Xiaoye went crazy on his own for a while, and finally remembered that the screenwriter was right next to him. He rushed to Yi Chen's side. Yi, what about the ending? What's the final ending? Yi Chen stepped aside, revealing his computer screen. The ending, I'm still writing it. His computer screen was indeed a Word document, and the densely packed text on it was the script for Big Mistake. In the recording studio, Yi Zhu watched the frozen frame on the screen, her breathing involuntarily becoming rapid. She blinked desperately, repeatedly confirming, afraid of missing any details, especially the text on the computer screen. She read it word by word, desperately searching for any differences from the script. But her memory told her that this was exactly the content of the script she had received at the time. There was absolutely no mistake, because this script has had such a huge impact on her. So she remembers many details and lines vividly. Just one glance and she can be sure. Yi Zhu is now tightly covering her mouth, completely speechless. These words were all typed out by everyone watching Yi Chen. In other words, there is absolutely no possibility of cheating. If there is no cheating, then it's proof. Yi Chen is the screenwriter 12. Yi Lan also saw it. Compared to Yiju's shock, she is more happy than shocked in her heart. Yi Chen is the screenwriter 12. He has always silently contributed to us, so he has never let us down. If it's really like this, then is it possible? Is it possible that Yi Chen is also the Joker? If it's really like this, then what has Yi Chen? What has he been through? They, the four sisters, used to treat him so despicably. They often scolded him as scum and trash. But he quietly did so much for them behind their backs. Yi Lan's eyes turned red, her nose feeling sour. Tears uncontrollably fell. Woo woo woo. She covered her mouth, desperately trying not to cry out. Among the three sisters, the most complex emotions belonged to Yiju. The words she used to mock Yi Chen before still linger in her ears. She was slapped in the face in less than 3 minutes. This is simply a great humiliation. Yiju was shaking with anger. Yi Chen, this person, did he come here just to mock her? She's furious. And the happiest person on the scene is Lei Xiao. There were also tears in his eyes, but he was smiling. See that? I didn't lie. Yi Chen has never done anything to let you down. On the contrary, he has always been protecting you. Yiju clenched her fists tightly, as if her anger was overwhelming. She suddenly stood up and slapped the sofa. Bah! Don't always say such nice things. Always for our good. Always considering everything for us. Since he's so rich, so talented, why doesn't he write a few songs for me? Why doesn't he sign me, pave the way for me? She has relied on herself for everything. She has never let Yi Chen help her in the slightest. Yi Ju's words directly exploded everyone, especially Yi Ju. Perhaps she would have stood on Yi Ju's side before seeing the truth clearly, but now the truth has blatantly told her. Yi Chen has never let her down. Not only has he not let her down, he has even done so much for her behind her back. No matter how malicious a person may be, at this moment, they cannot be malicious anymore. Moreover, Yi Ju has never been a malicious person. Fourth sister, what are you saying? Yi Chen did consider us. Those movies were all written by him. If it weren't for his scripts, maybe I wouldn't be where I am today. Yi Ju directly retorted, third sister, you also said maybe, not for sure. What does that prove? It proves that without him, you might have reached this height anyway. And it's also possible that without him hindering you for those 10 years, you might have become famous even earlier. The second sister looked at her as if she didn't know her. They knew that the youngest sister was the most arrogant among them, so she looked down on people the most. And the person she hated the most was Yi Chen. It can even be said that among the four sisters, she was the one who detested Yi Chen the most. The reason is simple. Among the four sisters, Yi Ju used to admire Yi Chen the most. Before she had a clear understanding of right and wrong, Yi Ju used to sweetly call Yi Chen brother often. Because of this, after Yi Ju gradually became aware of right and wrong and began to remember things, she once admired Yi Chen so much. She used to treat him like a brother. Now she hates him so much. But they never expected Yi Ju to say such things. Lei Xiao couldn't stand it anymore. Are you out of your mind? I raise a dog, feed it, and it at least wags its tail at me. Your brother raised you. Is this how you treat your brother? You're worse than an animal. The audience watching the live broadcast of the show also exploded. I never expected Yi Ju to be such a disgusting person. How can she say those things and still have a brain? Does Yi Ju even have a brain? My goodness, what kind of quality is this? She's supposed to be a goddess. Disgusting trash. I've heard that Yi Ju is very arrogant in the industry. Everyone says it, but I didn't believe it until now. Tell me where the show is recorded. I want to go and teach her how to speak. What she said. Yi Chen deserves to be their maid, right? If they fail, is it because Yi Chen didn't guide and assist them properly? Lei Xiao is speaking for me. He's saying what I want to say. Even though Yi Ju said such things, she still has her fans who firmly stand by her side. Commonly known as brain dead. Goddess Ju didn't say anything wrong. Without Yi Chen, maybe Goddess Shu would have reached the peak long ago. Is Yi Chen just a scriptwriter? Ridiculous. I knew there was something wrong with his dramas. Turns out it's because he really has a problem with his brain. Goddess Ju must have her reasons for hating Yi Chen so much. Didn't she say before that Yi Chen has done many bad things? That's right, I believe there's no hate without reason. Goddess Ju must have her reasons. In the studio, the atmosphere was extremely tense. The host quickly spoke up, I know, Yi Chen must have done a lot of excessive things to you, Goddess Ju, that's why you hate him so much. And in our interview, you also said that Yi Chen not only belittled you, but also plagiarized your songs, right? Yi Ju seemed to have found some confidence and turned to the host. Yes, that's right. If Yi Chen is so talented, why would he plagiarize my songs? Plagiarizing my songs is one thing. He's also extremely fickle in love. He changes girlfriends faster than he changes clothes. Yi Chen's various evil deeds. I can't even finish talking about them. Is he a good person? Ridiculous. Yi Ju was truly angry. Yi Chen was like a thorn in her heart. As long as it's not removed, it will continue to prick her. She once trusted him so much. She once naively called him her brother. But what has Yi Chen done? Using the words heinous to describe him is more than enough. Lei Xiao was the first to not believe that Yi Chen would plagiarize. You're talking nonsense. President Yi is so talented, how could he possibly plagiarize your things? Yi Ju sneered. You think he wouldn't? Wait until my memories are broadcast, then you'll know. Yilan couldn't help but speak. Fourth sister, what if all of this is just a misunderstanding? Yi Ju crossed her arms. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? You want to say that Yi Chen plagiarizing me is a misunderstanding? How can that be a misunderstanding? Ridiculous. It was plagiarism, and it was caught by her personally, and she could still wash it off. Ridiculous. Yi Ju was lost in her own thoughts and didn't say anything. She didn't know what to say at this moment. The overturning of all memories was something she couldn't bear all at once. Yi Ju continued, these are just the lightest things. I have something else that is enough to prove that Yi Chen is a complete piece of trash. Hatred emanated from her eyes. If the look in her eyes could kill, the current look in her eyes would have wanted to kill Yi Chen countless times. He once wanted to kill me. Yi Ju gritted her teeth and said, it was because of this incident that she completely broke off with him. Before this incident, she had always foolishly regarded him as her brother. Every time she thought about it, it made Yi Ju feel extremely disgusted. She was really blind. How could she have regarded this murderer as her brother? Lei Xiao was the first to not believe it. How could Mr. Yi possibly want to kill you? The other two sisters suddenly fell silent. They remembered this incident. They remembered. At that time, Yi Ju was only 4 years old. What does a 4-year-old child understand? But Yi Chen, this devil was so heartless. He pushed the 4-year-old Yi Ju into the river. When the sisters found out about this, they were all furious. It was from this incident that the 4 sisters officially cut ties with Yi Chen. From then on, they became like enemies. They just wished they could kill each other. Yi Ju looked at the changed expressions of her 2 sisters and coldly smiled. Sisters, have you finally remembered? So, do you think I would consider him a good person? Or should I be grateful that he didn't actually kill me at that time? The fans in the live broadcast room, who were initially wavering, instantly woke up upon hearing this. What? Yi Chen wanted to kill Ju Goddess. What scum? Oh my god, how can we call such a murderer a good person? I was just wavering, thinking he had become a good person. I didn't expect that some people are inherently bad. I'm starting to doubt now. Is he being so good to Yi Ju just to make up for it? I think you're right, sister in front. Various disturbances filled the screen in the live broadcast room. In the studio, the 2 sisters couldn't say anything. What could they say? Although Yilan didn't say it out loud, she actually had a different thought in her mind. Is it possible that Yi Chen was also wronged? If that's the case, would the 4th sister stop hating Yi Chen? The more Yilan thought about it, the more likely it seemed. She couldn't wait to let Yi Ju know the truth. 4th sister, since you said that, let's continue watching. Yi Ju could see her thoughts at a glance. Could the 2nd sister be thinking that after the memories were exposed, she could whitewash Yi Chen again? Yi Ju sneered in her heart, because she knew it was absolutely impossible. She had witnessed it with her own eyes. Yi Ju spoke, alright, let's see. Let's see if Yi Chen wanted to kill me when I was 4 years old. In the hospital, Yi Mei and Zhang Ming were at a standoff. Zhang Ming stood in front of her and, upon hearing her mention Yi Chen, showed a timely expression of doubt on his face. What are you talking about? I'm hiding Yi Chen? Why would I hide him? I don't even know him. Yi Mei had no expression on her face. Are you trying to delay me here again? I won't fall for it this time. She pushed Zhang Ming away and quickly walked to the last ward in the corridor. Zhang Ming hurriedly rushed forward, trying to stop her. Ms. Yi, what are you doing? If you're looking for Yi Chen, you shouldn't come here. There's no Yi Chen there. Only my mother lives there. How could Yi Mei listen to him? The more Zhang Ming tried to stop her, the more determined Yi Mei became in her heart. Yi Chen must be in this ward. Yi Mei didn't respond to him and had already rushed to the door of the ward. Zhang Ming looked nervous and blocked the door of the ward. He looked at Yi Mei with a stern face. Ms. Yi, I thought you were a person of manners. Why are you now disregarding others' feelings? I said there's no one you're looking for in this ward. Yi Mei, no one? If there's no one, why don't you let me in? Why do you have to stop me? She squinted, because Yi Chen is in there. So you dare not let me in. Jiang Ming wanted to explain again, there really isn't. Yi Mei's eyes suddenly turned red. Mr. Zheng, I beg you. Yi Chen is really important to me now. I really want to know the whole truth. The truths deliberately hidden by him. The truths that all four of them, her sisters, have been deceived about. You know, all of this will only be revealed when we see him. Jiang Ming fell silent after hearing this. He sighed, I understand. He slowly stepped aside, looking at Yi Mei. But I still have to tell you, I don't know anyone named Yi Chen. The person in this ward is not him either. Yi Mei, seeing that he no longer obstructed her, didn't take his words to heart at all. We'll see once the door is opened. She reached out and grabbed the door handle. This time, she didn't hesitate like before. She opened the door very firmly. The door of the ward was pushed open. Yi Mei saw the person lying on the hospital bed at a glance. She clenched her fists, her pupils dilated. Meanwhile, Jiang Ming had already walked into the ward. He pulled out a chair, sat down skillfully by the bedside, and picked up a banana from the bedside table. After peeling it, he handed it to the person on the bed. Mom, have some fruit. There was a white-haired old lady lying on the hospital bed. She smiled and took the banana, took a bite, and then looked at Yi Mei at the door of the ward. Little Zheng, who is this girl standing at the door? Jiang Ming replied smoothly, Mom, this is the Yi president I've mentioned to you many times. Yi president, he looked quietly at Yi Mei, this is my mom. Yi Mei felt as if all her strength had been drained from her. She leaned on the door, gasping for breath. She had never expected that this time would end in vain again. How could this be? The old lady and Jiang Ming were both looking at her, and Yi Mei could only muster up her spirits. She forced a smile. I'm sorry for disturbing you. Jiang Ming smiled warmly, it's no bother at all. My mom has often said she wants to meet you when I mentioned you before. Now that you've finally met, my mom is very happy. The kind old lady nodded, yes, I've wanted to meet President Yi for a long time. To create such a huge empire at such a young age, President Yi is truly an outstanding girl. Under normal circumstances, Yi Mei might have been in the mood for some business mutual praise. But not now. She really had no mood at all. Yi Mei felt the urge to leave. I'm sorry, I have something to attend to, so I'll leave now. She was about to leave. But at that moment, she suddenly noticed the other side of the ward, which was covered by a curtain. Covered. Yi Mei thought of something, and before she could finish her sentence, she rushed to the other side of the curtain. Seeing her move, Jiang Ming suddenly stood up from his chair. President Yi, what are you doing? Yi Mei pulled the curtain and then suddenly tore it open. Yi Chen, I knew you were hiding here. The memory footage on the big screen began to play. It showed a room that, although old, was neatly arranged and did not appear cluttered. 4-year-old Yi Ju was sitting on the floor playing with a Barbie doll. At her current age, her favorite thing was to play dress-up games with the Barbie doll. Yi Ju changed the doll into a particularly shiny little dress and proudly held it up. So pretty! She admired it for a long time, then suddenly seemed to remember something and got up from the floor with bright eyes. Then she skipped over to the other room. Yi Ju held the doll in one hand and knocked on the door with the other. Soon, the door opened. Yi Chen appeared at the door. When Yi Ju saw him, her eyes lit up. She sweetly called out to him, brother. She held up the little doll in her arms and said, brother, look. I changed the little princess's dress to a prettier one. Is it pretty? Yi Chen looked at the Barbie doll in front of him, smiled, and patted her head. Yes, it's pretty. Fourth sister has a good eye. Yi Ju smiled shyly, he. She wanted to continue talking to Yi Chen, but before she could speak, she was interrupted by someone. It was Yi Mei, who had just returned from outside. She opened the door and saw Yi Ju and Yi Chen standing together. Yi Mei hurried over. Fourth sister. She pulled Yi Ju behind her without hesitation and spoke in front of Yi Chen. Why are you hanging out with this scum again? When Yi Ju was pulled away, she was still a little confused. She weakly said, sister, I just wanted to show my brother my doll. Yi Mei immediately retorted, what brother? You don't have a brother. She ignored Yi Ju's almost crying appearance and glared at Yi Chen. Don't think you can confuse my sister just by doing this. As long as the three of us sisters are here, you will never be able to confuse the fourth sister. She pulled her back into the room. When Yi Ju was pulled away, she looked back at Yi Chen reluctantly. Yi Mei pulled Yi Ju into the room. Yi Ju pitifully hugged the Barbie doll, her eyes seemingly filled with tears. Sister. Yi Mei looked at her with a stern face, completely unaffected by her teary eyes. Do you know what you did wrong? I've told you so many times. He's a bad person. Scum. You can't be so close to him. Yi Ju looked confused. She asked in a soft voice, sister, what does scum mean? She was still young and really didn't know. Yi Mei was at a loss for words. How could she explain it to her sister? After thinking for a moment, Yi Mei said, "It means very, very bad. Someone who would hurt you." "That's right. When you were not even a year old, he wanted to kill you." "Fourth sister, do you know how dangerous that is? What if he tries to kill you when we're not around?" As she spoke, Yi Mei became afraid. The image of Yi Chen holding a knife and rushing out was a nightmare for her. The couple just wanted to take them in and live a good life. But what about Yi Chen? He just took a knife and tried to kill them. He even threatened that if they dared to run away with them, he would kill the fourth sister first. Although Yi Ju was still young and had a vague concept of life and death, she knew that death was not a good thing. She knew it was a very scary thing. Yi Ju's eyes turned red, and she held her Barbie doll tightly, shaking her head desperately. "Ju doesn't want to die. Whoa, don't kill Ju." Yi Mei was satisfied with what she saw. If she had said this earlier, her sister would have taken it more seriously and been afraid. She should have said this earlier. She repeatedly warned, "Stay away from Yi Chen. Do you understand?" Yi Ju nodded softly, "Mm." After Yi Mei left, Yi Ju lay on the bed hugging the Barbie doll. Her eyes were shining, but they were full of confusion. She said to the Barbie doll, "Little princess, big sister said that brother is a bad person, but brother has always been very good to me. He gives me food, and gives me many fun things, and most importantly, he often praises you for being beautiful. How could a brother like this be a bad person?" Yi Ju couldn't understand, but she knew that if she didn't listen to her big sister would be even angrier. That night, Yi Ju held her Barbie doll and tossed and turned. Early the next morning, her eyes were as black as two giant pandas. Yi Chen, who was making breakfast, saw her in this state. He immediately frowned with a worried expression and asked, "What did you do last night? Couldn't sleep?" If it were any other time, Yi Ju would have definitely acted coquettishly with Yi Chen and said some words seeking comfort. But because of what Yi Mei had said the day before, Yi Ju now faced Yi Chen with a hint of fear in her expression. She silently took several steps back, holding her Barbie doll and not looking at him. At a glance, Yi Chen could see her current situation. Yi Ju was afraid of him. "Are you afraid of me?" Yi Ju bit her lip and remained silent. Yi Chen thought of Yi Mei's appearance the day before and understood a lot in his heart. He forced a bitter smile and said, "I understand. It's because your elder sister told you to stay away from me, right?" Finally, Yi Ju did not continue to remain silent. She nodded slightly with some hesitation. Then, after a moment of silence, she finally spoke quietly. "Elder sister said you are a bad person. She said you would kill me." Upon hearing this, Yi Chen was stunned. "I would kill you, how could I?" He stopped halfway because he suddenly remembered something from 3 years ago. At that time, those two traffickers had come and pretended to be their relatives. Yi Mei was eager to leave with them, and he had threatened them with a knife, using the life of his fourth sister as leverage. After recalling all of this, Yi Chen's lips curled into a bitter smile. Yes, how could he forget this? But he still felt very sad inside. Just as Yi Chen lowered his eyes and felt a sense of emptiness in his heart, he suddenly felt his clothes being tugged. It was Yi Ju. Although she looked very afraid, she still looked at him firmly. "Brother, are you feeling sad?" It is said that a child's heart is the most sensitive. Yi Ju was just like that. At this moment, she could clearly sense that Yi Chen was very sad. Yi Ju had always been very close to Yi Chen. So, even though Yi Mei had warned her to stay away from Yi Chen, calling him a bad person, feeling Yi Chen's sadness, Yi Ju's heart softened. Yi Chen looked down at Yi Ju and felt a wave of tenderness wash over his heart. All the bitterness inside him disappeared. He reached out and patted Yi Ju's head. "Brother is not sad." The sunlight outside was just right, and there were birds chirping outside the window. This scene looked incredibly beautiful. Beauty was frozen in this moment. In front of the recording studio, Yi Ju looked at this incredibly beautiful scene and felt a wave of complexity in her heart. But soon, it was replaced by sarcasm and mockery. "When I was young, I trusted Yi Chen very much. I really considered him my best brother. Even though elder sister told me that Yi Chen was a scum, a bad guy, I still didn't fully believe it. Even when he was sad, I went to comfort him." As Yi Ju spoke, her breathing became rapid. She was really so foolish at that time. She actually didn't believe what her elder sister had told her and instead believed in Yi Chen. So, when she was later pushed into the river by Yi Chen and almost died, Yi Ju felt that she was completely to blame, because she had given her trust. Just as elder sister had said, the reason Yi Chen had been so good to her in the past was actually to drive a wedge between the sisters and even to take drastic measures. The host was filled with righteous indignation upon hearing this. This Yi Chen is truly despicable. His previous actions were all just a facade. They were all fake. He's just a wolf in sheep's clothing. The host's words received agreement from many fans in the live broadcast room. That's right. Yi Chen is just a wolf in sheep's clothing. I didn't expect Yi Chen to be so hypocritical from the beginning. Oh my god, Yi Chen is really terrifying. He's so good at disguising himself. He's nothing but a dangerous beast in sheep's clothing. The fans' criticisms caused discomfort among the rational viewers in the live broadcast room. Are these 4 female fans just some uneducated kids? Please look up the meaning of a dangerous beast in sheep's clothing before speaking out. I'm speechless. No matter how you look at it, there's no sign of him wanting to harm anyone. Sorry, but when I see this scene, I only feel warmth. I don't see the so-called hidden danger you're talking about. Yilan watched the barrage on the live broadcast and couldn't help but speak up. Sister, have you ever thought that at this moment, Yi Chen may not have as much intention to harm you as you imagine? He really just wants to be good to you. It was like a reversal that appeared in their memories before. Yi Ju still had an extremely indifferent expression on her face. Sister, before you saw the memories behind this, I would like you not to rush to defend Yi Chen. She witnessed it with her own eyes. Yi Chen pushed her into the river. Her memory wouldn't lie to her. Yilan could only remain silent after hearing this. The host said, now let's continue to see what such a hypocritical Yi Chen has done. The sky was approaching dusk. Lazy clouds drifted in the air. There was not a hint of wind around. Everything looked peaceful and quiet. Yi Ju walked along the path, holding a Barbie doll. She had recently enjoyed coming here to play. As soon as she arrived, she saw several little girls playing here as well. Children's friendships formed very quickly. Yi Ju had originally wanted to play by herself, but she quickly joined in with these little friends. Just as they were having fun, Yi Ju saw Yi Chen walking towards her. Normally, if Yi Ju hadn't returned home by this time, Yi Chen would come looking for her. Yi Ju had already gotten used to it. Yi Chen walked up to her and said, Sister, it's getting late, let's go home quickly. Yi Ju had finally found some good friends and didn't want to go home so soon. No, brother, let me play a little longer. Yi Ju, holding her Barbie doll, continued to play happily with her head down. Beside her was a winding river. Yi Chen frowned as he looked at the riverbank. Although there was a railing on the riverbank, there was a section that had been neglected for years. The railing was broken. This wasn't the main point. The main point was that this area was right next to Yi Ju. Yi Chen was worried that Yi Ju might fall. Sister, how about we go play further ahead? It was really dangerous here. Yi Ju was completely engrossed in her play and wouldn't listen to Yi Chen. No, Yi Chen said, it's too dangerous here. Look, the railing is broken. What if you fall down? Yi Ju turned her head and firmly said, Ju won't fall. Yi Chen said it several times, but Yi Ju still didn't listen. Children's emotions can change quickly. Yi Ju suddenly got angry. Brother won't let me play with the little princess. Brother is really a bad person. She suddenly burst into tears. Then she picked up her Barbie doll, crying and stumbling, trying to leave Yi Chen. Tears blurred Yi Ju's vision, and she didn't notice her surroundings at all. As she ran, she suddenly stepped on a stone, then suddenly stumbled, and involuntarily fell to the side. Next to her was the broken fence. Yi Chen saw this, and didn't care about anything else. His heart was pounding. Then he ran towards her. Be careful, Simei. Just as he reached out his hand, Yi Ju couldn't resist the force of inertia. She fell directly into the river. Simei. Yi Chen saw this and without thinking, he also jumped down from above. The scene stopped. The voices of everyone in the studio also stopped. It seems like they've been slapped in the face again? Only the audience who had been supporting Yi Chen were happy. Those who were cursing Yi Chen, keep on cursing. Wasn't it said that Yi Chen pushed Yi Ju down? Hilarious. Why aren't those who were mocking Yi Chen coming out now? Yi Ju, I saw with my own eyes that Yi Chen pushed me down. Me? Oh, it seems like your eyes are blind. I wonder if Yi Ju feels her face swelling. In the studio, Yi Ju's face turned pale. How could this be? She clearly remembered that it was Yi Chen who pushed her down. How did it become her own fall now? Lei Xiao was extremely pleased. Weren't you absolutely sure that it was Yi Chen who pushed you down? So why don't you explain? What's the deal with this memory? Yi Ju looked at Lei Xiao's somewhat aggressive appearance and instinctively wanted to help Yi Ju, brother Lei Xiao. Before she could finish speaking, Lei Xiao interrupted her. Ju, didn't your little sister just say that? Yi Ju couldn't say anything. Yi Ju looked coldly at Lei Xiao. I did say that before. But I don't think I was wrong. Lei Xiao smiled. This memory has already been played. It was never Yi Chen's doing. You fell by yourself. Are you still going to blame him? Yi Ju straightened her shoulders. I only believe what I saw. She remembered it very clearly at the time. It was Yi Chen who pushed her down. How did the production team manage to change this memory into her falling by herself? Yilan was most familiar with Simei's personality. Do you suspect that your memory has been tampered with by the production team? In the audience, the production team was once again blamed. They were almost laughed at. How could they fabricate the modification of their memories again? The director took the microphone and said firmly, "I declare again, I have never altered anyone's memory. I don't want to say this a second time." The expert group couldn't help but speak. "I want to say too. We have never altered anyone's memory. We don't have that ability." Yi Ju replied calmly, "Whether this happened or not, you know in your own hearts. Anyway, she only believed in her own memory." The expert said, "Have you ever considered that it's very likely that you, like Yi Ju, have been deceived by your memory? Didn't Yi Ju also say that she was pushed by Yi Chen? But in the end, it was proven that her memory had been beautified and modified by herself. What she remembered afterwards was always false memories." Yi Ju tightly pursed her lips. "Is that so? Has she also been deceived by her own past memories? No, how could that be possible? The production team must be trying to shake her. That's why they said these things. I don't believe it." The director looked at her coldly. "You don't believe it? Then keep watching and see how your memory was modified at that time." Yi Ju's heart kept pounding. Could it be that her memory was really unconsciously modified by herself? Everyone stared at the big screen, watching it start to spin again. Yi Ju was still young and didn't know how to swim at all. After struggling desperately for a few times, she fainted without consciousness. She kept sinking. Yi Chen desperately swam over. It was not easy to pull her out of the water. At the same time, the people nearby also realized that someone was drowning. "Come and help, someone is drowning. Little brother, don't be afraid, I'll call 120 for you right away." With the help of these kind-hearted people, Yi Chen successfully pulled Yi Ju out of the river. Yi Ju had completely lost consciousness. She was in a coma. Yi Chen immediately performed CPR on her. After pressing her chest nearly 20 times, Yi Ju finally spat out some water and slowly regained consciousness. "Sister, are you okay?" Yi Ju was still dazed and had not fully regained consciousness. She just opened her eyes for a moment and then fell back into a coma. Fortunately, the hospital was not far away, so the ambulance arrived quickly. They all rushed into the hospital. By the time Yi Ju woke up, it had been 5 hours. The other 3 sisters had all arrived. Yi Mei was the first to notice her waking up. She quickly approached. "Sister 4, you're awake." Yi Ju was still dizzy. Yi Mei helped her up. "Sister 4, how do you feel? Are you okay?" She sounded very concerned and worried. "How did you fall into the river?" Yi Ju frowned. "Fell into the river?" She remembered Yi Chen warning her to stay away from the railing. She had been playing there for so long without any problems. Why did she fall after he reminded her? Was it possible that Yi Chen intentionally warned her, made her notice that spot, and then scared her, causing her to fall? Big sister had told her that Yi Chen wanted to kill her. She didn't believe it. But now it was true. Yi Ju's expression suddenly became extremely frightened. She hugged her Barbie doll and trembled. It's Yi Chen. He pushed me down." Even though it was just a scare, it was no different from pushing her directly. At that moment, Yi Chen had just walked in from outside and heard Yi Ju's words. His expression froze for a moment. Yi Mei widened her eyes. "Sister 4, did you just say that Yi Chen pushed you down?" Yi Ju nodded in panic. After hearing this, Yi Mei lost her composure. She got up from her seat and rushed to Yi Chen. She loudly questioned, "Yi Chen, you murderer! You villain! What do you want to do to our sisters?" She was so angry that she couldn't control herself. She reached out to hit him, but before her hand could reach him, Yi Chen grabbed it. "You think you can hit me?" Yi Mei struggled desperately. "Let go of me, you murderer." Yi Chen sneered. "You called me a murderer and a villain. Do you think a bad person would let you go when you try to attack him?" With red eyes, Yi Mei looked at him like a little wolf. Yi Chen looked at her. "If you want me to stop bullying you, then you need to become stronger quickly. Strong enough that no matter what I do, you won't be harmed." Even at that moment, he still didn't forget to warn the 4 sisters. Yi Mei looked at him with eyes full of hatred. "Yi Chen, I will definitely avenge this grudge. I will never let you off. You have harmed my sisters. I will always remember that." Yi Ju lay on the hospital bed, holding her Barbie doll, looking at Yi Chen in fear. This scene was etched in her heart. She would always remember. On that day, Yi Chen pushed her into the river, and then Big Sister scolded him. From then on, her memory was officially modified and beautified. When the complete memory segment played out, Yi Ju fell into silence. Because when this memory played out, her beautified and modified memories finally revealed their original, true, and hideous appearance. She did remember. The real memory. It wasn't Yi Chen who pushed her. The real memory was indeed exactly the same as what had been previously exposed and played out. As for why it became the appearance in her memory, it's simple. She did indeed beautify her memory. In other words, she did indeed wrong Yi Chen. Lei Xiao noticed her pale face and sneered, "Finished watching? Still insist that it was Yi Chen who pushed you? I think you just modified and beautified your own memory." Yi Ju couldn't refute this time, because the truth was indeed so. Yi Ju frowned and spoke, "Fourth sister, so it really was you." Yi Ju, in a fit of anger, said, "Even if I misunderstood Yi Chen, so what? Why was I so convinced it was him at the time? It was because of his words. I was playing there just fine, and nothing happened so many times. He deliberately told me there was a problem with the railing there, and then he provoked me. It was because he provoked me that I wanted to run, and it was precisely because I ran that I fell." Yi Lan understood her logic. "So you mean, Yi Chen deliberately told you, causing you to fall, right?" Yi Ju didn't speak, but it was obvious from her expression that this was indeed what she thought. Yi Lan couldn't help but rebuke angrily, "Yi Chen was clearly worried about you, afraid you would fall. That's why he reminded you to leave there quickly." The host began to act as a peacemaker. "Goddesses, please don't argue. Everyone has different thoughts. We should respect everyone's thoughts." To prevent them from continuing to argue, the host quickly moved on to the next segment. As we all know, Goddess Ju is a globally renowned lyricist and composer, and she's also incredibly skilled in singing and dancing. She's the ever-changing fairy in the singing and dancing world. I remember in countless interviews, Goddess Ju once said that her music enlightenment was when you were 5 years old, right? Getting into the topic, Yi Lan held back any further words she wanted to say. Yi Ju adjusted her mindset and nodded, "Yes, that's right. Actually, it's quite a coincidence. My music enlightenment at the time was a flower lantern. It was a small lantern with music that I bought on the Mid-Autumn Festival. When I heard the music from this lantern, I was deeply fascinated, and from then on, I fell in love with music. And then I started creating songs." There was a hint of pride in her tone. She was rightfully proud. "You see, now whenever you mention classic music pieces, Yi Ju would definitely be on the list. It's not an exaggeration to say so. Yi Ju has dominated half of the music industry." Speaking of this, Yi Ju's brain-dead fans once again ignited in the live broadcast room, starting a new round of excitement. "Goddess Ju is so amazing. Sob sob sob, even though I'm almost the same age as her, I really grew up listening to her music. Goddess Ju's songs are really amazing. Whether it's the traditional Chinese style or other styles, she has a tight grip on them. My favorite is Goddess Ju's Little Porcelain. The traditional Chinese style in it is so rich. Long live my great China. I love living." The sense of helplessness in this song is really amazing. Strongly recommend Want to Love You. This is the goddess's early work. But as soon as the melody plays, my whole body can't help but shake along. The dead youth suddenly starts to attack me. For a moment, the barrage was filled with various song titles by Yi Ju. Even those who had previously criticized Yi Ju did not continue to do so at this moment. Yi Ju's songs are spread across all age groups. Almost no one is not her fan. Yeju noticed the situation of the barrage from the corner of her eye, and her face became more and more proud and self-satisfied. She had the capital for this. She had the confidence. Lei Xiao, standing beside her, felt indignant at the injustice of the heavens. Such a poor character, an untrained white-eyed wolf, was actually bestowed with such powerful musical talent by the heavens. This powerful talent had directly lifted her to the highest throne. Even though the songs she wrote now were not as spirited as her early works, and the standard was much lower, her previous aura still remained. No one would think she had run out of talent. More people believed that she was probably just exploring a new style and path. Plus, she didn't write songs much anymore and had switched to singing and dancing. So those who said her voice had gradually diminished were fewer. Lei Xiao sighed deeply. "Ah, the injustice of the heavens." Lei Xiao shook his head. However, at that moment, his movements suddenly stopped. Then his pupils dilated sharply. Compared to her early songs, Yeju's current songs completely lack spirit and had not produced any best-selling hits. So was there a possibility? Was it possible that her early songs were not written by herself at all, but by Yi Zong, Yi Chen? Yi Zong had silently written so many scripts and arranged so many things behind the scenes, all for the sake of waiting for Zhu. So, if he really wanted to promote Yeju, it was very possible. After this idea emerged in his mind, Lei Xiao couldn't erase it. He wanted to know if his guess was true, and he would find out by continuing to read. Lei Xiao eagerly looked at the big screen, hoping to find the answer from it. The warm orange-red glow of the evening sun spread a beautiful color over the entire sky. The temperature was pleasant. A slight autumn breeze blew through the air. Every street and alley was adorned with colorful lights, and everyone's faces were filled with joyful smiles. because today was the Mid-Autumn Festival. It was a day for family reunions. Every child in every household would hold their parents' hands and go out to see the lanterns. Yeju had a very bad impression of this festival in the past, because every time this day came, the atmosphere at home would be very unpleasant. It would become very oppressive, as if taking an extra breath at home was a sin. When Yeju was younger, she didn't understand why there was such an atmosphere. But since the time she fell into the water, she suddenly understood many things. Or maybe it wasn't understanding, but a sudden realization. This day was supposed to be a day for the whole family to reunite, but not for their family. Their family had no parents, so her sisters always looked very depressed. They were thinking about their parents. In fact, Yeju didn't have much feeling for her parents. After all, her father and mother had left when she was still a baby. She had never enjoyed the love of her parents. Naturally, she didn't have much feeling for them. But this year, as she watched the children on the street holding their parents' hands, the faces of the whole family filled with happy smiles, she felt lonely for the first time. Yeju remembered what her eldest sister, Yeme, had said to her. After their parents died, there were relatives who wanted to take them away, but Yizong used her life as a threat to stop it. Yeju couldn't help but think, if they could have left with their relatives at that time, would they not be living like this now? Yizong. Everything was caused by Yizong. No wonder my sisters hate him so much. Yizong. You big villain. Deceiving me, you big villain. Yeju couldn't help but cry as she thought about it, and the hatred for Yizong in her heart was like a seed that had been planted, quickly taking root and sprouting. Fourth sister? She didn't know how long she had been crying, when a clear voice sounded from above her head. There was a clear concern in the voice. Why are you crying? Who bullied you? Yi Ju could immediately tell that it was Yi Chen's voice. Sure enough, when she looked up, she saw Yi Chen. 8 years older than her, Yi Chen was now just a 13-year-old boy. He was holding a rabbit-shaped lantern that looked like it was standing on the moon. Yi Chen saw the tears in her eyes. His first reaction was that someone had bullied her. He became angrier and more anxious. Little fourth, who bullied you? Tell me, I'll help you solve it. When the 13-year-old boy said this, his gaze was firm, and his expression and tone were extremely serious. As long as Yi Ju reported the person's name, he would make sure that person paid the price. Yi Ju was furious as soon as she saw him. Hearing him say such words, she immediately spoke with hatred. It's you. You bullied me. Yi Chen fell silent upon hearing this. Yi Ju was like an irritable little lion, standing up from the ground. You solve it. You help me solve it. Yi Chen looked at the intense hatred in her eyes and finally understood one thing completely. They couldn't go back to the past. Yi Chen wanted to force a bitter smile, but his brain was clear that this was the outcome they would eventually reach. This was an outcome he could foresee when he made the decision to take this path. If that was the case, what was there to be sad about? Looking at Yi Ju's red eyes, he, who had already figured it out, adopted the same attitude he had towards his other three sisters. I absolutely will not harm myself. If you think I bullied you, then take revenge yourself. Yi Chen left these words and turned to leave. As he turned, he remembered the lantern in his hand. He had originally intended to give the lantern to Yi Ju, so he placed it in front of her. I suddenly felt that you look quite similar to the rabbit on this lantern. You look ugly when you cry. After saying this, he truly left. Upon hearing his final words, Yi Ju instinctively looked at the lantern on the ground. The little rabbit in the lantern was shedding tears, looking pitiful and cute. But at this moment, all Yi Ju could see was the ugly that Yi Chen had mentioned. She was so angry that she kicked the lantern away. She didn't know which part of her action triggered the lantern. Suddenly, the lantern started playing music. It was a very cheerful and warm tune. Yi Ju, who had been very angry, found herself unable to continue. She was even enchanted by the music. The lively melody in this tune seemed to have cast a spell, gradually easing her anxious heart. Although Yi Ju was still very angry, her expression gradually began to calm down. The scene stopped there, and the audience in the live broadcast room began to discuss. This must be the first time Ju Goddess has encountered music. It's really fate because of a lantern. Hey, am I the only one who noticed something wrong? This lantern was sent by Yi Chen. Did you notice the blind spot? Could this be related to Yi Chen? Like Ju's musical talent? I find it hard to say. After all, Yi Chen is really unfathomable. I always feel that behind every event, there is Yi Chen pulling the strings. So I think your speculation is true. Why are Yi Chen's fans so shameless? Are they just making things up? Does my goddess need him to enlighten her? It's just a coincidence. How can this be linked? Are Yi Chen's supporters just looking for benefits? Many viewers had their own opinions. In the recording studio, Yi Ju's expression was also very bad. She remembered that her musical enlightenment had come from a lantern. but she had forgotten that this lantern was left by Yi Chen. At this moment, seeing the barrage in the live broadcast room, she immediately spoke up. I saw some people in the live broadcast room saying that this lantern was deliberately left by Yi Chen. They even said that he wanted to make me interested in music. This is simply ridiculous. Just thinking about these words for a moment, the logic behind them is shaky. I don't even want to argue. The host also chimed in, that's right, how could this possibly have anything to do with Yi Chen? Even if this lantern wasn't brought by Yi Chen, does that mean the goddess has nowhere else to listen to music? Impossible. So in the end, this is indeed just a coincidence. With the host taking control, the topic was easily brushed aside. He went straight into the next segment. Is the goddess starting to create her own songs from here? Yi Jujiao proudly spoke up, yes, from that day on, I fell in love with composing, and then gradually started writing lyrics myself. The host immediately flattered, I think everyone knows the first song the goddess wrote when she debuted, right? That's right. It's Mom. This song can be called a masterpiece. From the moment the song was released, it dominated numerous music charts. The tender voice of a child brought them back to their childhood. It was because of this song that the name Yi Jujiao entered the eyes of many people. When Yi Jujiao mentioned this song, her face was filled with pride and arrogance. Ask yourself, who at the age of 5 can write their own songs and lyrics? And more importantly, not only did she write them, but she also became popular worldwide. Just this alone is unmatched by anyone. The host's face showed fervent admiration. Simply put, he was fawning. So now let's see how Goddess Jujiao created this song. She looked at the big screen with unparalleled confidence and arrogance. She didn't need to have a bad relationship with Yi Chen, because everything she has now is something that Yi Chen can never obtain in his lifetime. She had already trampled Yi Chen under her feet. The big screen started to rotate. In Yi Jujiao's room, she sat at a small table holding a Barbie doll, unconsciously humming a song. The melodies of these songs seemed to come from nowhere. It's as if they were already engraved in her mind. As long as she thought a little, these melodies would continuously emerge without her needing to think. Yi Jujiao unconsciously hummed a song, with fragmented melodies occasionally interspersed with a few words. Yi Chen passed by her room. In the past, the four sisters would lock the door to avoid him whenever they were at home. But it's unclear whether Yi Jujiao was too hasty or simply didn't care. The door was wide open. The song she hummed quickly reached Yi Chen's ears outside the door. Yi Chen didn't pay attention at first. It's very common for children to hum a few songs from time to time. Just as he was about to ignore it and head to the kitchen, he suddenly heard that the melody of the song was wrong. This song, why does it sound exactly like the one he used to hum to Jujiao when she was little? Yi Chen stopped in his tracks and listened to the entire song behind the door. As the familiar melody played, he became more and more certain. This was the song he used to hum. When Jujiao was little, the task of taking care of her naturally fell to him. Taking care of a child is not a simple matter. In addition to Yi Jujiao, there were 3 other sisters that he also had to take care of. So at that time, Yi Chen was actually very stressed. But he was used to making the best of a bad situation. He would always sing a few songs when he was with Yi Jujiao, as a way to relieve his emotions. It's just that what he never expected was that at such a young age, Yi Jujiao had actually remembered all these melodies. Although after listening to the entire song, he found that many of the melodies were incorrect. But the match rate had already reached 90%. What an amazing memory talent. And more importantly, Yi Ju also has perfect pitch. There was a glint of light in Yi Chen's eyes. Perhaps, he knew what kind of person Ju would become after knowing her. In the live broadcast room, Yi Chen's actions outside Yi Ju's door aroused suspicion among the fans. What is Yi Chen doing hiding behind the door all the time? I always feel like he has ulterior motives. I suddenly remembered. Do you guys remember the goddess saying that she had her song stolen by Yi Chen before? So Yi Chen is starting to plagiarize now. Oh my god, how shameless. In the studio, Yi Ju looked surprised at the screen. It was the first time she knew. It turned out that when she was humming, Yi Chen was actually hiding outside. Her thoughts coincided with the fans. Yi Chen hiding in this place was definitely not well-intentioned. So from here, Yi Chen already knew that she had talent in music. Did he then plagiarize her song later? It's truly disgusting. The screen continued. Although Yi Ju hummed a song, at this time she didn't understand its meaning. She also didn't have the corresponding music theory knowledge to write down the arrangement. At this time, she was just quietly humming for her own enjoyment. Then, a few days later, Yi Chen ordered her to go buy groceries with him. If it were before, there would be no need for an order, as Yi Ju loved going out with Yi Chen the most. But now she avoided Yi Chen like a snake, so naturally she refused to go no matter what he said. Yi Chen had only one thing to say. You don't have to go, but it also proves that you're not hungry, so I don't need to go to the market to buy groceries. Yi Ju jumped up immediately. Not buy groceries? How could that be possible? If Yi Chen didn't buy groceries and cook, what would they eat? Yi Ju's appearance was completely different from her previous cute and coquettish self. She looked at Yi Chen with malice, like a wolf cub. Why do you not buy groceries? You're holding our allowance. What right do you have not to buy them? It was her older sister who told her about this. All their money was in Yi Chen's hands, so it was only natural for Yi Chen to do these things. Not doing them would be a sin. Yi Chen swallowed the bitterness in his heart, but put on an indifferent expression on his face. If you don't want to go, then I don't have to go either. I can just ignore my health and eat fast food outside. As for you, do whatever you want. Yi Ju bit her lip tightly in anger, her eyes red. Yi Chen, you really are just like my older sister said. You've never sincerely done anything good for us. I used to sincerely treat you as a brother. I sincerely thought you were doing it for our own good. She fiercely wiped away her tears and suppressed her anger. Why was she so foolish? Before, her older sister said that the reason Yi Chen cooked at home was not for them at all, but because he thought the outside food was unclean and would cause stomach problems, so he always cooked at home. But how did she defend Yi Chen to her older sister at that time? She said that Yi Chen was just tough on the outside but tender on the inside. He was actually doing it for their own good, not wanting them to eat fast food outside, so he cooked for them every day. But now, it turned out that her older sister was right about everything. She was the fool. Yi Chen watched her back, her shoulders shaking, and her suppressed crying. He reached out his hand, wanting to comfort Yi Ju. However, as soon as he raised his hand, his movement stopped. What right did he have to comfort Yi Ju? Wasn't he the one who made Yi Ju cry? Yi Chen withdrew his hand, and his expression returned to indifference. Wasn't Yi Chen just trying to comfort Yi Ju with that action just now? He really isn't bad to the core. That look in his eyes clearly showed how much he cared. But in the end, he stopped. There must be a reason behind this. There must be a reason. I seriously suspect Yi Chen now. He is deliberately playing the role of a villain. But in fact, everything he does is for the good of the four sisters. The audience in the live broadcast room saw tears. Where else can you find such a good brother in this world? Only those four hypocrites always think the worst of people. Yi Ju's fans were naturally furious when they saw these barrage comments. My goodness, can you still lie with a straight face in broad daylight? And you can turn Yi Chen's despicable appearance into something for the good of the goddesses? Are you blind? I see it. Only we girls understand each other. Only girl help girl. The live broadcast room erupted into a quarrel because of these few sentences. They could even come to blows. They must be really unhappy. However, their fighting could not stop the big screen from continuing to play. Yi Ju had already adjusted her emotions. She gritted her teeth and wiped away all her tears. Finally, she turned around with a heroic look and looked at Yi Chen. Go ahead. No matter what, she couldn't let her sisters go hungry. So no matter if it's a dangerous situation, she has to go. After quickly grabbing a few things, the two of them set off. On the way to the market, Yi Ju had already flashed through countless bad things that Yi Chen might do. The eldest sister said that some people like to traffic children. Could Yi Chen be trying to sell her? Thinking of this, Yi Ju became even more vigilant. She had run down this street many times before and naturally knew where the market was. But now, the more she walked, the more she realized that this was not the way to the market at all. Could this scum Yi Chen really be trying to sell her? Yi Ju breathed heavily. She was prepared to shout loudly if Yi Chen approached her. Yi Chen had no idea about the twists and turns in Yi Ju's mind. He walked with concentration and finally arrived at his destination, a music city, or more accurately, a commercial street filled with various hobby classes. The most common shops here were various music training classes. In order to attract students, these training classes would use various means at the entrance. For example, there was a drum set being played handsomely, or someone playing the guitar directly at the entrance, doing live promotion. In short, as soon as Yi Ju arrived here, she heard countless notes. When the melody of the music rang in her ears, Yi Ju suddenly forgot to be wary of Yi Chen, and even forgot why Yi Chen didn't go to the market but came here instead. She was completely immersed in the melody of the music. Yi Chen saw all her reactions. Seeing her obvious immersion, Yi Chen knew that he had not taken the wrong step. The fourth sister really loved music. She even had a very high talent for music. She was suitable for the path of creating and singing. Seeing her immersed, Yi Chen seemed to have forgotten his original purpose of going to the market to buy groceries, and was also looking around with great interest. This was originally a commercial street for hobby training. Although Yi Chen was young, these salespeople didn't mind. It's good for kids to be young. If the child is young and wants to join a hobby class, which parent would not be willing? So these salespeople came over with great enthusiasm. They opened with a guiding tone. Do you like playing music, little friend? Do you want to come in and take a look? I have the drum set that boys like the most, it's so cool. The salesperson next to him quickly ran over and said, what's so fun about the drum set, little friend? Have you ever played the guitar? Playing the guitar is really cool. Little friend, I have a piano here. Do you want to come and take a look at the piano? Piano and drum set, and what's that guitar? I don't even know what those are, and you want me to go look at them? Why should I listen to you? Yi Chen appeared disdainful on the surface, but in fact, he had been paying attention to Yi Ju all along. The most important thing was what Yi Ju liked. His words were meant to give these salesmen an excuse to introduce the different uses of each instrument. Those salesmen really fell for his trap and began to sell non-stop. At first, Yi Ju was still immersed in the melody of the music, but when these salesmen started talking, she couldn't help but eavesdrop. Under the enthusiastic explanations of those salesmen, Yi Ju finally understood that these were called musical instruments. All those moving and pleasant melodies were all produced by these instruments. Yi Chen saw that Yi Ju seemed to be deep in thought, so he began the next step. You said so much, but I still don't understand. I'd rather try it out myself. This request was reasonable. There were special instruments for trial in the store. Yi Chen walked over to the piano. This is the piano? Can it produce many pleasant sounds? The salesman nodded. That's right. Yi Chen casually played a few notes. Not only were they out of tune, but they were also extremely harsh. He just casually pressed a few keys and gave up. What did you say about the drum set? I'll go take a look. The salesman quickly took him there, leaving Yi Ju alone. Yi Ju obediently stayed in place for a few seconds, but her gaze couldn't help but keep looking at the piano. This thing called a piano. If even Yi Chen could touch it, she should be able to as well. Her thoughts quickly turned into actions. Yi Ju's fingers had already started pressing the piano keys. The salesman standing by saw her interest and walked over with a smile. Does the little girl like the piano? Come and try playing it? This is Do Re Mi. Yi Ju clumsily pressed the keys. Even though it was her first time, she felt joy from the bottom of her heart. She liked it. The salesman, with a sharp eye, immediately saw the joy in her heart and enticed her. Does the little girl want to learn? We're offering an 80% discount on piano lessons in our store now. If you like, you can tell your parents. Then come to our place to learn the piano. Yi Ju was clearly moved. How much does it cost? The salesperson mentioned a number. Due to family reasons, Yi Ju naturally understood the weight represented by this number. She fell silent all of a sudden. She simply didn't have that much money. Meanwhile, Yi Chen had finished chatting and returned. He looked impatient. Yi Ju, why are you still standing here? Hurry up and leave. Reluctantly, Yi Ju took several glances at the piano before following his footsteps. Yi Chen asked, what's wrong? Do you like the piano? Do you want to learn? Yi Ju didn't want to talk to him. It's none of your business. Yi Chen smiled lightly. Indeed, it's none of my business. The meaning of my question was just to remind you that even if you want to learn, you don't have the money. Yi Ju clenched her fists, and Yi Mei's words came to mind. She spoke up. Who said I don't have money? Yi Chen responded, oh? Yi Ju opened her mouth, becoming more and more confident as she spoke. Do you think I don't know? Big sister has already told me. You've taken all our money. So we don't have no money. The money is all with you. Yi Chen thought for a while and finally understood how they came to this conclusion. Because they didn't go to the orphanage, society would provide additional welfare. But in reality, that money was barely enough to support basic living expenses, let alone anything else. Yi Ju didn't know this. Seeing Yi Chen remain silent, she felt that she had hit the mark, and Yi Chen was feeling guilty. So she became even more confident. You really took our money. Give us our money back. Yi Chen quickly replied, your food and lodging are all taken care of by me, and the money has already been accounted for. Before Yi Juchu could continue to stomp her feet, Yi Chen spoke up. If you want to learn piano for money, I can agree to it. Yi Juchu's eyes lit up. Yi Chen said, but I have a condition. If you can fulfill it, I will pay for your lessons. Yi Juchu became wary and asked, what condition? Yi Chen replied, for this month, you will cook. Since bringing the four sisters out, they had been responsible for all their meals and daily living. The four sisters had never set foot in the kitchen. Even when they wanted Yi Ju to overcome her autism, they only taught her how to make milk. This couldn't go on. They had to learn to cook for themselves. Although there was takeout now, it wasn't healthy. Without thinking, Yi Juchu refused. Why should I have to cook? Yi Chen said, you don't have to cook, and I don't have to give you money. Yi Juchu clenched her fists. Yi Chen was definitely humiliating her. He clearly knew she couldn't cook. But Yi Juchu thought about the piano. After a long silence, she said, "Okay, I agree." When they returned home, Yi Chen really acted like a boss, throwing all the cooking to Yi Juchu. Yi Mei found out and was furious. "Yi Chen, why are you making my little sister work?" "Little sister, don't listen to him. Don't pay attention to him." Yi Chen said, "I said you don't have to do it. But if I agree to your condition, there's no room for discussion." Yi Mei became wary. "Little sister, what condition did you agree to?" Yi Juchu didn't want to say. She knew her eldest sister was very strong academically and could earn many scholarships, but she also spent a lot of money on experiments. She couldn't add pressure to her sister's life. "It's nothing. Eldest sister, don't say anything. I have to go cook." Yi Juchu didn't want to say, and Yi Mei couldn't do anything about it. Seeing she couldn't persuade her, she could only say, "I'll help you." Yi Chen didn't stop her. His goal was to make the sisters learn to cook. Yi Chen didn't know where he got a few bowls and chopsticks from, placing them in front of them at different heights. He sat with his legs crossed, randomly tapping the bowls with the chopsticks. He taunted, "Why isn't it done yet? I'm starving." In the kitchen, Yi Mei listened to Yi Chen's tapping and felt like she was going crazy. But Yi Juchu, next to her, wasn't as agitated as Yi Mei. Unconsciously, she engraved the sound of Yi Chen's tapping in her mind. When the two sisters brought out the food, Yi Chen stopped tapping. "Why is it taking so long? I'm starving." He picked up the chopsticks and started eating. As soon as the food entered his mouth, Yi Chen only tasted salt and nothing else. He had thought it was the first time his little sister had cooked, so he had to eat it no matter what. But considering his purpose, he spat it out. Then he aggressively tapped the bowls in front of him. "What is this you've made? It's so salty. Redo it. Even a dog can cook better than you." Yi Juchu clenched her fists. "Yi Chen, you're going too far." The last image on the screen was of Yi Juchu with a look of humiliation. This look caused countless female fans to feel heartbroken. "Juchu goddess is so pitiful. Sob sob sob. How can Yi Chen be so cruel, making a 5-year-old do chores?" This isn't the first time for Yi Chen. He even made the 3 or 4-year-old Zhu goddess do chores before. At the highest institution of learning, the teachers watching the live broadcast changed again. One of them was a music teacher. He listened to the melody Yi Chen had just tapped out and felt more and more uneasy. "Wait a minute. Did you hear the problem with the melody Yi Chen was tapping on those bowls just now?" The physical education teacher asked. "What's the problem? Wasn't it just random tapping?" The music teacher gave him a look. "No wonder you teach physical education." The physical education teacher rolled up his sleeves, revealing his strong muscles. "Hey, you're attacking me." The psychology professor pondered. "I do feel there's a problem. Have you noticed that the random tapping sound made by Yi Chen, although it sounds messy, actually resembles a melody?" The music teacher pondered deeply, then suddenly his eyes lit up. "Yes, I remember now. The melody Yi Chen just played is the variation of the first song written by Yi Ju, mother." The physical education teacher widened his eyes. "What? No way. You guys are kidding me." The music teacher directly brought over a mini percussion instrument and found the pure accompaniment of the song. "Listen for yourselves." He began tapping the melody Yi Chen had played on those bowls. As the teachers listened, their pupils dilated more and more. After the music teacher finished tapping the last note, the accompaniment of the song also finished playing. "Did you hear it? The melody Yi Chen played is the variation." This incredibly obvious and strong contrast made it immediately discernible. "It's indeed exactly the same. Wait, I'm feeling a bit dizzy now. So what does this mean? This song wasn't even composed by Yi Ju." The music teacher shook his head. "No, didn't you guys see the previous memories? Yi Ju had hummed the melody of this song before. But at that time, there were many immature and inexperienced parts in that melody. But now, what Yi Chen played has completely changed those immature parts." The psychology professor's brain raced, and then an astonishing answer emerged in his mind. "I understand. Connecting everything Yi Chen has done before, teaching Yi Mei math, teaching Yi Lan voice acting, teaching Yi Zhu how to act. So now, he's teaching Yi Ju how to compose." This conclusion was drawn. All the teachers were dumbfounded. No way. Yi Chen can do all this. Damn, what kind of monster is Yi Chen? What else is there that Yi Chen can't do? Help, my life has been stimulated. Zhou Qiguang stared at the big screen in silence for a long time. "Yi Chen, I originally thought that you had already given enough. But what I didn't expect is that what you have given is far more than I imagined. Mathematics, voice acting, script writing, composing. Yi Chen, if you were to use your own name, your own identity to present any one of these, you wouldn't have fallen to the point of being hated and cursed by all netizens. I really hope that the live broadcast of this program can wipe away all the dust on you and then reveal the radiance that you should have received. In the studio, Yiju looked at Yilan. Second sister, have you seen clearly? There's no twist in this. It's Yichen who made me do all those tasks. And it's been a whole month. Don't tell me, he did this for my own good. Yilan hadn't spoken yet, but Yiju, who had the most delicate thoughts, spoke up. But little sister, I think Yichen really did it for your own good. Yiju thought she was going crazy. Are you insane, third sister? How is this for my own good? Yiju explained to her, because I think, the reason Yichen did this was to let us master cooking, so that we can cook for ourselves in the future. Yiju? Was she still not fully awake, or was her third sister going crazy? From her expression, Yiju could tell what she was thinking. Little sister, I know what you're thinking, but I don't need to lie to you. These are all things I read from his face. She is an actress. She is the top actress. Just now, she saw a hint of relief in Yichen's eyes. This was not deceiving. Adding a bit of logical reasoning, Yiju quickly figured out the purpose of Yichen's actions. Yiju couldn't hold it in any longer. I think you guys have gone crazy. It's because of those false memories that you have a filter on Yichen. The host quickly took control. There are 1,000 readers and 1,000 Hamlets. No matter what Yichen's ultimate goal is, he did do it. And no matter what, this is indeed unethical. Yizhou saw the host standing on her side and felt better about his evaluation. This host is not bad. He is the most rational now. Receiving Yizhou's approving gaze, the host became even more pleased. Now let's get to the point. Goddess Jiu officially learned the piano through this, right? Yizhou nodded. Yes, that's right. She recalled that period of time and began to sound proud. Not long after learning the piano, I wrote my first song, Mom. The host continued, so next, let's see the process of the birth of Goddess Jiu's song. 2 months had passed. According to the agreement, Yichen took Yizhou to learn the piano. Now, Yizhou had been learning the piano for over a month. Under the teacher's guidance, Yizhou had learned to read music. In the hall, Yizhou held a pen and intermittently wrote musical notes on a piece of paper. She didn't know what was happening. As soon as the pen touched the paper, musical notes automatically appeared in her mind. It was as if someone had already sung the melody of this song to her. Yizhou wrote with divine assistance. Soon, a score was completed. Yizhou hummed. The melody was not much different from the last time she hummed it. But if someone knowledgeable heard these two pieces, they would know that this one was obviously more mature and complete. Yichen didn't know when he appeared behind her. Listening to her hum the melody, he nodded with satisfaction. Indeed, his little sister had a real talent in music. After continuously tapping out the melody and reinforcing her impression, she was now able to perfectly write out the music for this song. This song was not suitable as purely instrumental music. So next, it was the lyrics. How could he get her to write the lyrics? Yichen came up with a plan. What messy thing are you humming? As soon as Yichen's voice came out, Yizhou quickly closed her mouth. She covered the score, not letting him see it. What's it to you? Yichen sat next to her and casually poured a glass of water. Oh, isn't the song you wrote for others to listen to? Since it's for others to listen to, what's wrong with a few comments? Or is it that you don't have confidence in your own song, so you're afraid of being criticized by others? How could Yizhou tolerate Yichen's words? That's not it. My song is awesome. Yichen took the opportunity to speak. Oh, is it? I don't even know what you're singing, not a single lyric. Awesome my ass. Yizhou couldn't stand Yichen provoking her anymore. She immediately spoke. Who said I don't have any? Yichen drank the water, then sing it. Yizhou. Where did she have any lyrics? In fact, she didn't have a clear concept of how to write lyrics at the moment. But she just couldn't stand Yichen saying that to her. In no time, her eyes turned red. Yichen acted even more carelessly. Oh, what's this? Your eyes are so red, missing your mom? Huh, too bad, you don't have a mom. Yizhou couldn't take it anymore. Yichen, shut up. You're the one who doesn't have a mom. She looked at him with hatred, speaking more and more sharply. Yes, you never had a mom. Big sister said you were adopted by our family, so your parents didn't want you at all. You are the most pitiful person. Yizhou picked up the score, quickly ran back to her room, threw herself on the bed, covered herself with the blanket, and started crying. Outside the hall, Yichen suddenly clutched his stomach. His face was pale and extremely unsightly. It wasn't just his stomach, even his chest carried a hint of pain. But Yichen could clearly distinguish between the two. The pain in his chest was not the same as the pain in his stomach. Yichen's face revealed a bitter smile. Isn't it true? He was just like his previous self in this world. Abandoned by his parents. He had no relatives. Yichen closed his eyes, easing the pain in his stomach and chest. The sunlight outside had already faded. The hall was shrouded in darkness. Yi Chen's pale face was the only bright spot in this darkness. Yi Chen is so pitiful. He must be suffering from stomach pain again. Yi Ju has no manners. How can a 5-year-old speak like that? Who let Yi Chen insult the goddess? He deserves it. Only Yi Chen can insult others, but the goddess can't fight back. What kind of logic is this? The barrage is starting to argue again. Unlike me, I'm only concerned about why Yi Chen suddenly mentioned mom in his words just now. You found a blind spot, Watson. Yi Chen's sudden mention of this point makes me suspect him. I have a bold idea. Could it be that Yi Ju's song Mom was secretly helped by Yi Chen? Are you kidding me? The goddess clearly wrote that song herself. Even if you want to praise Yi Chen, it's shameless. The barrage was filled with fans and rational viewers arguing. The host was very angry when he saw these barrages. I saw a barrage saying that Yi Chen's words just now were meant to guide the goddess to write songs. He had just started a topic when Yi Ju couldn't hold back. What? She also looked at the barrage in the live broadcast room. After reading it, her whole demeanor changed. I just saw the barrage saying that Yi Chen's actions just now were meant to guide me to write lyrics? I just want to say, are the people who said these things brainless? Yi Ju was furious. This kind of speech might not be dared by the other 3 sisters, but Yi Ju was different. She had been famous since she was young, living in sweet words and praise. Her heart had long been too proud to know where it was. How could she bear this kind of anger? Yi Ju directly retorted, all those lyrics were written by me. Yi Chen didn't even intervene in a single word. The songs I wrote so painstakingly, you actually say that Yi Chen helped me with them. You are insulting me. The fans in the live broadcast room all started to feel sorry. Goddess, don't be angry. Don't be angry for the scum like Yi Chen. We all know that this song was written by you. Goddess, don't be angry. Goddess, don't be angry. We believe in you. Yi Ju had been staring at the barrage all along. After seeing these encouraging messages, her displeasure finally eased a bit, but she still couldn't help but be indignant. Let me say it again. This song Mom was written by me with great effort. No one intervened, especially not Yi Chen. At that moment, a barrage silently floated by. This statement is so bold and straightforward. You probably don't even know that the melody of your song was changed by Yi Chen a long time ago. Ignorant. Unfortunately, too many fans were comforting Yi Ju at the moment, so this barrage was quickly drowned out. Yi Ju didn't notice it. The host spoke firmly, those who doubt the goddess, wait until the playback of the memory, and you will be proven wrong. Now let's see how the goddess wrote this song all by herself. Yi Ju was hiding in her room, no longer crying. She looked at the score, gritting her teeth in anger. She was not like Yi Chen. She had a mother, and her older sister had said that their mother loved her very much. Yeju suddenly had an idea in her mind. How about, let's call this song Mom? Then write a song praising the greatness of Mom. More and more ideas took shape in Yeju's mind. She knew how to write this song. She started writing on it quickly. Mom has given me so much, but I have never said thank you. Yeju wrote fluently and effortlessly. Humph. Now, let's see what Yechen has to say about me. I'm not unable to write lyrics. Yeju proudly placed the music score next to her and fell asleep in a daze. She didn't know that she hadn't locked the door. A gust of wind blew, and the door gently opened. Yechen, who had already relieved his stomach ache, happened to pass by. In the corner of his eye, he saw Yeju without a blanket. He sighed imperceptibly. Little sister didn't cover herself again. He tiptoed in and covered Yeju with the blanket. But at that moment, he saw the lyrics she had written. Yechen frowned. It was more like an immature little composition than lyrics. It was miles away from being lyrics. But Yechen also understood. No matter how sensitive Yeju was to music, she couldn't really write powerful lyrics. On the bed, Yeju moved a little. Yechen quickly put down the music score in his hand, quietly left before she fully woke up. He sat on the sofa in the hall, contemplating the lyrics of this song. When he sang it earlier, the theme was about the mother. So just now, he had induced Yeju to think about her mother. Now, how should he guide Yeju? Yechen's gaze fell on the red water-based pen on the table. An idea emerged in his mind. When Yeju woke up, it was already the next day. She rubbed her eyes and got up from the bed. As usual, she prepared to go to the bathroom to freshen up. As soon as she opened the door, Yeju saw several bright red apples on the table in front of her. Then, she noticed a large card next to the apples. There were only a few simple words written on the card. Yeju just glanced at it and then looked away. She continued to walk into the kitchen. Next to the faucet, there was a convenience note. The content was very ordinary, just recording some everyday items and the quantities needed. But a few words were intentionally highlighted in red and enlarged. Unconsciously, Yeju remembered these few words. After freshening up, Yeju went to the refrigerator to find something to eat. Over the past month, Yeju had gone from not being able to cook to being able to make simple noodles by herself. When she opened the refrigerator, Yeju saw some convenience notes stuck on it. These notes were similar to the ones in the bathroom. They recorded some meaningless, even very trivial, everyday things. The kind that would be forgotten after a glance. The only noticeable feature was the red words on them. After making the noodles, Yeju sat at the table to eat. In front of her were the same bright red apples she had seen earlier. At first, Yeju didn't pay much attention to these apples. But as she ate, the red color became more and more prominent. She felt something flash in her mind, like fragments of lyrics. That's it. Yeju clapped her hands suddenly. Maybe I can write it like this. Without even washing her bowl, she jumped off the chair and ran into her room in a flash. She quickly picked up the music score she had written yesterday and then made changes with a pen. Soon, the lyrics, which had originally seemed like a little composition, suddenly transcended the level of elementary school writing. It successfully ascended to the level of a college student. If it weren't seen with one's own eyes, no one would believe that these lyrics were written by a 5-year-old child. The lyrics Yeju was writing now were the final version of this song's lyrics. She tried to sing, feeling that the first version she wrote was of the same quality as her own, and she was excited to kiss the score. I am indeed a genius. In the live broadcast room, Yeju's fans began to praise her. Goddess Ju is really amazing. It's only the first time she wrote it, and she quickly grasped the essence. She only made a few modifications, and it's already finalized. When I saw Yichen go in earlier, I was startled, worried that Yichen would cause trouble. Talent is the goddess's own. Even if Yichen wants to cause trouble, he cannot take away the goddess's talent. After seeing this, I am completely relieved. The goddess's score is made by herself. There will definitely be no embarrassment in the future. Ha ha ha. The fans were in a frenzy. At the top university, the teachers were also discussing. Could it be that the lyrics were really written by Yi Mei herself? Just look at the expression on Yi Chen's face. You know it's absolutely impossible. There must be some detail we overlooked. Shoo, don't talk. Look. All the teachers followed his pointing direction and looked at the psychology professor. At this moment, the psychology professor stared at the screen, frowning, as if pondering a century-old problem. He looked back and forth, then continued to compare. Finally, his eyes brightened, as if he was shocked. Genius! What kind of genius is Yi Chen? The psychology professor finally figured out the problem, slapped his thigh hard. I got it. Oh my! He quickly hugged his own thigh. Everyone was startled by him. What do you know? What's going on? Is there a new discovery? Tell us quickly. The psychology professor grinned and touched his chin for a while before speaking. The lyrics of that song. It wasn't written by Yi Ju. It was Yi Chen who told her how to write it. The sports teacher looked puzzled. Huh? How could it be that Yi Chen told her how to write it? Didn't Yi Chen never speak from start to finish? The other teachers nodded. In this memory, Yi Chen indeed never appeared. It was Yi Ju who figured out on her own how to change the lyrics of the song. Then she went to make the changes. The psychology professor smiled triumphantly. You don't know about this, do you? You see, those cards on the table, and some sticky notes on the refrigerator and next to the faucet? All the teachers nodded. The psychology professor's eyes showed admiration. This is where Yi Chen's cleverness lies. At first glance, those sticky notes and cards didn't seem to have anything worth noting. But did you see it? In these seemingly meaningless daily notes, there are always a few words marked in red or in large letters. I have taken screenshots of these words and pieced them together into a sentence. Look! All the teachers gathered around the computer. In those meaningless notes, the words marked in red or in large letters were pieced together into a sentence. It was the lyrics of Yi Ju's song. The teachers were collectively shocked. What's going on? So, the lyrics of that song were actually written by Yi Chen? No. I'm a little confused. Can someone tell me how this was done? The psychology professor didn't keep them in suspense. Did you see those few red apples on the desktop? And these words marked in red with a pen. Let me put it simply, this is because Yi Chen used the human subconscious. Yi Chen. What kind of genius is he? He's only 13 years old now, but he can already come up with such a brilliant way. He actually knows how to use the subconscious to influence Yi Ju. Genius. He is definitely a genius. Looking at the teacher in front of him who still seemed to not understand, the psychology professor couldn't help but feel frustrated. Don't you understand yet? The words marked in red are actually implanted into Yi Ju's subconscious. And when she starts eating noodles, her eyes will keep focusing on these red apples. These red apples are the trigger points. When Yi Ju finishes reading all of them and sees these red apples on the desktop, it will activate her subconsciousness and all the words she saw will appear in her mind. After explaining these simple and easy to understand words, all the teachers suddenly realized and felt shocked. Damn, so that's how it is. Can it be played like this? What kind of monster is Yi Chen? How does he know so much? Although it seems simple, in fact, there are many things involved. If any part goes wrong, it will never achieve the desired result in the end. No. In that case, isn't Yi Juji taking credit for Yi Chen again? I can't allow it. The physical education teacher rolled up his sleeves angrily, grabbed the keyboard, and was about to post a barrage. At this time, Yi Juji began to boast. Everyone saw it, this song from beginning to end. I did it all by myself. There's no Yi Chen. There's no one else. After the memories of the other three sisters are exposed, they will be reversed and eventually attributed to Yi Chen. But Yi Juji can be 100% sure that she is the only one who won't be reversed by Yi Chen, because the song was made by her. The lyrics were also written by her. Yi Chen didn't do anything in it. Yi Juji's fans in the live broadcast room became even more excited. Yi Chen's whitewashing dogs, did you see that? Come on, continue to say it's a reversal. It's hilarious. Ha ha ha. Can't reverse it now, can you? Everything has been recorded in memory. This song was composed and written by our goddess Juji alone. Who's feeling great? It's me. Ha ha ha. Now Yi Chen can't save face anymore. If he can still reverse it later, I'll immediately do a headstand and wash my hair. I'll worship him. Where did the fans get their confidence? Of course, it's from the idol. The more face the idol has, the more face they feel. The host also straightened his back. Everyone just saw it. This song is entirely the credit of goddess Juji. If it weren't for the evidence of memory, perhaps no one would believe that a 5-year-old child could have such talent. But there are geniuses like goddess Juji in this world. The host's flattery was endless. The more he praised, the angrier the physical education teacher in the highest academic institution watching the live broadcast became. Dean Show, what's the phone number for the production team? Can you tell me? Now, just posting barrage is not enough to vent his anger. He wants to speak directly. Zhou Qiguang didn't really want to give it. He actually had a soft spot for these 4 sisters. But, thinking of Yi Chen being misunderstood by everyone, Zhou Qiguang felt that he couldn't continue to conceal it. I have it, I'll tell you. The physical education teacher got the phone number and immediately called the production team. They answered quickly. The physical education teacher quickly explained the whole story. After listening to the physical education teacher, the director immediately became excited. I will communicate with the live broadcast right now. Don't hang up the phone. He picked up the microphone. Ahem. Can you hear me? A kind-hearted audience just called and said that the true author of this song is actually Yi Chen. Yi Juji just organized and published and sang the song. Yi Juji couldn't sit still for a moment. She had an incredible look on her face, looking sarcastically at the director's position below the stage. Are you kidding me? Now slander and rumors don't require any cost, do they? Just anyone can come out and talk nonsense? The director had never met Yi Ju before. He had only heard from colleagues that this person was very arrogant and proud. If it weren't for her real talent, if it were someone else daring to speak with this attitude on stage, they would have been beaten to death or sprayed to death long ago. The director used to think that his colleagues were joking. Now he understands that his colleagues are speaking the truth. This Yi Ju is truly the best of the best. He didn't want to flatter this kind of person. Am I spreading rumors? When the call is connected, you will know. He directly asked the director to connect the call to the scene. Yi Ju heard that the call had been connected and immediately spoke. It's you here talking nonsense, saying that this song was written by Yi Chen, and I just recorded it? The sports teacher was not afraid at all. I'm not talking nonsense, I have evidence. The melody of this song. It was modified by Yi Chen for you. Yi Ju had no expression on her face. What evidence do you have to talk nonsense here? The sports teacher said, if you want evidence, I can give it to you now. And this evidence is in the live broadcast. The sports teacher directly brought over all the words the music teacher had said to him. He had been watching the live broadcast all along. Naturally, he also knew that when he said those words, the barrage in the live broadcast room was all shocked. No way! Is this person telling the truth? Yi Chen was not really banging the bowl at that time? He was helping Yi Yunxian modify the melody. Damn, I tried to prove that he was lying, but I just rewound and watched it. And then I found out that Yi Chen really wasn't banging randomly. Damn, is this really true? Even novels dare not write like this. The sports teacher finished speaking, looked triumphantly at Yi Ju on the big screen, and gave the final blow. If you don't believe it, you can listen to it again yourself. When Yi Chen was banging the bowl at that time, was he really banging the bowl or the melody? Yi Ju's face turned pale and ugly. It was obviously a very ridiculous thing, it was simply impossible to be true. But why did she suddenly start to panic in her heart? It's like she's worried that what this person said is true. The sports teacher saw her hesitation and started to provoke her. What's wrong, Yi Ju? Are you afraid? Yi Ju couldn't stand being provoked by others. Even if she really had other thoughts in her heart, she wouldn't show them on the surface. She suppressed the panic in her heart and forced herself to speak. Who said I'm not brave? Let's see. The live broadcast has a playback program. If it were placed before, the director would never have agreed. But now he especially wanted to see Yi Ju being embarrassed. So he waved his hand and approved it directly. The programmers quickly started to work. They quickly rewound the recorded screen. The sports teacher said, "Good. Stop. It's here. You have to listen carefully. Is the melody Yi Chen is playing here the melody of your song?" In the video, Yi Chen seemed to be casually tapping the bowl in front of him. But as long as someone with a heart is willing to listen carefully, they can hear that what he is playing is not just noise, but a melody. When playing this memory segment before, Yi Ju didn't pay attention at all. After all, she was extremely disgusted with Yi Chen. But this time, she had to force herself to watch and listen. Yi Ju had a strong musical talent. Because she used her heart this time, she could immediately hear that Yi Chen was not just randomly banging the bowl. Listen carefully again. Yi Chen was clearly playing the melody of this song. The naked truth was right in front of her. Yi Ju was completely stunned. She couldn't believe it, subconsciously shaking her head in denial. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could this be? This song was clearly written by her. But why did it suddenly become a melody that Yi Chen helped her modify? The melody she hummed before, compared to this melody, was like night and day. The audience watching the live broadcast also had some particularly sharp-eared individuals. After hearing the hint, they also noticed the difference. The live chat was going crazy at that moment. He's telling the truth. I just compared the two and they're exactly the same. Actually, there's no need to compare, just look at Yi Ju's expression. She looks terrible right now. Ha ha ha. Ah, it's just shocking for my whole family. I never expected to be proven wrong so quickly. Hey, wasn't Yi Ju quite arrogant just now? Keep being arrogant. Keep saying that everything has nothing to do with Yi Chen. Hilarious. Did you hear the sound of being proven wrong? It's exactly what I'm talking about, right? Yi Ju was now completely speechless. She couldn't believe it. How could this be? How could the result be like this? However, it was as if the physical education teacher was worried that she wasn't stimulated enough. Have you figured out where the melody of your song came from? Continue. Continue to look at your lyrics. Are they just as I said? It was also Yi Chen who let you know. Yi Ju was sitting on the sofa, but at this moment she felt extremely dizzy. She almost fainted. She didn't want to look. Or perhaps, the deep fear in her heart was telling her not to look. Absolutely cannot look. Otherwise, her pride would surely be completely shattered. Time went back to when Yi Mela opened the curtain of the hospital room. She suddenly pulled the curtain open, revealing everything hidden inside. Yi Chen, I knew you were hiding here. Yi Mela spoke aggressively, but as soon as she finished speaking, she was stunned. Behind the door was indeed a hospital bed. But there was nothing on this hospital bed. It was completely empty. Where was the person? Yi Mela's breathing almost stopped. She couldn't believe what she was seeing, and rushed in, searching everywhere. It's impossible, absolutely impossible. Yi Chen must be hiding here. Where are you? Yi Mela almost searched every possible hiding place in the hospital room. She even checked the drawers. She was like a madwoman. Zheng Ming had to stop her. Miss Yi, please stop searching. I've told you, Yi Chen is not here, and I don't know him. Yi Mela directly pushed away his hand. You're talking nonsense. She took a deep breath several times, and suddenly her eyes turned red. Why are you hiding him? I know he's here. Stop playing these hide-and-seek games with me, okay? I really don't want to continue with you anymore. Hope was dashed time and time again. Every time she got close to the truth, it was pushed away. Yi Mela really couldn't take it anymore. She fell to the ground. Tears blurred her beautiful face. Even Zhang Ming, a tough guy, felt very uncomfortable watching her cry. Not to mention the old lady next to them. The old lady frequently gestured to Zhang Ming with her eyes. Just let it go. Just tell this young girl where Yi Chen is. Zhang Ming was very conflicted. Should Yi tell her or not? But at this moment, Yi Mela couldn't hold back her crying. She was really tired, so tired. Her crying sounded like she had lost everyone. If Zhang Ming had to describe it, it was like his company suddenly went bankrupt. His wife left him for the neighbor. And the child wasn't even his own. Zhang Ming couldn't hold it in anymore. Forget it, just tell her. Yi-chen is indeed here. However, just a few minutes before Yemei arrived, his blood oxygen suddenly dropped. Then he was urgently taken to the emergency room. Come to think of it, he didn't seem to have violated the agreement, did he? After all, Yemei did come here as promised. Zhang Ming stepped forward to speak. He had just said a word when the phone in Yemei's pocket rang. Yemei didn't want to answer, but Zhang Ming saw the name of the caller. Yemei, it seems like your assistant is calling you. Maybe it's something important. Why don't you take the call first? Yemei agreed. What could her assistant be calling about? Suddenly, she remembered. She had asked her assistant to investigate the source of the money in the bank card given to them by Yechen. Thinking about this, Yemei could only hold back her tears, wiped her eyes, adjusted her emotions, and answered the phone. Hello? Yemei. I've found out everything. The source of this money. All the money in this bank card comes from legitimate sources. It's the money Yechen earned from his investments. For some reason, upon hearing this, Yemei felt it was expected. She lowered her head, tears flowing uncontrollably. The assistant continued, there's something even more important. The investments made by Yechen were. There was a long silence on the other end before they gritted their teeth and said, it's you, Yemei. Yemei felt as if lightning had struck out of the blue. In the studio, Yeju felt as if she were being roasted over a fire. Despite her inner reluctance, she had no way to resist. After all, things had already progressed to this point, and even if she was unwilling deep down, she was still powerless to stop it. The footage began to play. The physical education teacher provided commentary at each scene. Do you see these large red-marked sticky notes? These are the subconscious suggestions set by Yechen. The content of the sticky notes is all useless, so these red fonts are very eye-catching and easy to remember. The physical education teacher revealed the psychological tricks that had been played on them. The barrage in the live chat began to go wild. No way, I don't believe it. My goodness, can this really happen? This is pure nonsense. I don't believe it either. However, the naked truth was right in front of them. Even if they were unwilling to believe it, even if they thought it was absurd, when the physical education teacher pointed out the red words on the sticky notes and pieced them together into sentences, everyone fell silent. Yelan covered her mouth, unable to believe what she was seeing. It was all true. So, the song Mother by the fourth sister was not actually written by her. It was Yechen. He had helped her modify the melody and even filled in the lyrics. Yechen. Why did he do this? Yeju was also shocked and puzzled, but her shock and doubt only lasted for a moment before turning into acceptance. She felt it was only natural for this to happen. After all, wasn't she the same? She had also misunderstood Yechen before. Even when her memories were reversed, she still harbored disbelief. But when all the memories were laid out, she had no choice but to believe. Yeju turned to look at Yeju, worried about her potential extreme reaction. Then she saw the extreme expression on Yeju's face. Yeju, who had always been proud and confident, was now being told that her lyrics were not her own, and the melody she was proud of had been altered by someone else. She was just a thief stealing someone else's work. Anyone who experienced such a thing would surely be devastated, let alone someone as proud as Yeju. The sports teacher looked at the live broadcast screen and saw the extreme expression on Yeju's face. Only then did he understand how satisfying it was to put on the facade of a psychology professor, and how satisfying it was to put it on himself. Ha ha ha. He continued, finally, when your brain unconsciously accepts these subconscious fragments, those few red apples on the table when you are eating, are the key to activating all of this. So that's why you suddenly got inspired while eating, and hurried to write lyrics. The sports teacher finished triumphantly, feeling extremely pleased inside. Come on, continue to be arrogant. Continue to belittle Yi Chen. You thief who only knows how to steal from others. Yi Chen has put in so much effort for you all, and this is how you repay him. This evidence is too obvious. Not to mention there is video evidence. The bold red font on those convenience notes cannot be faked. Yi Ju naturally had nothing to deny. She couldn't say anything. In the live broadcast room, the audience on Yi Chen's side felt all the pent-up anger inside them being released. Just thinking about how they were previously being ridiculed by Yi Ju's fans, now it was finally their turn to retaliate. Hey! Yi Ju's fans, come out and speak. Why are you all hiding like turtles now? I remember someone saying they wanted to wash their hair upside down and insert incense into their nostrils. Come on. If you have the guts to say that, then have the guts to do it. The little mouths were probably chattering earlier. Why aren't they continuing to chatter now? I'm laughing so hard, asking us if being slapped in the face feels good? I'll return that question to all of you. Who is washing whom? Using someone else's melody and lyrics, and still belittling others. I've never seen such a person before. Yi Ju's previous fans were so arrogant, but now they were being defeated. But do they dare to argue back? No, they don't. Because that's the reality. In the studio, the atmosphere was silent to the point of freezing. The host couldn't bear it and said, "Goddess Ju, you don't have to be so sad." Although the melody of this song was eventually changed, you have to know that the original melody of this song was thought of by you. Goddess Ju, you were only 5 years old at the time. Being able to come up with these things is already remarkable compared to many people. Yi Ju's face remained very dark. Although the host's words were clearly in her favor, Yi Ju still felt very uncomfortable inside. The host continued, "Yi Chen only made some changes based on your original foundation. It's like a tall building. If it weren't for the foundation you laid, Yi Chen wouldn't have been able to do anything afterwards." The sports teacher had long been displeased with this host. When watching the live broadcast earlier, he noticed that this host always liked to set the tone. "Ah yes. Host, everything you said is right. With just your mouth, even the dead would immediately jump out of their coffins." Now it was the host's turn to look dark. Who exactly was this sarcastic remark targeting? Did he really think no one could tell? Just as the host was about to retort, Yi Ju stood up. She suppressed all the anger inside her. "Even if this song was really written by Yi Chen, what can he do for me? Can this prove that I don't have the ability to write songs? No." Yi Ju's tone was very decisive. "This can only prove that, without my knowledge, Yi Chen took it upon himself to do these things for me. Do you want to use this to prove that everything Yi Chen did was for my own good?" Yi Ju's tone became colder, "But what I want to say is, he doesn't even know if I can get through this on my own, so why does he have the right to intervene? If Yi Chen hadn't helped her at that time, couldn't she have written this song herself? It's not necessarily true. And there's another possibility, that she really did write it herself. Maybe the song would have been even more amazing." When the PE teacher heard this, he was shocked. He had never seen such shamelessness before. To be able to say such things, how arrogant must she be inside? The host also spoke up, "Goddess Chrysanthemum is right. Yi Chen is just meddling in other people's business. He doesn't even know if the goddess can change it herself. Why should he just casually help people?" The PE teacher's face twitched. This logic clearly doesn't make sense at all, but he didn't know how to refute it. Yi Juchu felt that she had gained the upper hand again, and deep down, she really believed it. Did she ever say she needed Yi Chen's help? Never. So why is Yi Chen now sucking her blood? At this moment, another voice came through the call. "Old Chen, why are you angry? There's no need to be angry about this kind of thing. Some people have no reason to speak, so she just likes to drag your intelligence down to her level, and then use her shamelessness to defeat you. If you get angry with this kind of person, it means you've fallen into her trap." Yi Juchu suddenly realized that the person was being sarcastic. She was so angry that her face turned red. "Who's talking nonsense on the side? Do you think you know it all? What does he mean by saying she has no reason to speak?" The voice on the other end said slowly, "Yes, how could I possibly know? I have seen too little. As a psychology professor with a doctoral degree from the top university, I still have a lot to learn. Alright, I won't talk to you anymore, I have to continue studying. Old Chen, hang up the phone." The call was really hung up, leaving Yi Juchu with a flushed face. "It's just ridiculous." Yi Juchu was so angry that she couldn't speak properly. "He says he's a psychology professor at the top university, is that it?" "Ha!" The host was originally going to agree with her, but before he could speak, he saw a barrage of comments in the live broadcast room. "Damn, I actually heard the voice of my psychology professor mentor. I didn't expect my mentor to be watching the live broadcast too. I was wondering where my PE teacher went. Turns out he's slacking off watching the live broadcast. I can tell from the voice that it's a psychology professor. I'm too familiar with this voice from being exposed to him for so long. So he really is a psychology professor at the top university? No need to doubt. He is." Doubters can go online and compare a few academic discussion videos themselves. The host. "Well, it looks like he really is." Just as he was about to speak, he immediately changed the subject. "Goddess Chrysanthemum, don't be angry. Only the person who has experienced this situation will know everyone's experiences and circumstances. No matter how much the bystanders say, they are all speaking from a god's perspective. They have no right to comment." Yi Juchu also forced herself to calm down. Seeing that the situation was somewhat under control, the host quickly moved on to the next segment. "During the interview earlier, Goddess Chrysanthemum, you mentioned that there was a period of time when you were stuck in a creative bottleneck, is that right?" Yi Juchu blurted out a word from her throat. Yes. That memory, she really didn't want to touch it. Because for her, that memory was too much like humiliation. After all, since she first composed a song at the age of 5, she had never experienced a so-called creative drought. Her inspiration seemed endless. Every time she finished one song, the next one would automatically come to mind. But only during that period of time. During that time, it seemed like her inspiration had run out. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't come up with a single song. During that time, she was on the verge of collapse. However, when facing the outside media, she still had to put on a very confident and powerful appearance. Faced with criticism from the outside, saying that she couldn't write songs anymore, she still had to answer, "Who said that? Of course, I can write songs." The host did not know Yeju's thought process. He spoke. At that time, many people in the outside world did not have high hopes for Jew Goddess, saying that she had reached the end of her talent. But in the end, our Jew Goddess made it through. And to everyone, she handed in a paper that satisfied them immensely, using her strength to prove that she has not reached the end of her talent. So now let's enter this period of time with Jew Goddess. The screen on the big screen started to rotate. Yeju was only 8 years old. But don't be fooled by her young age. Her fame was much greater. At just 8 years old, Yeju already held the copyrights to 5 songs. 5 songs may seem like a small number, but what if all 5 of these songs were classics? What if they were all highly popular, widely played songs suitable for all ages? Then the weight of this achievement would be immense. It was also because of these 5 songs that Yeju became famous. Countless interviews and various kinds of offers came pouring in. She had long since lost count of how many signing companies were interested in signing her. But Yeju rejected them all. She had a strong confidence in herself. She felt that her peak had not yet been reached. She could go even higher and farther. By that time, she would have a wider selection of companies to choose from. However, even though she did not sign with any company, Yeju still had to sell these songs to make money. So Yeju had a cooperative company, and she signed a contract with a studio under this company. Within 3 months, she would write another 5 songs for them. The reason why Yeju dared to promise to write 5 songs within 3 months was because she had already written them long ago. It's just that these songs had not been made public yet. The next day, Yeju handed over these songs. However, when the other party saw them, their brows furrowed. "Are these the new songs you wrote?" Yeju raised her chin. "Yes." The people from the studio looked at each other. Although they didn't say it out loud, deep down they were all thinking, "Isn't this the genius songwriter and composer in front of us? But how come the songs she's presenting now are of such poor quality?" Saying they are of poor quality is being polite. These songs, apart from the melody, are a complete mess. Even a primary school student could write better. But the melody is indeed good. Taking that into consideration, the studio spoke up. "We think the melody is good. So here's the deal, we'll take this song, but we won't pay for the lyrics." Upon hearing this, Yeju became anxious. "I won't allow anyone to change my songs." Yeju was not alone. Yi Mei was also there with her. Upon hearing this, she also refused. "What everyone likes is the song my sister wrote. If you let someone else tamper with my sister's song, what does that mean?" Yeju nodded. "That's right, everyone likes what I write, not what you write." This was her proud and confident point. It was also her confidence that allowed her to speak these words here. The melody and everything else in this song were all written by her. If the lyrics were changed, Yeju would feel that her work had been tarnished. The people from the studio were speechless. Yes, it's true that people outside like the songs she writes, but there's always a difference between good and bad. The 5 songs that came later were not even close to being garbage. What were they buying them for? Is money something that can be burned? Seeing the 2 sisters' bad attitude, they also spoke frankly. "It's not that we want to change it, but the lyrics of this song really don't match this melody. It's too disjointed." He almost blurted out that it didn't even seem like the same person wrote this. Yi Mei understood their meaning. "You want to say that my sister's song lyrics are not good, right? If that's the case, we can make changes." The staff member said, "Then it couldn't be better." The 2 sisters left the company. Yeju looked unhappy. "Why do we have to change?" "I don't want to change. The songs I wrote are so good, they just don't appreciate them," Yi Mei said, "but they have clearly refused." Yeju immediately said, "It's not just them. We can go elsewhere and find other buyers. Her songs are so popular. There must be many people wanting to buy them for money. It's just one company that doesn't want them. She has other options." Yi Mei was hesitant, "But we've already signed the contract." Yeju said, "So what? When we sell this, we can just pay them back." She said it as if it were a matter of course. Unlike Yeju, Yi-chen wanted to gradually hone her acting skills, so she had been suppressed in the early stages. But Yeju was completely spoiled and had never been suppressed. So those 3 years had been enough to make her as arrogant as she was now. Yimei was clueless about music and naturally couldn't tell if Yiju's songs were good or bad. Seeing her youngest sister so confident, she naturally subconsciously thought that these songs were indeed very well written. Okay, then let's go find another company. So in the following time, Yimei had been accompanying Yiju to find other companies to sell the songs. However, all the responses they received were that the songs could be taken, but the lyrics had to be changed. When Yiju returned home, she was very irritable. Why do they all say my lyrics are not good? I don't want them to change the lyrics. No one can touch my songs except me. Yimei tentatively said, little sister, why don't we just change the lyrics? Yiju still had a very irritable expression. But this time, she finally didn't argue with Yimei. Stubbornly, she said, fine, let's change. I will definitely make a very powerful change. Just as the two sisters were saying this, the door to the room opened. Yi Chen walked out from inside. As soon as Yiju saw him, she rolled her eyes and ran into the room. She didn't like Yi Chen at all. Yi Mei was the same, but she was a little better than Yiju. She didn't roll her eyes. Yi Chen looked at the two sisters closing the door tightly, with a slight frown. During this time, he had been busy with Yiju's affairs. He had somewhat neglected Yiju, so he didn't know how she was doing recently. But from what he had just heard, it seemed that Yiju had written a few more songs, but the lyrics were not up to par. Although he wanted to help, the premise of helping was knowing what exactly Yiju had written in these songs, but now he hadn't seen the melody. Naturally, he couldn't help Yiju change the lyrics. He had to think of a way. Before Yi Chen could think of a solution, there was already a strange rumor spreading outside. It said that the genius composer who had previously written the songs Mother, The Brightest Moon and Stars in the Night Sky, Homesickness, and 5 other songs had run out of inspiration and couldn't write any more songs. When Yiju found out about this, she was almost furious. Who is spreading rumors outside? They even say I've run out of inspiration and can't write good songs. I'm just a few years old. How dare they determine my future and my future like that? Yilan comforted her, little sister. You must not get angry, those people outside are just jealous of you. Yiju gritted her teeth, I know they're jealous. I will make them know. Who is the one who has run out of inspiration? Yilan cheered her on, little sister, you are the best. Go for it. Yijio really held this grudge. She had to change the lyrics to her satisfaction. In order to calm down and cultivate herself, she even moved in with her best friend. When her 3 sisters asked why, she directly replied that she didn't want to see Yi Chen. Seeing Yi Chen made her upset and unable to write lyrics. Time passed bit by bit. Yijio went from being proud and arrogant at the beginning to gradually having a crack in her mindset. She looked at the blank notebook in front of her and felt her mind go blank. Why couldn't she think of anything? Nothing at all. Impossible. She was a natural genius. She was a rare genius lyricist and composer. How could she be stumped by these little difficulties? Yijio bit her lip, desperately trying to work it out in her mind. Her little friend watched her in pain. She approached and said, Xiao Xian, why not relax? Maybe after relaxing, you'll have inspiration. Yijio was initially unwilling, but was eventually persuaded by her little friend. Her little friend played with her for a while and then led her to the piano. Xiao Xian, now that you've relaxed a lot, why not try playing the melody? Maybe as you play, you'll know how to write the lyrics? After playing for a while, Yijio did feel that her head was not as painful as before. She agreed with her little friend's words, okay. She sat down at the piano and played the melodies of the 5 songs one by one. Meanwhile, outside her friend's house, Yi Chen was leaning against the wall. When this scene was broadcast, the audience in the live room exploded. How could Yi Chen be outside? I have a bad feeling about this. Everyone, did you notice? Earlier, Yijio kept saying that she could improve the lyrics, but now she's written nothing. The key is, she hasn't been living at home during this time. The one before. I understand what you mean. Ah, am I the only one confused? The one before must be a fan of these 4 goddesses. How can they not understand something so simple? It means that Yijio's previous songs were definitely helped by Yi Chen. And when she left home, Yi Chen couldn't help her anymore. Naturally, she couldn't write songs anymore. The audience began various speculations. It must be said that they really hit the nail on the head. Every time Yijio finished writing a song, she would sometimes carelessly leave it in the living room or somewhere else. Because of her forgetful nature, she gave Yi Chen the opportunity to see what she had been writing recently. Then he would provide appropriate help. But for the 5 songs that followed, Yijio kept them very well hidden and didn't reveal anything. Yi Chen couldn't know the melody, so naturally he couldn't help her. Inside the recording studio, Yijio saw Yi Chen outside the wall and her heart suddenly tightened. Damn Yi Chen! Could it be that he had a hand in these songs too? No, it's impossible. Yi-jo's brain was spinning rapidly. She had been living at her friend's house the whole time and hardly went out. Yi-chen couldn't have touched her songs. Stay calm, Yi-jo. You have to have confidence in your talent. The melodies of those songs are all written by you. And you know why the lyrics of these songs are written that way. So, don't panic. These few songs are completely and entirely created by you alone. The big screen continued to play. Yi-jo finally finished playing all these songs. Her little friend watched her and asked, "How do you feel? Do you have any inspiration?" Yi-jo had felt quite relieved, but when she heard this, she shrank back. No! Her little friend comforted her, "Xiao Xian, don't worry. I believe you can think of it." Yi-jo also gathered her courage. "I also believe that I can write it." She just didn't believe it. Before, she could write all the lyrics of these songs in one go. There's no reason why she can't write them now. There must be something wrong somewhere. Yi-jo returned to her room and continued to ponder. She didn't know if relaxing really worked. Could she really write something now? After she finished writing, she breathed a sigh of relief. "I am indeed a genius. I told you, how could these lyrics be difficult for me to get?" Her best friend clapped beside her. "I knew it. Xian, you are the best." Full of confidence, Yi-jo took the newly revised lyrics the next day and went to see those people again with Yi-mei. Originally, this group of people was very excited. After all, the 5 songs Yi-jo wrote before were really amazing and popular. So, of course, they had expectations for this. But when they took the newly revised lyrics from Yi-jo, their expressions stiffened. Is this what they call revised lyrics? How is it different from the version they were given at the beginning? If they really had to say it was different, then they could only say that it had evolved from the level of the first semester of first grade to the level of the second semester of first grade. Yi-jo looked proud. "I have finished revising. Is it okay now?" The response she got was several indifferent faces. "I don't think this will work." One staff member even spoke discontentedly, "Little sister Yi-jo, we are not here to play with you. Our time is very precious, so let's not play these jokes with each other." Yi-jo was very puzzled. "What joke? I didn't joke with you." The staff member's face was already very impatient. Previously, the higher-ups had told them that the 5 hit songs were written by a 5-year-old child. They were all very skeptical. Could a 5-year-old child really be so talented? Could they write such amazing songs at such a young age? It's probably someone else's song, and they're just hyping it up. So now they didn't bother to hide it. They bluntly said, "Little friend Yi-jo, were those previous songs really written by you? How could Yi-jo endure such suspicion? Do you want to slander me?" Yi-jo stood up from her chair in anger. "Those songs were all written by me. Who else would have written them for me? If you think my songs are not good, you can reject them, but you cannot insult my character. Big sister, let's go, let's not stay here anymore." Yi-mei naturally listened to her. Yi-jo walked out in her little leather shoes. When she reached the door, her eyes were red. "Why do they say that it's not written by me? I wrote those songs with my own hard work." Of course, Yi-mei stood by her side. "Little sister, don't cry. Big sister knows that those songs were written by you. Don't listen to their nonsense. Maybe they just don't understand and appreciate your lyrics right now. But they also said, didn't they? There's nothing wrong with the melody of your song. So, actually, your song is fine." At that moment, a group of people suddenly rushed in from outside. "Hey, is that the legendary genius Yi-jo? Is it her? It's her. It's her. Yi-jo is here." The crowd rushed over one after another. Yi-jo was directly frightened and hid behind Yi-mei. In a voice that only the two of them could hear, she asked, "Big sister, what's going on?" Yi-mei protected Yi-jo behind her like an eagle protecting a chick. "Who are you people? What do you want to do?" The group of people came directly to the two sisters with microphones and cameras. "Yi-jo, I heard that after you finished writing those 5 songs, you ran out of inspiration and couldn't write any more songs. Is that true? And you've been rejected one after another. I heard that your lyrics are worse than those of elementary school students. Can we take a look at these lyrics? Yejuat, were those songs you wrote before really your own? Why is there such a big contrast?" Yejua tightly grabbed Yemei's clothes, her face extremely pale. Yemei tried her best to protect Yejua. "Get out of the way. Stop filming. I said no more filming." But obviously, how could the media listen to her? The more Yemei looked like this, the more the media would feel that there must be something hidden behind this matter. They wanted to dig. And they wanted to dig hard. Why not let them film? It seems like you can't write songs anymore, right? Yejuat, why are you hiding and not speaking up? Countless cameras and microphones were all aimed at Yejue. She felt that everything in front of her had turned into monsters, wanting to devour her. Yejue became more and more afraid. She wanted to tell them loudly that she could write songs, and she was not out of ideas. She had already written them. It's just that their aesthetic sense is flawed. But facing these camera lenses that seemed like monsters, Yejua couldn't say a word. No matter how Yeme was, she was just a 12-year-old child now. How could she withstand so many adults? The two sisters were about to be overwhelmed by the crowd. Just then, a slender but determined figure broke through the layers of obstacles. Tearing through a barrier, he came to the two sisters. At this moment, the two sisters were already in the midst of pushing and shoving, and they sat on the ground. Their clothes were in a mess, and even their neatly tied hair had fallen down. From a little princess, they had turned into little beggars. Seeing this, Yechen was extremely angry. Seeing the unscrupulous media still pushing and shoving, Yechen directly shouted loudly, "Shut up and stop." This loud shout made the media subconsciously pause their actions. The originally noisy scene suddenly became extremely quiet. Yechen's expression was extremely indifferent, with a hint of hostility between his brows. "Get out of my way." After this statement, no one moved. Yechen directly looked at the person closest to him. The look in his eyes was like that of a wolf staring at its prey. Clearly, he knew that the person in front of him was just a 14 or 15-year-old boy. But this man was still afraid. Subconsciously, he stepped back and made way. Just like a chain reaction, when this man moved, all the others behind him also began to retreat. Soon, a path was cleared in front of them. Yechen turned around and pulled Yeme and Yejue up from the ground, then led the two sisters away from there. After Yechen and the others left, the media gradually came back to their senses. They looked at each other. "Hey, did we let them escape? What are you talking about? Why did you make way? That's ridiculous. You didn't make way either. This is really absurd. I was actually scared by such a little kid." At this time, Yechen had already completely led the two sisters away from the media. This meant that they were safe. Yejua finally realized that Yechen had been holding her hand since earlier. She quickly broke free and looked at Yechen with disgust, constantly wiping her hands with her clothes, as if there were germs or dirt on them. "Yechen, who allowed you to hold my hand?" She didn't have any of the panic and fear she had when she was besieged by the media just now. Instead, she looked like a little lion. Yeme also withdrew her hand with a complex expression. She couldn't have imagined that the one who would eventually pull them out of this abyss would be Yechen. Yechen remained silent for a while, not bothering to argue with Yejua's words just now. "What happened just now?" Without thinking, Yejua retorted directly, "What's it to you?" Yeme still remembered that it was Yechen who saved them just now. His tone was not as aggressive as Yeju's, but it's definitely not good either. "It's none of your business." Yeju didn't want to see him anymore and grabbed Yeme's hand. "Sister, don't talk to him anymore, let's go quickly." She didn't want to show any weakness in front of this person. Yechen guessed it. Is it because of those songs? It was just a simple sentence, but it sounded extremely harsh to Yeju's ears, as if it were mocking her. She immediately exploded at Yechen. "Yechen, are you feeling proud now? Are you thinking, finally I can see you make a fool of yourself?" "Yechen, I'm telling you it's impossible. You won't see me make a fool of myself." Yeju held back her tears and ran away. Yeme quickly caught up. Yechen was left standing in place. The blood-red sunset dyed the entire sky. Yoa! Does Yeju have no shame? Yechen saved her, and she still has this attitude, speechless. Exactly. It's like Yechen owes her something. Hey, she can be so aggressive towards Yechen. Why didn't she confront the media like that just now? Do you guys have to be so indifferent? The media treated Goddess Ju so poorly. How can you still blame her? Exactly. Goddess Ju was only 8 years old at the time. She was just scared, that's why her tone was a bit off. You bunch of grown men ganging up on a girl to scold her, does that make you feel superior? In the live broadcast room, without any doubt, they started arguing as usual. In the studio, Yeju's expression was very indifferent. She didn't like to see this part. The reason was simple, as soon as she saw it, she would be reminded of her embarrassment at the time, all of which was seen by Yechen. And after this incident, Yechen still mocked her relentlessly. However, when the end of the road is reached, there will be a way. She also had to thank this group of cannibalistic media, and Yechen's mockery of her, for finally knowing how to write lyrics. Looking at the barrage of comments supporting Yechen, Yeju angrily said, "Do you really think Yechen came to save me? It's ridiculous. I've said it so many times, he's never been that kind of person. The reason Yechen came over was not to save me, but to see my embarrassment. Do you know how harshly Yechen scolded me after I went back? None of you would know, because you only see the surface memories. You can't understand my pain that lasted for more than 10 years. More than 10 years of pain. More than 10 years of growth experience. This little memory cannot erase it.